Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for this Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy match between Western Storm and Central Sparks. News from the middle is that Western Storm have won the toss and elected to field. you've just arrived at the Cooper Associates County Ground, good morning, and just a reminder that Western Storm won the toss and elected to field. Let's quickly run through the two teams then regarding the scorecard. Let's start with Central Sparks then, the visitors to the Cooper Associates County Ground today, starting off with number 11, Eve Jones, number 6, Amy Campbell, number 27, Abby Freeborn, number 8, Davinia Perrin, who will be making her 50th appearance today. Congratulations to her. Number 14, Bethan Ellis. Number 99, Katie George. Number 28, Chris Pavley. Number 64, Georgia Davis. Number 9, Grace Potts. Number 3, Hannah Baker. And number 19, Hannah Hardwick. Your Western Storm lineup today is as per scorecard. Scorecards available from reception in the Marcus Joscovic Pavilion. Number 74, Emma Corney. Number 16, Sophia Smale. Number 63, and captain Sophie Luff. Number 35, Fran Wilson. Number 37, Nat Wraith. Number 27, Neve Holland. Number 25, Alex Griffiths. Number 95, Izzy Wong. Number 20, Chloe Skelton. Number 24, Lauren Filer, and number 45, Ellie Anderson. Western Storm would like to thank our commercial partners for 2024, WPA Health Insurance, Payson Breton and Thatchers. Please welcome our umpires for this match, Gabby Brown and Sue Redford.
Good morning for a change and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. We're here for the Western Storm versus Central Sparks 50 over game. Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. They're heading towards finals day at the Upton Steel County Ground at Leicester on Saturday the 21st of September, although there will be two semi-finals to get to that one. Each team in this now has still got 4 rounds to play to get to those finals, and it's the first season that I think that we've done home and away, so lots more fixtures this year. It's quite tight on the table. I'll come to that in a moment. My name is Claire Jenkins. I'm a former Somerset player. You will also hear the voices later of Hannah Thompson-Radford, who is also former Somerset. In a moment, Ed Seaborn is going to take us through the teams. We're due to start here at 10:30. Storm have won the toss and elected to bowl. If you want to get involved on social media, they use the hashtag Stormtroopers for Western Storm, and Sparks will fly for Central Sparks. Now, in the reverse fixture, Western Storm won convincingly by 182 runs in 25 overs, dispatched quickly at Worcester. Western Storm got 284, of which Wellington scored 83 off 54 balls, and Sophie Luff, captain fantastic, got a 60. Chloe Skelton got 3 for 8, and Wong, ex of Central Sparks, took a 3 for 20. For Central Sparks, Katie George took a 5 for, and losing battle, and Bethan Ellis took 2 for 16 and scored 16 with the bat. However, in the 20 overs, Central Sparks did manage to get to the eliminator in the final stage, but not been so good at 50 over. Today's umpires, who are already at the middle, we've got Sue Redfern and Gabby Brown, and in the scorebox, and Ed and I have been over to the scorebox, Polly Rhodes and Chris Drew. And the other games today are at Chelmsford, where Sunrisers take on Northern Diamonds, at Beckenham, where you're going to be looked after by Michael McCann and South East Stars versus Thunder, and at Arundel, Southern Vipers will play the Blaze. So, Ed, you got the teams for us?
Morning, Claire. Morning, everyone. Yes,
Morning.
I do indeed. Western Storm, I guess the headlines are that their loanees from the Central Sparks are playing in this game. So, Izzy Wong and Ellie Anderson both involved. No Amanda J. Wellington, she's gone off to the Caribbean Premier League, and no Danny Gibson and no Heather Knight. So, Storm line up with Emma Corney and Sophia Smale at the top of the order. Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, Nat Wraith with the gloves, Neve Holland, Alex Griffiths, Izzy Wong, Chloe Skelton. Lauren Filer, though, does play, which is magnificent because we're going to be getting to see quite a bit of pace on show from the Western Storm today. And Ellie Anderson and Izzy Wong with ball in hand for the first over. Eve Jones and Amy Campbell, the opening pair for the Central Sparks. We'll get to their side in a moment because we're ready for the first ball from Wong from the River End. And no stroke first up. So Abby Freeborn, who got a half century in the T20 Charlotte Edwards Cup match that was played between these two sides on this ground earlier on in the season, which the Central Sparks won. Davina Perrin, really exciting youngster. Bethan Ellis, Katie George, formerly of the Western Storm. Caris Pavley, slow left arm spinner. Georgia Davis, off spinner, as it's worked into the onside, but not past Sophie Luff. Then Grace Potts, Hannah Baker, and Hannah Hardwick. And keeping with the Hannahs, we do have Hannah Thompson-Radford, but she seems to have decided to leave the box as soon as we started talking.
Oh.
I wonder why.
She's scared of us. Huh?
A slip in place early, as you'd like to see, and Storm winning the toss and sticking Sparks in.
Ooh.
Driven, I think, into the ground and off Wong. But you would imagine that, you were mentioning that reverse fixture at Worcester and the fact that Storm bundled Sparks out for 102 in half the overs in that game, that Storm would have relished the opportunity to win the toss and have a go at them again first thing this morning. Still no run. Wong with a tidy start, and it was what was more than tidy in that reverse fixture. She was on a hat-trick after 2 deliveries of that one. Eve Jones was cleaned up first ball, and then Abby Freeborn nicked off to the second ball of the innings. So already Eve Jones with a more stable start than that one. One tight lines so far, and a bit of swing as you'd expect. Another reason why you'd want to win the toss, I would have thought.
She's enjoying the West Country air, do we think?
Yeah, could be. I think in general, probably at Taunton, there are several reasons why you want to bowl first, but it certainly isn't the be-all and end-all. Pitches here don't really tend to change very much over the course of the day. Quick outfield, good place to bat. And that will do it for the opening over. Maiden to start with from Izzy Wong. I'm sure she relishes the opportunity to bowl at so many of the people that she's been playing with for a few years now in the regional setup, and
Yeah, and a tail up from the 3-for that she took again, as you say, in the reverse fixture. But both teams needing to win effectively all 4 of their remaining games to put themselves in any contention slot for the semi-final places. But at the moment, do they say propping up the table? Central Sparks at the bottom and Western Storm the penultimate team. So the Western Storm have obviously decided to use their entire former Central Sparks because is that Ellie Anderson coming on from this end?
I think it's Lauren Filer, isn't it?
Oh, it's Filer. She's got it's the hair, isn't it? Coming up. Yeah, you're right.
I'd certainly be able to tell as soon as she started running in.
Yes, the elbow's flying. Just me this end. Shall I take this end? Yes.
I think you better.
Even though I don't know where the bowler is. Lauren Filer. Saw her mum and dad in the car park. Gave me a bit wave this morning. Lauren Filer, oh yes, distinctive run. Right arm over. Eve Jones sort of plops it into the leg side, but not for a run. And it was looking a bit threatening with the weather earlier, although nothing is forecast. We're not forecast any naughty business here today. It should be a dry day. So we can pick up a few seagulls on the mic. Slip in place still, coming in from the Truscothic end. Filer. Campbell, who decides there's a run there. There is one quick run there. So Central Sparks off the mark. Then Ed, 1 on the scoreboard.
2 lefties.
2 lefties, yes. That was what I was.
I mean, it feels as though we have to kind of mention it because
Central Sparks are quite well off. Yeah, they're quite well off for left-handers because got Karis Pavley as well.
Gosh, a whole 3 out of 11.
Yes, 3, which is unusual. Whereas
the
Aussies do well for left-handers, don't they? But England are a bit short. Kemp and Tash Farrett being the few that played at higher level. That's down the leg side, and it's a wide. Signalled by Gabby Brown there. So another one to the total, and an extra this time.
Yeah, the red light is on in the score box at the
now,
far end. I do quite like that because you can't see into the glass over there.
Yeah, Ed and I got an invite up to Polly's Eyrie, which is on the far distance from us. They've got a great view there, but as you say, darkened windows, keeping the celebrity photographers out as Filer comes in. That's played through cover point there. It's going to go for 4 because no one's going to cut that off. First boundary of the innings here for Central Sparks. 4 lovely runs there for Eve Jones through a gap, down first. Nice shot. Sat up nicely, although she reached quite a long way. She managed to direct that through the gap there, easily across the outfield for 4 runs. Score moves on to 6 for no loss. Filer in. Jones works that off her hips. They get through for a single. Score moves to 7.
She doesn't throw herself off her feet too much.
No,
Filer. Yeah. Sort of looked around a little sheepishly there, but that's not something that you see too often from her. Getting back used to playing on this Taunton, yes.
Yep.
I guess her home ground.
Filer to Campbell. Ooh, there's a sort of, I think that's a bruise, and the ball just goes down in front of her and she just looks suspiciously and marks her crease again. There is no run. 7 for no loss. As Filer has a good scrub at the... I always think the ground staff would be like, oh, I'm really pleased that she's skagging that line there. Just to get a grip there. The front foot.
The square is particularly for this time of the season, it's looking pristine. Yeah. Marked the lines out, mown the lines out as well. Very pretty.
Fancy lines. Oh, down the leg side, we've got another wide there. Another one to the total. Second over here of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence as they are this year. Of course, next year this fixture will be Somerset versus Warwickshire. So different names. We'll see how many of the players are on whatever sides next season as Filer comes in to Campbell. Comes forward, plays that gap that Eve Jones found earlier. It's running away. It's going to hit the right back. No, there's another boundary, so that's the end of the over. 4 coming at the very end of that, so an expensive over there, unfortunately. And as the score moves on to 12 for no loss, 2 overs gone.
Pretty much a carbon copy, wasn't it, of that boundary earlier on in the over, just a little bit over-pitched and, well, quite a bit over-pitched actually, but both of them driven away very comfortably through the offside, so
both enjoying
a tricky start from Filer
enjoying hitting those no-risk deliveries there.
Yeah, and you're on the attack early, slip in place, that's generally where the slip comes from, the extra fielder on the offside as well, plugging that extra cover gap. Can Wong continue what she had going in the first over? Just about within the guidelines. Wasn't entirely sure that Jones was in agreement there, but what was important was that having disagreed with the white, she then didn't make any sort of exclamation towards the umpire, as some people might do.
Yeah. Yes, or might be more
might be more forceful than that, but no. Or playing a miss. Lovely delivery. Nice line and length. Not quite as full as we saw in the previous over when Filer was looking for a bit of swing. Straight past the edge. Nice bounce.
Alex Griffith looking interested there, like, ooh, I'm going to catch here at slip.
Well, you tend to think you're going to get a decent amount of life out of a Taunton surface. If you can hit the pitches here, you do tend to get some bounce. But it does also allow that sort of a shot to be played. That's a bruising drive.
It is Amy Campbell, only just laid out of the way of that one. She's holding where she would have hit her on the back. If she hadn't been paying attention.
Oh, she just had to basically turn her back on it, arch it, and hope that it didn't hit it. And
I'm only laughing because it didn't hit her.
Yeah.
Because it was a very good manoeuvre there, because she wouldn't have seen much of that, because she probably wilted that.
That is a shot to send a message from Eve Jones. Especially after the golden duck in the previous fixture.
As there'll be extra spice, as you were saying.
Statement back to Izzy Wong.
You might be ex-Central Sparks.
Maiden first over and then shimmy down the pitch. I'm not scared of your pace. Whack.
Yes, yes. Because they were Birmingham Phoenix. Oh no, because Eve Jones went off to Manchester Originals, didn't she? So they didn't even play together in the 100. So there's still.
You've got your colour coding system here as well.
Oh, I've got a lovely spreadsheet with all the colours on, and I still forget.
It's very impressive. Up into the air, bizarrely off the toe end of the bat, but it went straight into the ground again. I'm not quite sure how she managed that.
Eve Jones is looking accusingly at the end of her bat.
I feel like at some point we need to show everybody this extraordinary piece of work. It's a bit like the sort of...
It's colour-coded.
The notes, I don't know if you see those for TMS that Andy Zaltzman produces.
Oh yeah, he does. But yeah, it's not nowhere near in that league, I'm afraid, but it is colourful.
So end of the third over, 16 without loss. So just the one scoring shot off Wong's first couple of overs. But it's always exciting. We had it at Bristol earlier in the season with the T20 match where these two were bowling in tandem, and there are fewer, more exciting sights in the game of cricket than two quick bowlers bowling at both ends. And it looks as though Filer's decided that after that first over she's going to try and have a go from round the wicket.
Change the angle, see if it changes the luck. Yeah. She had the best economy in that game they played against Thunder up at Old Trafford, and she only took one wicket, but she was very economic. Ooh, and that's played out. Ooh, sort of flicked at. If they'd had that third in on the circle, that would have been an easy catch there. So just the one then.
She went down again.
to the light roller. Sparks are 17 for no loss.
Perhaps she needs a rake or something.
She's skagging that crease to get that front foot grip. Jones on 9, Campbell on 6 as Filer comes in around the wicket this time, into the pitch, through the gap at point. That's going to be 4. Yeah, that's got 4 written all over it, into the gap. Nicely played by Eve Jones, no risk. Along the carpet, across the coconut matting and out across the outfield for 4. Sparks 21.
Well,
For no loss.
if I were Sophie Luff at the moment, having won the toss and put Central Sparks in, it's like, yeah, everything's going magnificently well. Maiden over, first over, bit of swing.
Yeah,
and
then
we're not even, 3 overs down the line. You've seen balls being drilled through the covers and down the ground.
Yeah, has to go back and play that down defensively, and there is no run there.
Already having to resort to hitting the pitch a bit more, maybe. Filer trying some of, if not the shorter stuff, just digging it in, because they're just getting onto the front foot, these two, and hitting through the line.
Yeah, you mentioned the 2 left-handers. I mean, I suspect that there is no other team in these 8 teams that has 2 potential left-hand openers. As Filer comes in again to Jones. Ooh, tickles at that one, down the leg side, and it is indeed signalled another wide. Central Sparks doing well for the extras here.
Yeah, but there's still time in a 50-over game. There's time to pull these sorts of.
I'm looking forward to
but
the day extending out.
Yes,
the T20 goes
that's
so
nice.
quickly.
I've had rather a few too many extended days of late personally,
You're looking forward
but
to
for
a
you,
shorter
yeah.
format. Filer to Jones, who plays that. Ooh, lovely stop there on the carpet, because that is a really awkward place to dive there.
Griffiths.
That's Griffiths
Yeah.
diving forward and stopping that, because that was on its way.
And that's
Yeah,
also what
yeah,
your bowler needs, so it's not quite
Yeah, you feel better
working
when
yet.
Help me out here.
Especially
It's a
on
great
that,
stop,
that
actually.
matting,
Two-handed
yeah.
stop. Across the matting. Oh, and a bouncer. Well, I wonder if that was a worm or that was meant. Probably meant from Lauren
Yeah,
Filer, wasn't
well,
it?
I think she's got tired of being driven.
Yeah, like,
there comes a point at a fast bowler when you know you've got the big scary bouncer in your armoury that you think that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough.
Enough friendly stuff.
Yeah, and you've also got a fielder on
nasty.
for the hook. At fine leg at the 45. Filer in the sunshine here at Taunton. Waggling back. Oh, she's bet the gap this time. After all that, it's like, yeah, you can bounce me, but I'm going to just smack this through the covers for an easy 4 there. Eve Jones. And that's the end of the over. The score is 22-26 for no loss. In the sunshine, in the Rachel Hayhoe Trophy.
So, of course, as your terrific crib sheet would say, I mean, actually, that one was looking at the replay of that most recent boundary. That was just a little bit further back than the previous ones,
Yeah,
but
Eve Jones enjoyed that,
not
didn't she?
scared at all about movement or anything like that. Seemingly, just foot to the ball, and it is absolutely racing away. But anyway, Lauren Filer and Eve Jones, teammates in the 100 with Filer
Manchester
up to the originals.
Well spotted off my spreadsheet.
Well,
he's purloined now.
I might not have needed
No,
the
you
crib
might not have
sheet
done.
for that.
No, although you'd say you were Olympicised.
Well, yeah, I
went the
did
other
this
way.
year. I
went to the
didn't,
100.
unfortunately, watch as much of the 100 as I might have wanted to. That's
Ooh.
towards the gap as well. Terrific diving stop.
Great stop.
Skelton, I think, that time.
Lovely stop. That's the sort of thing, as you say, that inspires the bowlers. Yes, you
But
were
yeah, no,
Olympicised.
I watched the latter stages of it, and of course, great to see Storm representation in the
Yes, lots
winning
of
team,
Stormers
plenty
all
of
over
it.
the place.
Danny
They were-
Gibson all over that final
Yeah. She was.
knock, which really hammered home London Spirit's advantage. Chipped aerially for a bit, but well short of mid-on.
And a knock that might have played her into the T20 side, given that she's playing alongside her
Yeah. Well, it's
country captain, and
you
a
hear it a
country
lot now,
captain
don't you,
made it
about
in the-
kind of match-winning ability
Yeah.
and the ability to turn a game late like that, which Gibson has got. They're not going to look completely average.
At
That's the way of
T20, you've got
T20, isn't it?
You've got to be good with a bat, and you've got to be, Danny Gibson gives every department. So.
Way down the leg side, she got a little fingertip on that, did Wraith, but just couldn't get there. Too far down the leg side, and 5 wides.
Ooh, ouch.
She did just get the tip of the glove on it, but really nothing that Wraith could do. She ended up fairly high in the order, did Wraith, for the Trent Rockets.
She did. They were bringing her in earlier, weren't they?
Which was great to see off. I'm sure
There's
the
a
back of
lot.
great form in the 50-over trophy, especially this year for Western Storm.
Western Storm is doing well all over the 100.
Whacked through cover point for 4 more. Testing out the other side of the outfield, and believe it or not, it's even quicker to that side. A little bit shorter towards the Somerset stand today.
Still in the power play, of course, so they're only allowed 2 fielders outside the 25-yard circle. Somebody tell all those commentators. Just gets me really riled. The men's game is a 30-yard circle. The women's game is a 25-yard circle. And also the numbers inside and outside of those circles are different in the men's and the women's game. But in here, 2 players outside that 25-yard circle. So it's pretty hard. If they find a gap, it's going off here.
Gets past short mid-wicket, but there's protection behind at mid-on.
Sophie Love wiping the pitch off her trousers there, haven't done it?
It won't be the first time today.
No, it won't be. Somebody said to me, that was probably not a good thing to say to me when I was feeling, was like, that, look at the fielder in the warm-up, bearing in mind we were wearing whites. He's got the dirtiest trousers because they're going to be the ones that are going to stop anything coming at you. It's an incentive for me, anyway.
Very little margin, by the looks of things early here on this pitch. It's the case with Taunton, and we've covered enough games here to know that, but there seems to be even less margin early here. You just turn up and look at the pitch and you see that little tinge of green, and you just think, when you turn up to Taunton, he must think as a batter, this is going to be my day today. Because even if the pitch is a little bit slower, everything else is in the batter's favour in terms of
quick outfield,
and and small-ish boundaries as well. It does just mean that scores go up, and if you Storm be losing it 35 without loss after 5 overs, but they would really love a couple of wickets.
They were so tight those first few overs, weren't they? Like you said, Sophie Love's going to feel like, this is going all right here. Nice tight bowling, and they haven't quite got the timing. And then a couple of loose overs, and suddenly Sparks are off to a half-decent start in this power play still, of course.
And then, of course, you've got to make the decision as skipper. Do I take my England strike bowler or my other England strike bowler out of the attack?
I'm getting tweeted from Morgan Barrell, who we know is a pirate. I don't know what he does, he's something mysterious. But he's here watching or listening, or we'll find out where the pirate is later. I'm sure he'll let me know. He's watching because he sent me a picture of myself, which is rather eerie. As Filer comes in, wafts at that one outside of point, but productively, because it's gone straight out 45 degrees for 4 runs. So 4 more runs to Eve Jones. Score moves to 39 without loss. Jones on 21, Campbell on 20.
She barely hit that. it's not absolutely out of the middle, but again, she knows exactly where she's placing it and just lets the pace of the ball and the pace of the outfield do the work, and have reinforced that cover region now. But you kind of feel as a quick bowler you've got to have the deep third and the fine leg.
Yeah, that's back and defended straight to the backward point fielder, Fran Wilson, who picks that up, and there is no run.
So you can't take the fine leg out because Filer
might do a bounce or something.
Exactly. She'd like to have the opportunity to be able to mix up the short delivery, and then, you know, deep third because of the pace of the ball. You'd think you'd need that as well, but so many runs through the covers early.
Need about 15 fielders here on the offside, don't they? As Filer comes in again. Oh, leaves that one completely straight through. No run.
Mike Turner also in touch.
Oh yeah, Mike.
Mike Turner has delivered some fantastic stats for me actually over the last. Well, not for me, but I'm sure it was exactly yes, it was for the collective. Quite a few in the most recent game that I covered as well. But Sophia Smale playing her 50th match for Western Storm today.
Excellent. And that's played out through point. Oh, point manages to get a knee or something on it, and that's stopped, but sort of accidentally at point there, I think.
It's crazy to think Sophia Smale's played 50 games. I think her debut was only about, what, 3 days ago? Something like that.
But she's another one who did well in the 100 as well. Sophia Smale. Always a good celebration when she gets a wicket as well. Filer. Oh, there's a little waft at that one. Mum, if she's listening, she likes a wafty waft at something. She said it made me laugh. I was describing Amy Jones, who was having a proper wafty waft at a very high ball. It was a very mad shot. She said it made her laugh out loud anyway. But that was definitely a little waft there from Eve Jones as that ball went past, what they call it, chin music? The chin music from Lauren Filer. In from our end. Again, past. That's a leave there from Eve Jones. And that's the end of the over. Sparks are 39 for no loss, having been put into bat by Western Storm, who won the toss here. Jones on 21 and Campbell on 10. Quite a few extras though. 8. I won't mention those though when we head.
Well, you just did.
Oh no.
Unfortunately.
Oh.
Get away with it now.
Done it now.
Definitely better lengths from Filer towards the back end of that over.
Yeah. That's good.
Still, you've got to think going with Wong and Filer, still got to go with your best chances of breaking this partnership early. Short extra cover in place now. Inside edge onto pad. One person appealed.
Optimistic.
Nobody else. I think I've got the pleasure of, assuming that the game goes that far, in the next 4 days that I'm covering, I've got the pleasure of Sophia Smale's company on the final day of that one.
Oh yeah.
Did a day's worth with Sophia earlier this season.
Her brother plays
for Glamorgan, yes.
I was thinking.
Yeah, more in white ball rather than red ball, but yep.
I know there's 2 Smales, or there's several Smales actually, but not all of them related.
But no, very much enjoyed her company for that, and I'm sure I can throw at her the fact that she's played her 50th match now,
that's a great one,
see what she says. She was dishing a bit of dirt actually.
Oh yeah.
And I've been trying to rack my brains all morning what it was. I don't think it was quite as good as Danny Gibson with Sophie Love's elephant feet, but
I was trying to remember what it was.
There was definitely something along those lines that I got from her. I have to spend the rest of the day trying to think what it was. Bowled off the inside edge, and Amy Campbell has to go. So sticking with Wong and with Filer, and Wong has got the breakthrough. Campbell out for 10, and it just wasn't quite as full as those deliveries they were driving.
Campbell.
Not quite enough room for the shot. Cramped up inside edge and dragged on, and the Western Storm kind of needed that.
Yes, it felt like they were desperate for something to happen there. Well, they were desperate for something to happen there. So, there on that. We're going to have Davina Perrin coming in now. So we're going to left and right, which always plays with the fielders' heads. Going to have to be in different positions every time the batters manage to rotate the strike.
I always want to know what the outgoing batter says to the incoming one.
Good luck.
Like there was quite a decent length discussion there. What's Amy Campbell going to be saying? Because until she got out, it looked as if it was an absolute belter of a pitch. And to be honest, it still kind of does. So, you know, do you say that or?
Well, yeah, hey. There's a bit of space there. I don't know. It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Is that her?
Who knew that was a northeast accent?
Does she have that sort of an accent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Campbell, yeah. She's from Durham.
Well, yeah, but
Durham.
I don't think I've actually heard her speak, so I don't know how
She does have a speaking part.
How thick the accent is.
I don't think she'll recognise it from my impersonation.
No, I think that's safe to say. I think there's quite a melange of different accents going in there.
Yeah, we've got Davina Perrin, and she's a graduate of Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme to get more Afro-Caribbean players into the game again, because it seemed like, certainly in the era of the big West Indies team, there was a lot of Caribbean players.
Slip goes back in for Perrin, who is a really exciting player to watch. She has every single shot in the book and a few out of them as well.
Several that are in the appendices.
Certainly very much the definition of the modern day player. No qualms about playing any of the shots that she's got in her locker, and if she stays in for any length of time, it will be very exciting to watch, and likes to score quickly. She's got a ground on which she can certainly do that. Oh. Thinking about a single, but Filer is in off the edge of the circle at short fine leg. Sophie Luff certainly going on the attack after taking that wicket, and I think, you know, first 10 overs, you've got to, yeah. You know how important early wickets are, and you know, both these sides probably could be more confident in terms of middle to lower order in the 50 over format. Cut away in the air, but just past backward point.
Diving Fran Wilson, is that?
If anyone was going to take that, it would be Wilson.
Yeah.
Perrin off the mark with 241 for 1 after 7 overs. And it's time to get Hannah Thompson-Radford in to join Claire Jenkins.
Okay. That catch wasn't far away, and like you say, if anyone's going to take a match-changing catch in the Western Storm side here today, it would be Fran Wilson, who, if you remember rightly, had that catch when she was playing for England against the West Indies, where she flew at cover. At Chelmsford, thank you. At Chelmsford, it was amazing. It was taken very low off the ground, both-handed, proper flying Wilson. And thank you, Ed Seaboard. He'll be back to us later. We're joined by, hello Hannah, Thompson-Radford. We've got the Somerset team now, both former Somerset players, and Hannah's busy still glowing in the fifer she took for club cricket this season. Oh, it's another waft. Filer into Eve Jones. She had a go at that one, didn't she? Straight through to Nat Wraith, and no run.
Yeah, it feels very strange to be back. We've had such a gap.
It's a big gap, isn't it? Oh, what a big gap.
Yeah, I feel like I need a proper warm-up.
Oh, right, okay. You're coming off your long run today?
15 steps.
15 steps, is that what it is? Filer into Jones. He just defends that down, and there is no run. Jones on 21. Sparks on 41 for 1, and Perrin on 2. So what have you made the first bit then, Hannah?
Yeah, Eve Jones has been looking absolutely superb out there. It's just so classy. Somebody full of experience.
This is, you know what's going to happen next, don't you?
Have I just written?
Here comes the commentator's curse. We shall find out. Mike Perkins gets really mad. He says there's nothing to do with what we say up here makes a difference, but you never know. Oh, down the leg side. Oh, is it going to be a call? There's an appeal for a caught down the leg side. You nearly did that, Hannah. Eve Jones looks disgusted back at back at the. Was it? Oh, it was a bit of diversion there. What do we reckon? What do we reckon in the box? Do we think she got anything on that one? Ooh, maybe. We don't know. We haven't got the benefit of DRS here, although you're seeing it on the live stream. The umpires don't get a replay, so that was Hannah nearly got a wicket there. There's no run there, as Eve Jones just plays that down into the ground to Alex Griffiths, and there is no run. Sparks 41 for 1.
Yeah, I think looking on the replay, I think it might have been a hip, and I think, is that what Ed was saying in the background?
Yeah.
Hip.
Yeah, I think, yes. Ed is umpire trained, so he's now making a rude noise to try and cover the fact that he is umpire trained. We do rely on these things. File it into Eve Jones. Ooh, plays an inadvertent hook straight into a gap, and they hesitate about the run. I'm not quite. Ed was talking about the textbook for shots as Eve Jones falls and plays this up over her shoulder. And what we're going to call that? It's a great shot, actually. It's a great bit of, but. And then Davina Perrin's almost tapping her on the shoulder and saying, I think we'll have a single for that because it dropped in a gap. So another one to the total. Sparks 43, an exciting last run, 43 for 1. Perrin to face this time as Lauren Filer assesses where her fielders are. The two outside are, I'm just looking there, there's a deep third and a backward square. Ooh, straight through to the wicket keeper. Perrin, I think, missed all of that, and that's the end of the over. Sparks are 42 for 1, and that's. That was exciting, wasn't it? How are we going to describe that then?
What part of it?
Any bit you like.
Any bit you like. Oh, bit of everything. That wasn't it?
That was a really mixed bunch. That was. It was an exciting over.
It certainly was. Full of drama.
Full of drama. I do like the Eve Jones shot. I'll have to ask her what she's going to call that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one that'll be on the socials, won't it? Because it was kind of athleticism though.
Yeah.
To
the
jump
timing to get it middle. She's as you said, she's middling so far.
And then also to jump back up, as you mentioned, Davina Perrin was pretty much as you mentioned on the shoulder as well, to be able to get back up, get to the other end.
Eve Jones to face 22, Perrin on 2, Sparks on 42. Do you want this one?
Yeah, I was going to say Wong continues after picking up a wicket in the previous over. Feels like she's got her line and length sorted now. She had a bit of a wobble throughout the season. Okay, I shouldn't have said that out loud. Claire's looking at me like, why have you said that? But it's brilliant, isn't it, to see her?
It's great, yeah.
Finding her rhythm, getting back into it.
That's the word, isn't it? It's rhythm. It is it's such an unnatural action to bowl a cricket ball in the way that one should, and it's all about the rhythm.
She comes in for the second delivery of the over. Jones facing, and it's hit straight back to the bowler. A brilliant effort from Wong.
Was it down into the ground or was it straight to her?
We'll have a look on the replay. Could that have been an opportunity?
In the back?
She's smiling. We'll see it on the replay here. Wong comes in. Let's have a look.
Well, we've got the camera is obviously behind the. Well,
from the reaction of Wong, I would say it was a potential opportunity, but a brilliant stop. A brilliant stop nonetheless. We see it from another angle here on the replay. Let's have a look. That's going straight up.
Straight to for a catch.
One comes in again. No run scored. An excellent over here. It's been a really good battle between these two, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, as we mentioned, the extra spice of Wong being former Central Sparks lent to Western Storm, but the loan has been extended to the end of the season.
Which is very interesting, thinking about what teams look like going forward. Fourth delivery in.
Ooh!
Okay, there's lots of oohs being said. Lots of oohs being mentioned here in the press box, commentator's box. What are we calling this box?
I don't know, the naughty corner.
The sign says press box, so we'll go with that.
We'll go with that.
You can feel everyone's kind of on edge here. You're like, something feels like it's going to happen. A brilliant comeback from Wong.
Clouds are gathering over the hill hillside that we can see opposite us. The wind's getting up a bit.
Steaming in. Jones still facing. She moves her feet and looks for a quick single. Goes straight to the fielder. Run taken. That just takes a little bit of the pressure off, doesn't it, after that was building.
Yeah. Because they really do, Central Sparks need to rotate the strike with the advantage of the left and right-handed batters here.
Yeah, it was interesting starting with 2 left-handers.
Very rare in the English women's game. Lots more left-handers around the world, and particularly the Aussies. They're always well off. They always seem to go left, right, don't they, when they're going down their batting orders.
He certainly do. As Perrin on a 50th match for Central Sparks faces.
Was that we were told there was somebody getting a 50th cap?
Yeah, she got her cap presentation at the start of the match. So, end of the over, Sparks 43 for 1, Jones on 23, Perrin on 2, 9 overs gone. Yes, at the start of the match, I think it was at 9:40 a.m. to be precise.
Yes, we were told when it was going to be, but I wasn't sure who it was going to be. So.
Yeah, which is crazy to think, isn't it? Because she's only 17 and she's already played 50 matches for the Central Sparks.
And she's played England under 19.
Yeah, and of course the 100, she was the youngest in the 100 at one point. I'm not sure if that record's been broken or not, but she was 15.
Yeah.
She got selected.
Oh yes, Tilly Coleman's.
Yes, because technically, I think Perrin was 15 when she was selected, but she didn't actually play, did she? So Tilly has got the record for playing as the youngest.
Filer to Jones, who swipes at that one, and I think she's going to get 4 runs. She is, because Annie Anderson's not going to catch that. 4 more runs to the total, 4 more runs to Eve Jones. Sparks are 43 for 1. Jones on 23. 27, Jones on 27, we'll change that. And Central Sparks heading towards that first milestone of 50 because they're at 47 for 1. Filer continues from the Marcus Truscothic end into Eve Jones and plays that off a hip. That's an easy shot down there to fine leg, and they get through for a single. Another one to the score, getting closer. 48 for 1, our Central Sparks here in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford, both former Somerset players here on the live stream. Somerset live stream. Lauren Filer just getting a bit of information from Ellie Anderson there. Another time over, Davina Perrin plays that, dabs that really to third and comes in off the rope. And they get through for a single. Another one to the total, 49 for 1.
Yeah, she played that really nicely, didn't she?
Yeah, that was a definitely deliberate dab, wasn't it?
Absolutely, a deliberate dab.
Deliberate dab.
Deliberate dab, love
We haven't
that.
had a kadunk yet though. We'll wait till Ed comes. He likes my kadunk. We haven't had one of them yet.
Yeah, real talent is Perrin.
Jones this time to face. Oh, that's a bouncer. Eve Jones tries to play it, but doesn't actually play it. Gets straight to Nat Wraith, as you said, who Ed was mentioning, played for Rockets, was she?
She did indeed, yeah,
Rockets,
came in
she was
higher up the order.
Yeah. It was great to see the Western Storm players spread pretty much evenly across the 100 teams, all playing really well for their respective teams. As Filer comes into Jones. Comes forward, was underneath Filer, straight to Ellie Anderson, and there is no run.
Yeah, you mentioned that spread. I wonder how that kind of impacts a player in terms of thinking about, being in different environments and bringing that back to the unit here.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Ellie Anderson's mum and dad at Trent Bridge.
You love a mum and dad conversation,
I love a mum and dad
don't you?
conversation, I do.
How do you find them?
Ellie Anderson's mum, Sue, made a fantastic lemon drizzle. It was the first time, she said it was the first time she'd made it, but it was really good, so I'm not convinced it was the first time. And that's worked to square leg. Sue Redfern has to get out of the way. She stood in the way. But they get through for a single. And that's the 50 up. Is it? Waiting for the clack. Yes, 50 up. 50 for 1, our Central Sparks. Oh, we've got a little ripple of applause there as Jones moved on to 29. Oh, seeing there's cold in the dugout, I think it's safe to say, given how many layers they've got on there. Is that Abby Freeborn?
No, Abby Freeborn's
Abby Freeborn's there, look.
Because I thought it was her to begin with, and now I'm trying to work out who it is.
Oh, we're getting back. Oh, come back onto the pitch again.
But they're very cold, and they're only showing half their face, so...
They're cold, yes. We're having problems.
But as you were saying about, was it Ellie's mum and dad?
Oh, yes, Ellie Anderson's mum and dad. Oh, yes, I didn't finish that, did I? Thank you. They were saying that she was enjoying different input into her bowling from having the different coaches in the 100, and I think that's the thing, isn't it?
As Wong continues in her spell, Eve Jones flicks it off her legs and will get through for a single.
Because I think I'm right in saying, because I think they said it's the England bowling coach who was bowling with who was with London Spirit. Anyway, she was certainly getting different coaching input. And that's it's important that they don't see that as too many voices in their heads, but it's an opportunity to learn something new. And obviously, someone new coaching is going to see different things, aren't they? So they were certainly saying that Ellie was really enjoying that.
That's great to hear.
Spirit. So even though she'd been, I think, not necessarily playing that much, but learning a lot.
Wong to Perrin. Finds the pitch nicely there. Pops up.
Yeah. Respectful. That might be a kadunk. Actually, that was close to a kadunk.
What is the definition of a kadunk?
It's got to go down first, hasn't it? It's got to, yeah.
Ed's
quite rightly saying that it was whatever I define it as, and I have to keep saying it wasn't my word. The kadunk was Evelyn Rainford Brent. I heard it said, so I thought that was good. It was very
it's stolen from the pros.
But I'm happy to take credit for it.
One comes in once again. Straight delivery. It's gone airily.
Oh.
It'll go past Mel and races away for another boundary. Perrin takes her score to 7.
Mel thought she was going to get a catch there, but it's just out of her reach, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll just see on the replay. Let's have a look. Yeah, a bit wide.
Yeah. Shaped around her.
But before the break, Smell was getting plenty of catches in that position, wasn't she? It felt like she was a magnet to the ball. Wong looks to respond here. Again, finds the pitch well.
Yep.
No run. So the sun is coming out.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier we were a little bit worried because it was looking a little bit grey this morning. We thought, no, let's have a really nice bank holiday.
Yeah. Day
of cricket.
Yeah, lovely. Get down here. Sure, you can still get in. And, bring a picnic. A lovely day in the sun. There's no rain forecast, so it better not arrive. What a full day's cricket here.
Perrin on strike. Hits it almost to Sophie Luff. In close, but just goes past another boundary. It feels like Central Sparks are dealing in pretty much boundaries at this rate.
They are picking gaps, aren't they? I thought Captain Fantastic was going to take a great catch then. It's just out of her reach.
I think you mentioned earlier, it definitely feels like more of a batting wicket today, doesn't it? The ground feels very interested for the batters. One needs to reply here, get back on it. A beautiful shot from Perrin. Finds the gap. The ball is slow, and can the fielders win the race?
No.
The ball wins another boundary for the 17-year-old.
When they get those gaps and they're playing so because it's not, they're placing the ball, aren't they, into those gaps. It looks so glorious, those shots. Some of those shots that Campbell was playing as well.
I was going to say something really clear.
What are we going
to say? Proper dad joke there,
Oh, yeah.
But,
Actually, give us a dad joke, because we like a dad
joke.
Well,
I'm not going to articulate it as well as what it could be articulated, but about driving. And has she even passed a driving test yet?
Well, no, she...
because she is driving absolutely beautifully.
She may
and
not
Ed is looking at me like,
yet.
I cannot believe you just said it out loud. But it was in my head, and I had to get it off my chest. So
yeah. I think you may be right. She may be driving, but without a licence.
Yeah, I don't know, but she's clearly driving here.
It's still cold in the dugout.
Ellie Anderson.
Give us a wave. Give us a wave. She's realised she's on the telly. I'm on the telly.
At Central Sparks, 63 for 1 so far. An expensive over from Wong.
I think that might be hard Wickerost in there. Flicked off the hips. It's going down the hill. Is it going to make the boundary? Or they're going to get? It's going to get cut off. Oh, great cut off! Brilliant bit of fielding down there at the shallow end or the deep end, because it's a long way away from us. That's a wides, so more wides to the total. Sparks move on to 65 for one. Is it going to click on? We don't get the clack of an old scoreboard, do we? We're looking at an electronic scoreboard.
Do you know what I realised as well?
What's that?
I'll come on to it in a minute.
Okay. Right arm round. Eve Jones placed that straight to the fielder. Sophia Smell, and there is no run. What are we going to say?
So, kids these days now.
Oh, yeah.
Playing club cricket again.
Yeah, oh yeah,
right.
back to club cricket, yeah.
Yeah. So many other youngsters, I'm talking like 14, 15-year-olds, had never experienced a cricket tee. Since COVID, obviously, it's been kind of like the death of the cricket club tee.
Anderson, who's former Central Sparks, on loan. Ooh, to former captain Eve Jones, who has a little, thinks she's going to play that, but misses it completely, and there is no run. So now we've got ex-Central Sparks versus Central Sparks, because we've got Ellie Anderson from one end, Izzy Wong from the other. Cricket tees?
Yeah,
oh,
they're going. They're gone.
No, don't say this. This cannot be true.
I know. It really surprised me when this 14-year-old said to me, they've never experienced it.
They have to be coming back. They have to make a
We
comeback.
need a revival.
We do need a revival. That's another campaign for me. It's down the leg side. Stopped spectacularly by Nat Rafe, and it's signalled a wide by umpire Gabby Brown. Gabalar. I don't know if that nickname is just a cricket week nickname or whether it's a wider cricket week.
Yeah, I hope it's not the death of teas everywhere. I'm sure other places still do them.
I mean, you can't beat a egg mayonnaise sandwich or a sausage roll. Right arm round. Oh, down the leg side. Just needs to get her lines right here. Ellie Anderson.
Awesome, lovely I can't even say that. Lovely bakes.
Oh yeah, some nice sort of tray bakes and things.
No, Sophie Luff's
yes,
little
I'm just going to go on to that.
That's
Sophie Luff.
Lovely cake.
Oh, lovely cake.
That's what she calls
it. We still haven't had any.
I know.
I mean, this is the 5th season I've been doing commentary on the Rachel A.O. Flint. Still not had any tray bakes from Sophie Luff. Just saying, Captain Fantastic likes some of your cakes. So that's squirted back with a point. There is a fielder who's going to cut that off. But they get through for 2. 2 more to the total. Sparks are 70 for 1. Jones on 31. Perrin on 15. 14 extras, unfortunately. Shall be. Let's hope Western Storm are not ruining that fact later.
Yeah, I think I only mentioned it because I'm getting quite pecky.
Yes,
but you mentioned Cricket Week as well.
Cricket Week, yeah.
So Gabby Brown featured?
Gabby Brown, yes. We'll come back to that in a minute. As Ellie Anderson comes right arm around. Oh, Eve Jones is charging her and just have a little nibble at that one. It's going down the leg side. There is a fielder's cutting that off, but they're going to get 2. That come off the bat, Gabby? No, came off the leg, Gabby Brown says. 2 more to total, 72 for 1. Yeah, so a couple of seasons back, Sue Redfern got asked to go to Cricket Week to have a little chat with someone called Gabby, who was interested in umpiring. And then, hey presto, I don't know how many years later, they're umpiring together at Taunton. So, yes, so, it's great. More female umpires coming into the game. Lots more, for want of a better word, I was going to say blooded, but that's a horrible word. Debuted in the 100, lots of them as perhaps 4th for the women's games and things, so it's great to see so many female umpires coming through. And talking of Cricket Week, in 2 years' time it will be the century. It will be 100 years since the first Cricket Week. So if you're interested in playing that at Malvern in August, look that up. Ooh, straight through to the wicket keeper. Ooh. Eve Jones looks accusingly at everybody. I'm not quite sure what she thought happened there. There was no... Did it take an odd bounce? Oh, it sort of went underneath the bat. A little bit closer up there. She comes forward and then tries to play it, but it goes underneath the bat through to the wicketkeeper.
So previous delivery went away and that one came back in.
That's why she's looking accusingly at it. So that's the end of the over. Sparks 72 for 1. Jones on 31. Perrin on 15.
Yes.
And, I was just looking. Where's the overs? 12 overs gone. So we've gone. Well, we've missed the end of the power play. Oh, what were we thinking? Too busy talking about cricket tees and things.
Yeah, no. Anderson's bowling there at the end, but those last two deliveries in particular were absolutely superb.
Oh, but do you think she might have picked that up as a trick
from the 100?
Yeah, from the new coaches for London Spirit, potentially.
You never know.
Change of bowling.
We have indeed. We've got Sophia Smell with the ball in hand. Spinner who made a name for herself. Was it last year or the year before in the 100? Because it's all blurring into one.
Yeah, it's all. Yes, well, because she has played a couple of seasons, several seasons with Oval Invincibles, hasn't she? They were quite stable in their drafting, other than bringing in Amanda J. Wellington, who's we're missing today. Sorry, not here, AJ.
She's in for a second delivery. Parent smashes it square, but fielder stops it. They've just come through for a single.
And a bit of relay field in there, and a bit crunchy getting back up. Who's that? Is that Captain Fantastic out there?
No, it
took
could
a
be
long
Chloe
time getting back up.
Skelton.
Long time getting back up. Looking at the numbers. She got back up in instalments anyway on the rope.
It looks to me like it could be. It is Chloe Skelton. There we go.
Chloe Skelton. We've got the window frame is right in the wrong place here to see that play.
Smell to Eve Jones, Sparks captain, prods it backwards. Fielder will pick up cleanly, no run.
Lauren Filer there,
Yeah,
fielding.
She really took to the 100, didn't she? And really,
oh, she embraces it. She's and that whenever she gets that wicket, she does that big gore. Gives it what for? She gets that wicket.
Should just be one run to take.
And Oval Invincibles also, not only they've been consistent with their players, but they've also been, consistently in finals as well, haven't they? So, the eliminator.
Right-hander on strike. Battle of the youngsters. Guided backwards, fielder will pick up cleanly.
Nice pick up there.
Lovely pick up from the fielder, Anderson.
Yeah. Former Central Sparks.
Yeah, it must be so weird for her and Izzy Wong, because they obviously started the season with Central Sparks, played them for many years, and won't get to kind of end with them.
Yeah. There's got to be lots of ends and beginnings, isn't there?
And that brings the end of the over, talking about endings. Sparks 74 for 1, Jones on 32, Perrin on 16, 13 overs gone. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's going to be obviously like a new beginning in terms of this new kind of county professional chapter from next season. But it must be pretty, strange to have started with Sparks at the start of the season to then go out on loan and think, oh, it is a loan spell, so I'll return back to my original squad, and then actually.
It depends on whether you're happily swapped, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, but I guess they haven't had that kind of like their last outing in a Sparks shirt.
Yes, it might
by
feel
choice.
A bit, yes, it might feel a bit odd. Anderson around the wicket, Eve Jones charging her and just flicking that into the leg side. There is a fielder there. And just get the one more to total. Sparks 75 for 1.
But yeah, perhaps as you say, maybe it's a happy thing to end their regional competition in a Western Storm shirt instead.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit like finishing a job, isn't it? If you don't get your leaving due and you start somewhere else and all the rest of it, I suppose it's similar emotions to that. But it depends on where you see your future and whether you're on your way, I suppose. It's a little waft at that one. There was a great ball there from Ellie Anderson, who's getting a line here, and obviously looks a little bit happier, like she's bowling at right arm over to a right-handed batter. Just beats the outside edge there of Perrin.
Yeah, we haven't had confirmation of where Wong's going yet, have we? In terms of the...
No, I mean there's going to be all sorts of negotiations going on with players and agents, where folks are going, no doubt. Oh, down the leg side, that's going to be a wide, and it is. Yep. Another one's the total. Yeah, there must be lots of discussions, as there are for all the backroom staff who are waiting to hear if they've got jobs or not jobs, or So tricky times for lots of the folks involved, and even for us, because we're not sure whether we're going to be needed next year. And how that goes.
Thinking of that, actually,
as Ed's laughing. I don't know why he's laughing. As Anderson comes into Perrin, and that lovely stop there, short mid wicket, great stop by Captain Fantastic there. Just the one to the total, 76 for 1. I'm gonna get another view of that with the Reaper. Was reaching quite a wide ball there. It was a great stop, which you expect of the captain. She's looking at her hand. This is one of those Tom and Jerry throbbing hands, I think there. Anderson right arm around this time to the left-handed Eve Jones, who can't play that and just nurdles it down onto the floor. There is no run. 77 for 1.
Yeah, because as we are at Somerset, they are hiring, obviously, for a marketing person.
Oh yeah.
I've forgotten the job title, but marketing person.
Social media.
I will find it
Media.
officially shortly.
Oh, right, okay.
But with a focus on the women's game.
Oh, right.
It looks like a really exciting job role. So if that is an area of interest, perhaps have a look on the Somerset website.
Yeah, keep those eyes open, and that's played around. There's a bit of in the way there. How's Gabby going to interpret that? I thought it had gone backwards to the wicket-keeper then. It got clacked up into the air, very fizzy, and I don't know which direction it was going in. That Ray thought it was coming towards her, and then it drops in a gap, but Ellie Anderson and Davina Perrin practising for Strictly Come Dancing there. I don't think there was a chance that she could actually get to that. I'm going to have another look at that. I don't think she'd have got to it, but it was messy. As that thumps the pads of Eve Jones.
Yeah, it was a complete accident as well. There was no malice or anything between those two.
The end of the over. And the Sparks are 77 for 1. Jones on 33, Perrin on 17. We are 14 overs in. Lots of spectators there. Look, they've got any picnics, have you seen anything yet, Hannah? There's a lot of people down
Sophie
there.
Love's mum.
Sophie Love. Selena, yes. Let's see Sophie.
She normally sits where the sun is, so...
Yeah. They're in a nice little shaded bit there.
Anyone else?
It's a nice place to sit down there, and with their backs against the prevailing wind. I think.
Back to the cricket here. Mel comes in. Perrin politely hits it straight back to her.
Politely, I like that.
It was very gentle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very respectfully done. Mel looks to try and make something happen for Western Storm. Again, defensive from Perrin. 2 dot balls.
It's great to see those spectators. They're all bunched together there. We can't, and they've got the sort of far side closed off.
Again, defended back straight to the bowler. 3 dot deliveries from Smell so far.
If I sit forward, yes. So underneath us, what we can't see.
Oh yeah, there's people in boxes below.
Lots of people in the boxes. There's people in all the seats. The ones on the far side are closed off.
Always hit backwards. I think it came like under the bat. They get through for a single.
So yeah, good amount of spectators in, which is great. Should be a good game.
Left-hander on strike. Captain Eve Jones hits it back to the bowler. Fielder will do the sweeping behind.
Straight underneath the Sophia Smile there.
Again, another very athletic player. Very busy. Always looks to make things happen. Swapping the fielders round here.
She got 3 for Old Trafford and that win that they had against Thunder.
Is that Wongi she's sending out in the deep there? I think it could be. Let's have a look what she's going to do. Eve Jones will come free for the single. Which brings the end of the over. Sparks 78 for 1. Jones on 34 and Perrin on 18. So I was a bit quicker than the scoreboard, so It was 79, not 78. So 79 for 1. And I think, is Ed Seaborn coming in?
He's going to come back. I'll speak to you later.
Perfect. So I'll see you later. Claire Jenkins, thank you so much. A wonderful former Somerset, the West player. Don't know if you could hear it in the background there, but she said technically she is Western Storm. Which I will remind your colleagues at Central Sparks that you said that, because joint loyalties. As Anderson continues her spell, it's hit aerially over the top of the inner ring. They're looking to come for 2, but Eve Jones wants it. She's raced through and in the end makes it safely. Welcome back, Ed.
Thank you.
Oh, that sounded a bit painful.
It was. I didn't notice the rather protruding piece of metalwork on this chair, and I've banged my shin on it.
Ouch.
I'll be submitting the claim later.
You don't get told about shin pads, do you?
No, exactly.
There's Anderson. Her second delivery comes in. Dot ball.
Well, you just never know. I mean, commentary is a dangerous pastime. I had tea spilt all over me yesterday.
Did you?
It was cold tea, but
Shame.
still.
I'm joking, I'm joking.
God,
I've missed you.
is that revenge for me bringing up your umpiring story from earlier on?
Yes, I thought it was a bit harsh, really.
Well, I didn't say it was you until now.
I'm always polite to umpires, thank you. I once got asked if I wanted to go for fish and chips with an umpire once.
And you said no, impolitely.
I did say no. I was going to say something else, but then it would sound really problematic, so we'll leave that story there.
Okay, but this confrontation with the umpire was resolved by you saying sorry for the fact I was right.
Yes, I did say sorry for the fact I was right, and I did get a wicket next ball. Channeled the anger. So Anderson comes in, a fuller delivery. Somehow Eve Jones sees that one out. It looked like it was going to sneak under her bat then. Let's have a look on the replay. Completely missed it. Oh no, she did hit it, so she hit it straight onto her ankle. It's a good job we've got that second viewing ability here. A brilliant setup at Somerset.
It's been an interesting few overs from Anderson, hasn't it? Because she's passed the bat, or, well, in that instance, just caught the inside edge a few times.
See what she brings with this delivery. A bit of a wide delivery. It will be signalled wide, outside of the blue lines.
Right. Outside of the blue lines.
See, this was my issue. So it's club cricket, it's club umpires, you know, somebody's got to step in onto the pitch.
You're lucky you had blue lines at all.
Well, this is the thing. There were blue lines. So I bowled my first ball. Thought, yeah, nice ball that. And he signalled it wide. And I was I looked at him and I was like, how was that wide? It was just an instant reaction because I was just fuming because it was way within inside the blue line, on the offside, coming in, nipping back in. As Anderson comes in. Dot ball, an excellent delivery.
So what it sounds like is it was within the blue lines, but it was nipping back in. So what it sounds like to me was when it passed the batter that it was
wide. No. It was
it became.
It was not wide at all.
It looked like it was a fair delivery.
I'm not having this. No, it was an absolutely fair delivery, and he called it wide, and I had a few words, and other people on my team also had a few words, just to clarify. But I did apologise afterwards because I don't do that.
Except you did.
Anderson to Jones. Beats it in a ring. We'll get one. She's looking for that second one again. And we'll make it nice and easy. So 2 runs scored on that final delivery of Anderson's over. Sparks 84 for 1. Jones moves on to 38 and Perrin on 18. 16 overs gone. But yes, I just need to defend myself here. Because I was polite.
Okay,
yeah, I was polite.
I was going to move on, but okay,
no,
we're
fully
back
triggered
on this
me.
now.
I was very polite to the umpire. It was just an instant kind of like, that's not wide, because, you know, when you bowl a good ball and then it gets called wide, you're like, excuse me? What's going on here? And then I was so angry I got a wicket in the next ball. Bowled, because, you know, channel that aggression.
So the excuse me before then, dissenting,
but but hold on a second, right?
That was enough, was it?
You got to see from my perspective, though, when a team...
I've seen it from the umpire's perspective.
Yeah,
really.
But when a team... When wides beats the batter's scores, there's something going on there.
Smale continuing.
And that's the glory of club cricket, though, right? We'll move back on to the professionals now.
Yes. Well, I think it's good to have a bit of club cricket in. Smale providing some control here in this situation for Storm when they could have done with it. You'd have hoped, if you were Storm, that the ability to put a few fielders back might help. Of course, they did get that wicket of Campbell, but as partnership building, trying to force the pace and off the mid-on fielder. An alert running from Perrin, who's quick between the sticks. Coming through for the single. We're talking about appointments, actually.
Appointments,
Going back
yes.
to that, did you see that? And of course, when we move on to the setup next year, Somerset being the Tier 1 county in the West Country, is shimmying down the pitch, Jones, but doesn't go right over the top. But of course, Somerset are the West Country's county still, and the Tier 2 sides around Somerset will feed into Somerset in a way which I think still has yet to be completely decided, but that's the bare bones of it.
Well,
It's delicately played by Perrin, but not quite enough pace to use to get more than a single.
I had a really interesting chat actually with Mark Garraway, who I think is like head of cricket at Millfield, right? So I've been doing some bit of research into the history of Somerset women, etc., and his name popped up as part of the academy coaching staff for when the first female player to be on a pathway. I'll come back to it after this delivery.
Off the gloves of Wraith, it will be wided, but nothing more than the one.
So there was a player called Clean Ashby, who was the first female player as part of one of the ECB's academies. So with the boys, so I think most people would think, first female player to play with the boys in terms of kind of pathways academies would have been Anya Shrubsole. But there was a player before her who was slightly older as well. So anyway, so I was speaking to Mark Garraway, and he mentioned that the Somerset kind of pathway for the boys as well was meant to be and originated as part of, we're Somerset, but we are cricket for the whole of the Southwest. We're the go-to team, we're the pinnacle, whatever it may be, but we want to invest in all of the kind of areas around, which I thought was really lovely and links also to what Western Storm is, I guess. So hopefully Somerset, from a women's perspective, in terms of being the professional team in this region, hopefully they can also kind of channel that, and we'll have that, it's not just about Somerset, there is a impact beyond.
Yeah, and I think that's the idea of, the setup next year will have the names of the existing counties, but I think the idea is that a lot of the sentiments remain the same from the regions.
And she's bowled Anderson with the wicket of Perrin. A beautiful delivery. We'll see it on the replay here. A much needed breakthrough for Western Storm. We'll see it here. Anderson comes in. A lovely delivery. Swinging in off stump and middle. Bell's gone. Unfortunately, the 17-year-old has to depart on her 50th appearance for Central Sparks.
I think what Anderson has done really well in this spell, when she's got her lines right, her length, you see that there, it's just nipping the top of the stumps, and really that's the length that is going to work on this, and very little else has. If it's been just that bit fuller drive with freedom, I haven't seen too much shorter than that, but you've got the area to work with between about the top of off and maybe just a little bit higher than that, but not much, and that's the length that you've got to hit. And all the deliveries I think that Anderson has beaten the back with have basically come from that sort of length, and beautifully bowled there, coming back in I think through the air to start with, but maybe just doing a little bit off the surface as well, and right through the gate. It's a really hard delivery for a right-hander, because especially in white ball cricket where you're looking to leave yourself quite open, your front shoulders left open, you're trying to clear room for yourself to access those bigger shots, and if you can get one just to come back like that, there's real difficulty in playing it, and that's a huge wicket for Western Storm, the way that Perrin was looking, but it brings Freeborn to the crease, who has recent happy memories of this ground.
She does indeed, and she'll see off her first ball. No run. Sparks 88-42 at this stage of the game.
Part of Knights Conquerors.
Indeed.
Abby Freeborn.
Didn't have to do too much work in the 100.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, it wasn't
no,
a bad
no,
fit.
you're
She
right.
didn't-
I know
she
what you
didn't have to
mean.
do too much, you know,
I know what you mean.
she featured, but she wasn't called upon as regularly as perhaps when she's featured in other teams, as Anderson to Freeborn. Again, puts it down. Yeah, no, I know Abby Freeborn very well, actually. I used to work with her back at Lightning and uni, etc. She is a wonderful person. So that was, no
I know.
slating at
She
all.
wasn't. I know what you mean. She wasn't keeping either, was she?
Yeah,
Georgia Redmayne was behind the stumps.
But this is the thing, so talking to some of the players, they were saying in terms of kind of the standards of the 100 have dramatically increased compared to that kind of first year as well. So Anderson to Freeborn, swipes it to the fielder. They'll get free for a single.
She will
Gets
like
off
it
the
there.
mark.
Freeborn, a strong puller of the ball and likes to target that leg side.
But you've got to think as well the players who kind of featured in those first couple editions who didn't get selected this time round, and the players who were kind of selected and having like more, key roles, aren't having as much key roles to play now, I guess, because that kind of quality is increasing. Anderson to Eve Jones, been here from the start, swipes it away. It's going to race away for another boundary. She moves on to 43. Captain's knock building here at Taunton.
Made a loud noise off the bat. It was short, it was wide, and she's fetched it over to the leg side from outside off, but she could do that because she had the time, and that's where you just stray a bit short of that length and getting hold of it. Jones, and there's a deep square, but there's nobody at deep mid wicket.
Gonna do that one again. If it don't feel right, don't do it. So dead ball.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure whether that was just a run-up issue or whether there was something going on. Like Gabby Brown and Abby Freeborn were having a laugh about something, but I just resumed their conversation from earlier.
Anderson to Jones. No run. End of her over. Sparks 93 for 2. Jones on 43. Freeborn's got off the mark on 1. 18 overs gone. Excellent from Anderson. Wicket ... 14 ... Not too shabby at all.
No, 4 overs, 1 for 20. Should be annoyed about that short ball, but then overall, figures looking decent, and Smale 3 overs for 8. This has been the kind of period that Storm needed as Sparks were... Oh no, I was about to say it.
Oh, go on. What are you going to
I
say?
was about to say Sparks were flying along. Oh no. And
This is a problem. When you, it's
yeah,
when you sit here, all of a
just-
sudden cliches come into your
can't-
head.
Well, no, it was just because of the hashtag as well. But anyway, have a look at the speeds in that over, by the way, which is brought to you by Eurolay, who have provided the speed guns for this one. As Smale is furiously waving at Ellie Anderson, who was probably just thinking about having finished off her over at short third, and Smale ordering her to go a bit finer. But yeah, I was going to mention, when we were talking about appointments before, I don't know if you've seen this, but for Gloucestershire next season, the new head of talent pathways, so that is swept behind square by Freeborn, should be cut off, and is, and in fact even better than that from Skelton. She's kept them to a single, but that is fantastic news for the region, and as I say, it's still got regional elements next year, even though the team will be Somerset in terms of the fully professional side. But in terms of somebody to lead what will be a significant feeder area, at least for the foreseeable, that is a magnificent bit of news. Her results speak for herself, and she will be leading the search, I guess, or the nurturing of the next generation of, certainly to start with, Gloucestershire women's cricketers, but also Somerset women's cricketers. Great to see the counties getting these people in place. Lovely piece of bowling from Smale past the edge there. Nice flight.
No, 100%, because that's what I was trying to kind of like articulate with the Mark Garraway, like the comments about, you know, the men's side of the game. That's how it kind of did start in terms of thinking the academy programs, etc., was about building into a Somerset team, but looking further afield and working with colleagues from, you know, your Devons, your Cornwalls, your Gloucester. You know, I guess Gloucester's slightly different in terms of the men's game, but working together to try and just get the best cricketers the best opportunities, rather than just being, you have to have a Somerset postcode. You know, it was looking at inspiring the Southwest. And that's something that I think Somerset are particularly trying to do beyond that as well.
So 3 from the over, another cheap one, and Smale, again, we get a look at those speeds. She's taking a bit of pace off, actually, and there's not a huge amount of turn out there at all, but just in this situation, especially after having taken a wicket, she's kind of tempting either Jones to take a risk, and she knows what, I mean, so often, as she's used to it by now, what a high price there is on Eve Jones's wicket. This is nothing new to her. But does Abby Freeborn take the risk? She's just getting used to things. They don't want to start losing wickets, Central Sparks, but you know, what sort of a, already after 19 overs, what sort of a score will they have in mind? And Smale can kind of, you know, for a while anyway, tempt them into something that maybe either they don't want to go for, or force them at least to force the pace against her and take risks to score runs.
Will be Freeborn facing Anderson, finds the gap, absolutely pierces it. Another boundary to the Central Sparks tally. Should also bring up the 100s. Is it?
Yep, I think so.
Perfect, there we go.
Unfortunately, that really was the one thing that Ellie Anderson could not do with this field. She had a bit of protection for the shorter ball with deep square out, but there was nobody out on the offside apart from deep third, so pretty much any length outside the off stump, and we've seen already, but that was actually more of a powerful shot from Freeborn, but really with that field up on the offside, you've just got to time it into the gap and it will go.
Well, wide delivery, excellent stop from Nat Rafe behind there. Saved some crucial extras for sure. It could have been another 5 wide situation. Brilliant grab. She's really come into her role now as well, hasn't she? She's improved season by season, and she's somebody from the Gloucestershire pathway as well. She got involved through, I think, the Lady Taverners, Lord Taverners, etc. A school competition, then got involved in club cricket, then got put on the pathway under Lisa Paget, who is of course the regional director here. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, it's kind of been like that, hasn't it, from Anderson? There's been the occasional drift in line, but then she seems to have got just a bit more out of this surface. I know it's again, I think there it's because of the length, but she's got a bit more movement, maybe just at that. She's not slow, but just at that slightly lesser pace than Filer and Wong, just giving it a bit more of a chance to do something.
A bit more time in the air. Completely missed again. You can see how close she's getting. We'll see it on the replay. One stump away.
That really did draw into the shot, didn't it? I mean, it's actually even the previous delivery just a little bit of seam away, I thought. And doesn't have to do a huge amount, but if there's just enough there as a seam bowler, it causes lots of problems.
Certainly bringing the excitement here in Taunton as she comes in once again. Wide delivery. I think Freeborn got something on it. We'll soon find out. Pretty sure it came off the bats. Did indeed. Single taken. Sparks 102 for 2.
Wonder about someone like Alex Griffiths on this surface. She's had a fantastic season with the ball. Come on and taking some crucial wickets.
She was looking excellent in her warm-up as well, bowling really nicely, so hopefully we can write that into today's script. Anderson to Jones, the left-hander. No run.
Yeah, there's still some pace on offer from the Sparks side of things to come later on. Excited to see young Hannah Hardwick have a go, and, well, have a go.
This is not club cricket now, Ed.
Sorry, that did sound a bit. That did sound a bit club crickety, didn't it? Sorry about that.
Very village. No.
Yeah, dear me. Anyway,
You've even put off the bowler Anderson there. Like, she's refused to run because she just heard your nonsense. No, joking.
You think so? Yeah. Well, it's just she's done that a couple of times, and I assume that it is because of just losing the run, but.
Yeah, she keeps looking down at her mark, doesn't she?
Movement out in the field as well, but I don't think that was what was putting her off.
The straight delivery is pulled backwards. There is a fielder out there. Keeps it to 1. Chloe Skelton doing the work out there. End of the over. Another excellent one from Anderson. Sparks 103 for 2. Jones on 45 and Freeborn on 8. 20 overs gone.
Yeah, Grace Potts will come in with some height and a bit of pace as well, which, you know, be in terms of a comparison with how Storm's quicker bowlers go, that could be one area, but also possibly a point of difference without Wellington today being the leggy Hannah Baker. Always exciting to watch her bowl. Spin now with Smale continuing into her 5th over. We haven't seen the big celebration yet that Claire Jenkins was talking about earlier. I did have a look back to try and remind myself of which game it was. There was one wicket celebration in the 100, so I didn't manage to get to watch anything like every game of it. But I was genuinely scared sitting on my chair at home.
What, the fist bump?
Yeah, well, it was the angry roar as well. It's a bit of smart work off her own bowling there. But it was in the London Derby, which the edition of it at the Oval this year. And things had just got a little bit away from the Invincibles. They ended up winning the game, but from 47 for 7, it was a big recovery from Deepti Sharma, who had an extraordinary tournament. Another former Western Storm player, of course, as part of that London Spirit side. We'll keep getting them in. Trying to give yourself some room there, Jones, but Smale is bowling so tightly here. But yeah, from 47 for 7, then up to 103 for 8, Eva Gray and Deepti Sharma together. Things had started to get a little bit ragged in the field, a couple of missed fields. Smale will knock it down, and they are going to come through for a single here. Freeborn was a bit hesitant, but it's even just that single there, Smale furious that she was either impeded or that she just couldn't quite get there, because it spoiled what could have been a maiden over. But fantastic figures, 5 overs for 12.
She was still doing, literally still doing arms with the, you know, the raised hands. She was in my way, kind of, you know.
But no, it was when Smale broke that partnership, got rid of Gray, it was, you know, just like hands out to the side and something like that anyway.
Is that on the live stream?
Yeah, it was. Tony just realised that as I leant back, you were in the way of the monitor. But there we go. I did worry that might happen.
Anderson continues. Another good delivery. Yeah, so everyone at home now has just seen you.
Well, it's not nothing like the original, but
I was going to say, I wonder if somebody could get your face next to the original and see how close you are, because I'll be definitely intrigued to see that.
I'm sure somebody would have got a picture of it.
Yeah,
down at the Oval. I mean, it would been plenty of coverage of it. I'm sure somebody would have a picture at the right time.
Anderson comes in again. It's swiped out in the deep boundary. Rider can't quite get there. And that brings up Eve Jones' 50. Captain's knock here at Taunton. A brilliant innings so far. It's looked very cool, composed, very in control. He's been finding the boundaries regularly.
77 deliveries. That was her 8th 4 to bring it up.
Again, Anderson struggles with her run up here.
It's quite a long, relatively long spell for a 50 over game. 6 overs for a seam bowler. You tend to maybe see 5 or 6 up front, but after that, it's slightly less usual to see 6 in a row during the middle overs.
Yeah, she's been bowling superbly though, hasn't she? She's been putting the pressure on. It's just as mentioned, how much do you kind of want to save her for later on in the innings?
Yeah, it's funny, I don't mean this in any sort of a bad way at all, but it felt a bit quicker, Eve Jones' 50 than that somehow. I guess it's just because of the start that she got off to.
I completely agree with you, because when I saw 77 I thought, really? Because she, yeah, like you said, she's been finding the boundaries pretty early. So, yeah.
I think it's the effect of Smale. 5 overs for 12, having faced quite a bit of that. And because in terms of the way that Smale's gone about it, it's been quite unfussy.
Yeah.
It's been line length, it hasn't exactly been turning all over the place, but you know, that period of the game has just sort of snuck by a little bit.
Anderson pins Jones, can't get it away. Luffy picks up in the field.
Would you like to know what is going on elsewhere? Because there's something quite satisfying at the moment.
Go on then.
All 4 scores are in the 100 and whatevers. The 100 and between noughts and tens.
Oh.
100 and noughts.
Shorter delivery, pulled backwards. They'll get away for a single.
And all, in roughly speaking, the same sort of time as you'd expect. They all start at the same time. This one's actually a little bit slower than the other 3, but I guess there probably haven't been many where you've had 2 seam bowlers the length of runs of Wong and of Filer. Diamonds 109 for 4, approaching the halfway stage against the Sunrisers. Maddie Villiers has taken 3 wickets, 3 for 26 from her 7 overs, including a key wicket of Holly Armitage, who made 11, got that 100 against the Western Storm at Cheltenham. The Blaze at the halfway stage, 105 for 3 against the Vipers, but Georgie Boyce retired hurt there. Smale continuing. Jones will get off strike that time. Just a backward points left.
She hasn't had much of a season really, actually, because she's suffered with injury.
Yeah.
Boyce. And if you look very quickly, it doesn't look like it just says Bryce.
Yes,
I was
exactly.
like, there's a
Well,
third Bryce?
it's always been that way, hasn't it? Boyce, Bryce and Bryce.
Yeah. If you look too quick, it does look like just a trio of Bryces, but there is no hidden one.
Georgia Elvis, 4 overs, 1 for 9. Tidy. Orla Prendergast, of course, playing for the Blaze. Signed for the back end of this season. Still would rank that Prendergast 100 at Cardiff last year as one of my favourite Storm innings. I'll certainly have to pick a Sophie Luff one eventually when we do our nostalgia look back in what, a couple of weeks' time.
I know, I'm rather annoyed actually, because my brother-in-law's getting married on the 7th.
What, can you not get him to change the date?
And do you know what the worst thing is? It's like a late wedding as well. It's like a 4:30 start.
Right.
So I was like, oh, I could do some commentary before, but no, I cannot be here to witness, unfortunately. I'd be a very bad sister-in-law if I did that.
So the other score I did not mention, that Thunder 111 for 2, just past the halfway stage against the Southeast Stars. Fee Morris, 36 off 34. That's hit firmly. Should be cut off out at deep point, though it is. And is that another over complete? It is, without a boundary. It's the one quicker delivery in that over, but still mostly living in the mid-40s, so Smale happy to give it some air, happy to give it some time to do its thing. And it looks as though we'll be getting spin on the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end as well. Is it time for Claire Jenkins? You're looking poised and ready. You're feeling poised?
Change of bowling at the Marcus
I think so.
Pavilion end.
Yeah.
Number 20, Chloe Skelton.
Thank you, Hannah. Very smoothly done. Hopefully Claire's entry will be a little smoother than mine. With that bit of metal on the side of the chair that I just forgot about. So Skelton with her off breaks. Into the pitch, yeah. The call. Through for a single first ball, so. Off Nelson as well.
Ah, this is good. Off Nelson.
Usually, actually, I do tend to have
Ed shinned himself as he got
crossed legs up in the box, so I usually do have one leg off the floor anyway,
Oh, well,
but it's
so
nothing to do with superstition.
Have you missed me?
Always.
Skelton, is this you?
Well, I think I sort
Carry
of
on,
started,
there.
hadn't I? Swept round the corner, and nothing's going to stop that except
right.
well, I was going to say the advertising boards, but the bit of concrete in front of them. And 4 runs. Skelton spearing it down the leg side from round the wicket, and Eve Jones is not going to miss out on that on 52. I suppose you'll have seen rather a lot of Eve Jones 50s and 100s.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen her about. I think she's somebody who suits the longer format. I think she likes to kind of get into an innings and things. So yeah, you said about Orla Prendergast. She's playing for the Blaze, but Ireland, of course, are playing England, so she won't play all 4 games for the Blaze.
Cut away, but finding Wong patrolling that offside boundary.
And you mentioned that century that Orla Prendergast got at Safari Gardens. That was amazing to watch. She just had her eye in that day, didn't she? And just sent the ball to all corners of the stadium.
Yeah, I forget who it was off, but there was, it might even have been, no, it wasn't Kate Cross, was it? I think it was one of the seamers, though. Huge 6 over the leg side towards that. And I never remember its name, the massive stand with the daffodil.
The daffodil
You know the one
stand.
I mean when
Yeah,
I say
do,
that,
yeah.
yeah. Bit of bounce there from Skelton. She does get that bounce. Kind of a hallmark, not a huge turner of the ball, but
She
does
she
get
likes
that
bowling
bounce.
against Central Sparks, doesn't she? Because she got that 3 for 8, an economy of 1.6 off 5 overs in the last game.
she doesn't mind batting against Central Sparks either. I was thinking about that earlier in terms of previous meetings between these two. That game 2 seasons back now, I think, at Bristol.
Okay.
It's a late dab behind square on the offside and ends Skelton's first over, 7 runs from it, approaching the halfway stage, 118 for 2. But it was that game, it was played on a pretty slow Bristol surface. Sparks hadn't got a huge score, but Storm found themselves in absolute dire straits in reply. And about 70 odd for 8, something like that. And Lauren Filer came out, scored a half century. Chloe Skelton
As
for
those,
number 11.
those tall fast bowlers do.
Late 30s, not out, and denied Central Sparks the bonus point, which at that stage was actually quite important. So there have been other sides
mean.
looking on and quite happy about that.
Smale left arm around to Abby Freeborn, who plays that straight to the fielder at short cover, Fran Wilson, and there is no run. Yes, some of those games stick in more than others, don't they? Smale again. Freeborn tries to sweep that one. Not really got much of it, but they get through for a single. Nevertheless, moves on to 119 for 2. Sparks putting to bat after Western Storm won the toss.
In fact, I undersold it. It was 67 for 8.
Wow.
In that game. Sparks ended up winning by 22, but from 67 for 8 chasing 207.
And a denial of the bonus point.
Yeah.
That's probably Eve Jones. He swipes at that one, straight past Gabby Brown at point. And get through for a single.
Because I do remember when Lauren Philo made her test debut at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
And I was listening to TMS, and TMS was saying, "Do we know much about Lauren Philo's
yeah,
batting?"
And
so I
thinking,
thought,
wait for this.
I'm just going to send that in
Yeah.
from that situation. She can bat.
Yeah. It's played to point, but the field is very deep there, coming off the rope. And they get through for a single and go on to the total. 121 for 2. Central Sparks. Jones on 58, Freeborn on 12. Yeah, Fowler can bat, and also they got the crowd got really behind her at Trent Bridge. They were clapping when she was bowling, and she was the surprise element because Australia could not have had very much research on what Fowler was going to bowl to them. It's played through the stripe of point, and they get through for a single and go on to total 123 for 2. Central Sparks. Abby Freeborn to face Sophia Smale. Played through cover point, extra cover if you like. That's 4 runs to the total. Easy pickings there. Bit of a wide ball, bit of a loosener there. Played very efficiently through cover point there for 4 more runs. And Sparks are only scored 126 for 2, and that's the halfway stage. So we've got drinks already.
We have. Well, we have.
Well, no, we haven't. But you know, theoretically, the players have.
Players have, yeah.
Players and officials.
Of course, I was going to mention we've got.
Somebody remembers the umpire's drinks because often they don't. Go on.
No, that is true actually. Yeah, they don't. And you know, is the squash going to be mixed properly as well? You know, is it got to the right? You've got to have the right degrees, bricks.
Oh, I don't know.
You know,
but I remember some that
content.
were like hardly any, and then others where you feel like you've got hairs on your throat as it's going down so thickly because someone says, "Oh, I didn't know how much to put in." You're like,
exactly.
No, clearly you didn't know how much to put in.
Yeah, there's that way
like
around. I think weak squash is worse than strong squash, though.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh no, there's nothing worse than that. Just that tiny amount of it.
Lemon.
Watery taste is horrible. Anyway, we were speaking about Test cricket. I was going to mention, of course, we've got the women's Test between England and South Africa coming up this winter. So
that's right. This is December time. It's quite late December.
Yeah, I was just having a look at the date exactly. It's December the 15th. So
it's very late.
Some Christmas time.
Yeah.
Watching. So we'll have the WBBL. That gets you through the sort of first little bit
and
of.
if anybody would like
once the
three commentators,
because it's a long. Oh, all right. Well,
we'll go.
This is your second
plug of we'd like some work.
Yeah. But anyway, you know that you just after a long season, you kind of need a bit of a break, and the WBBL just comes in at exactly the right time, just when you started to think, I wish I could have some cricket again.
Yeah, November, December.
Then you've got the men's Big Bash starts after that, so that gets you through your Christmas holidays with your relatives. But this will get you through Christmas shopping. This tour of South Africa for England's women.
Because the beauty of the games in Australia in the evening means it's like breakfast time. It's perfect, like over breakfast watching.
Yeah,
Big
it's great. It gives you something to get out of bed in the morning with.
Or not, or just watching bed, whatever.
Well, or that, that is true. And then then you pass Christmas and WPL. Is getting going before you know it.
There'll be other series because let's think. India have got Australia, haven't they? And then this test, England are in South Africa, and then it will be England. Is it the Ashes in Australia after Christmas?
That would be the
I got that
next
right. Yeah, that's right.
winter.
Lots going on, and the Under-19 World Cup in Malaysia in the new year. So it'll be fascinating to see the teams, or all the teams that go to that, and all the players, because it made a big impact. Talking about Ellie Anderson, she played in the Under-19 World Cup, and her parents, and lots of the parents, went out to South Africa. There was a whole team of parents, and they had a well of a time, but so did the players, but learnt so much.
Yeah, I was actually talking at
Amazing.
Cheltenham, and it wasn't the Under-19 World Cup, it was the Under-19 tour out to Sri Lanka.
Oh yes.
In this past winter, I was talking to Katie Jones.
Oh yes.
During that as part of the Hub, which is a feature of the Cheltenham Festival, just a marquee which lunch in that instance as Skelton resumes past the drinks break with a single cut out to deep cover, so back underway straight away, Eve Jones, in terms of the scoring. But yeah, just talking about the experience of going to somewhere like Sri Lanka and the different environments, different places, and
touring.
So much to learn, and playing in different conditions. I sort of felt a bit bad really, because you had Katie Jones, Emily Geach was there as well. It was terrific to talk to both of them, and you kind of throwing out, just went on tour to Sri Lanka last winter, with Katie Jones, and
they take it for. I mean,
Emily Geach is probably still sitting there thinking, yeah, well, that would be nice.
It's great that they take it in their stride, because you kind of, you want them to do that. You don't want them to be overawed by those situations. There was a double. You don't want them to be overawed, but on the other hand, you also want to have them appreciation of this didn't always happen. People don't always get this opportunity, which is brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of talking a bit about this earlier as well, isn't it? And it's tricky when things are accelerating so quickly and people are coming through with everything already in place now, even if it's still got ways to grow, places to go. Quick single taken here. There'll be a shy at the non-striker's end, but Eve Jones was running hard from the off. And it's how do you balance up we want everything to move forward, and we want to have the sense of everything moving forward and growing, because that's how it does grow. It needs that momentum behind it. Nicely driven and past Filer, who got a fingertip to it but couldn't slow it down. And another typically pugnacious drive from Abby Freeborn finds the boundary.
Got a hand on it.
But at the same time,
you
want especially when what sacrifices were made. You saw it all firsthand, and you know what came before, and you sort of, there must be a part of you and even some of the senior players now that sort of stand there and think, well, you've got it easy, haven't you?
Yeah.
And actually, you want that to be acknowledged as well.
It's getting a balance, isn't it? That's sent through the point region, and they're going to get for a single. It goes underneath the fielder at point. They get a single. You're right. It's that balance, though, isn't it? Because I was talking at the Charlotte Edwards Cup final. I found myself stood next to Joe Chamberlain, who was the hero of the World Cup win at Lords in '93, and saying, what's it like to watch this now? And I think they just appreciate it's a different era, Or talking with Kathy Cross, who was the first female umpire to do the international stuff, really, in the modern era, as it were. And she just said it's a different time, She's, that's another dot ball. It's, it's their time, as it were. Because I said, what's it like to, to see the, we're probably going to have a World Cup with all female officials, which would be brilliant, umpires and match referees, which is just, it's not that long we've had that. It's another dot ball. So yes, talking with Kathy Cross now about the sort of successes and the players. Smale comes around the wicket to Freeborn. He's on 21. She comes forward and dots that down, and there's no run. Yeah, you think about Sue Redfern, the umpire today. She had 3 part-time jobs and had to take unpaid leave to play for England. And that's, you know, the eras have changed, haven't they, now? That's played straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. It's a spectacular dive, and there is no run from Captain Fantastic Sophie Loft there. That's the end of the over, and that's 27 overs gone. Central Sparks put into bat by Western Storm, 134 for 2. Jones on 62 and Freeborn on 21. Yeah, you want some appreciation of what's gone before, and you want it accelerated, so it's a sort of please appreciate where this has come from and now make the most of the opportunities that are. And also talking with Jo Chamberlain, we were musing, because you get into these conversations about could we have played the players as they are now. There are certain players like Jan Britton or possibly Jo Chamberlain who probably could have played in any era.
Oh, that's a good shot. Out through extra cover. Fielder won't get there round the boundary. And it would have been so easy for Eve Jones just to have slapped that for a single through extra cover, even having picked the length early. But that extra little bit of nous just to time the shot and just put a bit more bat on it, send it in front of square through extra cover, and a great way to start the over. And Storm do have a slight brewing problem about what to do when Smale finishes. It looks as though Sophie Luff has decided that she's just going to keep going with Smale and try and keep that control whilst she can. But there will come a point when she's going to need to go to somebody else. We haven't seen any of Griffiths or Holland yet.
Yeah, you mentioned that
those could be options. Gone out square this time. Jones running the first one hard, but yeah, you're not going to take a second to that arm. Just shown off by Izzy Wong.
God, wish I'd had a throw. Could have been half decent player. Yeah, it's
pretty
plenty of
lengthy
options left,
boundary
isn't
out
there?
there towards that leg side as well.
Yeah, she's got quite a bit to cover there, hasn't she?
But yeah, as you say, there's options. There's still overs left of the opening bowlers. 5 overs left of Filer. Wong's got 4. Could decide to split it as a 2 and a 2 when you go with the first 2 would be the thing. A flight there from Skelton, but Freeborn drives another single.
Presumably there'll be some matchups, won't there, about who they want to bowl against.
Oh yes, matchups.
Yes,
you'll love the matchups now.
Got a mate who doesn't like the word matchup, but it's that.
No,
to
be honest, I'm not a great fan of it either.
But people who the analyst will say you need to bowl left arm round or right arm over or whatever to this particular batter. So let's say Joe Bloggs has got a, against so and so.
Oh, here we go. It's not going to be 10 straight in fact from Smale. They'll save 2 for the back end, and on will come Alex Griffiths from that river end. I just think, I think it's great to have that information, and sometimes you really can pinpoint, if somebody doesn't like facing slow left arm or something like that, then it's great. But if you're not bowling your best bowler or some of your better bowlers because the statistics tells you that this particular type of bowling is what they don't like facing, and I think that's where you can get yourself into a bit of difficulty.
That's the art of the captaincy, isn't it? That's
exactly. It's where statistics, yes, exactly, have to go in with intuition.
Yeah, Freeborn plays that into the leg side, and they get through for an easy single. Yeah, that's where the great captains are shown, isn't it? Really, it's where you've got the data, but your instinct says, hang on a minute, I think this might work. And also, it's not just about the bowling, it's about the field positions as well sometimes, isn't it? So let's put this batter might be put off by having close fielders. And
also, let's say you're the Australian captain and you've got Alana King and Georgia Wareham at your disposal. You've got 2 leg spinners, but actually they're quite different leg spinners. Which one do I need to bowl in this particular situation to this batter? Maybe they like it actually coming on a little bit quicker, so let's take a bit of pace off with King, for example.
Jones. Ooh, straight through. And there is no run.
First time we see the ball beat the bat for a while, but I think this is what Griffiths could
Different
do. We saw
timing,
when,
isn't it?
yeah, just that little bit slower, and when Anderson came on, all of a sudden there was a bit more movement. So now that Griffiths is coming on, even with this older ball, might just see a little bit of that. And she does like bowling against the left-handers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, straight past. Oh, she just leant on that. There's a bit of a chase down the hill, and the ball's won the chase.
Doesn't like seeing shots like that played against her, though.
No.
But that,
yes,
she shouldn't done anything wrong there, really. It's
not really.
not
She just leant on it.
over-pitched.
Straight back past Abby Freeborn, the backing up batter, and down the hill for 4. So another 4 to the total. Central Sparks. 145 for 2. Griffiths in again from the luff end. Jones dobs that down, and there is no run.
Well, I say she likes bowling to the left-handers. Maybe she doesn't. I don't know. But
No,
I think
but
she's
she's
quite
done all
effective
right.
bowling
Yes.
against the
Your
left-handers, I guess,
observation
is
is
what
that-
I was
Yeah.
getting at, yeah.
Your observation is that she does well against the lefties. Griffiths, who was playing for her native Welsh Flyer. She was one of the few...
Welsh Flyer?
Welsh Flyer. As that's played down straight to Sophie Luff, and there is no run. Yeah, she was one of the few Welsh players in the Welsh Fire.
Yeah,
So-
they did seem to shed a couple, didn't they? Welsh
I think
Fire,
there may have been some
when they a
injuries
couple
as
of
well.
years back, when they had that bit of a revamp, and they've
more.
got a terrifically successful side now, and a couple of the Welsh players went, and of course on the men's side, I didn't get a single one.
Good combinations, though, I think, this year, as that's worked backwards of square, and they get through for a single. Sparks heading towards that 150, so 146 for 2. That's the end of the over. 29 overs gone, and Jones. Oh, look, here we go. This is where this is how it's going. It's kind of neat line, isn't it?
It's been
really?
fairly
It's
steady,
very
hasn't it? Ever
steady.
since, I mean, it started off
Even-
flying, then the first wicket of Campbell just slowed it down when it was needed,
We've got
and
some expensive.
yeah, and
high
actually
rises there in the
recently
Manhattan.
it's been fairly steady, but sort of interspersed every other over with a tight one, which was bowled by Smale, so can sort of see most of the overs Smale has bowled if you didn't even know which overs they were. Oh, that's a
an
little
inch of way
untidy.
there.
That's got between two fielders behind square on the offside, and once it beats the inner ring, even though it's a long way out there. And it's not as though we haven't had some rain in the last few days in this part of the world, but the outfield's just so quick, and I think that was a little bit of an instance where two fielders got so close to each other they were a bit hesitant about a collision.
Of course, Eve Jones has got
150 up, by the way.
150. Well done. Excellent. I was just going to give you a stat then.
Please
There's
do.
a dot. So Eve Jones has the highest Rachel Hayhoe Flint score for this season, with her 136 not out in the win at Thunder, Old Trafford. Another dot ball, which I think will have been extra nice because she's sort of started her career at Lancs and Cheshire sort of way. So winning a game for Sparks as captain at Old Trafford, I'm sure, was extra sweet. As Scott comes round, Jones comes forward and dobs that straight to the fielder, and there is no run. 150 for 2, Sparks. That's played out through the covers to Izzy Wong, and they get through for a single. Sparks 151 for 2, Jones on 76, Freeborn on 23. Still the left and the right hander, so we see the field adjust each time there's a change of strike. Freeborn crouches, plays that forward and defensive. That might have been a kadunk actually. There's no one.
Okay, if you say so.
You're looking like you're brewing there, Andy. You've got something you want to share?
Happy
with me?
birthday, John Lewis.
Oh, as in the England
As in
coach?
England.
Not as in
Yes.
never knowingly undersold. the retail
Yes,
outlet.
no, I'm not.
No.
I've not been paid for any promotions here. I promise you. No,
John Murphy's
49 years old today.
Oh, another one for the 50 up then. Next year. Okay. Interesting. Do you want to? Because it's I trod all
I
over
just
your
threw
over
that out
last
there.
one.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Don't worry.
You can have.
Griffiths for her second over. Oh, good Yorker. Just
Great
about
ball.
kept out by Jones, and you can see, even though she's been out there for quite a while, didn't immediately pick up that.
If,
That was have to be-
if I
have to
could
be
change
kept
one
out.
thing, you mentioned I've seen her bat a lot. If I could change one thing about her batting, it would be her body language when she starts to get frustrated, because you can see her arms flopping and her bat flopping.
Driving
Ooh,
firmly, terrific piece of field. She thought that one was through. Eve Jones, there you go. There's another arm flopper. She doesn't get that one through. Great work from Sophia Smale, who is so committed in the field. She's just bowled a
Great.
terrific 8-over spell and back on it in the field. Short extra cover, one of the hot zones.
Ooh, hot zone. Mm.
Tight start to this over, and you know, she, even if she does, it's just like a hangdog expression as she was walking off towards square leg there, but she does know how important her wicket is, and it is important, so it doesn't mean that she's just about to just smack one straight up in the air. She'll still rely on a bit of timing and a bit of placement. I think that one has been flicked fine off the bat. And yeah, I had a feeling that there was a bit of bat on that. Just a little flick round the corner. Slight error in line from Griffiths, and that's all Eve Jones needs. Help
Yes,
it on
no
its way.
invitation needed.
I think we did mention that these two sides are currently the bottom two in the table. What is interesting, though, is that Western Storm, despite losing 7 of 10 games this year, their net run rate is only just under 0.
Ah.
And that has been the thing this year about the 50-over games especially. So many of them have come down to, if not the wire, some of them have done for sure, but so many of them have hinged maybe on just one catch here or there. They've got close to within sort of 5 or 6 overs, and then somebody's just taken it away at the end. It really would not take too many moments going another way for Storm to be right in the mix for the semi-finals.
I think that's it, isn't it? That's what's impressed me about the 8 regions, are really starting to come to maturity now, and like you say, even over 50 overs, which you'd imagine would be more spread out, they've actually been right down to the last over and stuff. So
yeah, I will leave that
amazing.
thought with you, and you'll be joined by Hannah again.
Thank you, Ed. Oh, hear the sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground at Taunton. Western Storm in their now familiar green tops. Central Sparks in their darker, but with the sort of purple shoulders. And that's played down by Abby Freeburn, who's on 23, and Eve Jones on 81. Will she make it to 3 figures potentially? What do you reckon, Hannah? Do you think she might be on for once? Freeborn faces up. Ooh, there's a rattle of the pads there at no run. 155 for 2. What do you reckon?
Well, it's been a stellar knock so far, hasn't
It
it?
has.
So
She's proper like picking this, you know, nice big gaps and smacking 4s. We shall see. So that's served to Abby Freeborn, who can't quite get hold of that. And that's just nurdled into the sort of short point region. They don't get a run. What we made the last little period then, Hannah.
well, I have
Did
to
you manage to get your coffee and your croissant or whatever you have, the pan au chocolat? That's another dot ball.
I was trying to work out, do I have enough time to pop into town and get one? And then I kind of went upstairs, went downstairs, went upstairs, and decided best not to.
I've been doing going up and down the stairs quite a lot as well.
Then I thought, I was like, let's not risk it, because I don't want to miss any of the cricket.
Skelton. Oh, there's an attempted ramp there. I think she got one in the mosh for that. She's going to have a... Yeah, she is. She's going to have a concussion check there. Well outside the line, so we're not... Yeah, and then she sort of sweeps across it and then, gets caught in the face. We'll have a concussion check there. 155 for 2. Central Sparks sent into bat by Western Storm. Jones on 81, Freeborn on 23. You're listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson-Radford, both former Somerset players. You will also heard the voice of Christmas Silver Martin Jenkins award winner, Ed Seaborn, Super Ed, sometimes known as James Blonde. We missed that.
Wait, what?
We missed that. When when you and I weren't invited to Cheltenham, but they were. Charlie started calling Ed James Blonde because he was in sunglasses. I think he was in his funky no paparazzi sunglasses and got called James Blonde.
Blunt in my head now, I'm trying to get that out of my head. Abby Freeborn returns. It's so important, these concussion checks,
really
though.
important.
Whenever there's one, I always make the point it really is important, because I've heard from several players the extremities, I guess, of the real life impact from players having to drop out of university
all sorts of things.
courses.
I mean, the rugby players, they have when they've had so many, they have to stop playing. They can't play anymore because it's just too dangerous. Skelton continues to Freeborn, who's been given the all clear by the physios. Yeah, and it's annoying when you hear commentators say, "Oh yeah, he's when they're talking about men's cricket, they're saying, "Oh yeah, he's a really tough cookie." Well, it doesn't matter how tough cookie you are. You need to have concussion checks and protocols in place. So
it really is, because you're. I'm trying to think what the kind of the phrase is, but it's a brain injury.
Yeah, it's a blancmange in a box, isn't it? That's what they describe it as.
It's
the brain in the head.
It's so important to just take a moment and ensure that everything is correct and limit any potential damage.
Central Sparks 155 for 2. Jones on 81. Freeborn on 23.
But yeah, you asked if I found my coffee. I haven't yet, so could do with one. Just saying.
There's a flask outside. Did not know when you wanted the fancy coffee, didn't you?
It wasn't great. Don't tell. Griffiths comes in.
I didn't see the biscuits till I came back.
Okay, I have to admit, I did eat the penultimate pack of biscuits, and there was 3 in a pack, and I was going to share, but one came and 2 came, and all of a sudden they were all gone. So I am sorry, Claire.
That's it.
But I did get to see Jono.
Our operations director, Jono.
Comes in.
Fresh back from the 100. He's a Welsh.
Single taken.
He works at the Welsh Flyers, doesn't he?
He does indeed, and that's exactly what we were talking about.
Did he have his bucket hat on? Because he was rocking that red bucket hat.
I did mention to Jono that he... sorry, every time I say Jono, I get the Australian twang because he's from Australian.
Yeah.
But each time I say Jono, I feel myself doing the Australian twang, and it makes myself laugh, and I need to stop. But we were talking about the team culture at Welsh Fire.
Oh, yeah.
The brilliant experience that bowler Griffiths now had in particular. So one of the
They had a good time today as Welsh Fire.
Yeah, one of the only Welsh players there. I didn't realise as well that Kate Kopak, she was born in Wales. So there's another link to... yeah, I didn't know that either. As the born in background, shaking said, "Oh, I didn't know that." No, because I didn't realise either. But talking about they had a really good season as a unit.
Oh,
was edged backwards. The ball's going to race away.
She's going to get 4 for that.
She certainly is. 4 for Freeborn. Moves her score to 27. Cheeky little edge back one. We'll see it on the replay.
So a good
here.
team culture, as they call it now.
Yeah, because as Jordan was saying, in terms of 100, you have to start well, and it's not about kind of can we work on this, can we work on that, because you haven't got the time to do that with players. It's about how can we unite this team, get the energy going to ensure that they start well, finish well.
And also they suffered, didn't they, with that rain out of the eliminator last year, so they've got to do well to get themselves, as they did, straight to the final.
No run taken. Straight to Sophie Luff.
And Tammy Beaumont seems to have gelled that group as well. And then Jess Jonathan, I was going to say, who doesn't want Jess Jonathan in the team, but Australia clearly don't, because they've announced their team for the World Cup. However, in a franchise cricket, I want Jess Jonathan in my team.
As Griffiths come in. Freeborn swipes it backwards. The ball should race away. Fielder's trying to chase, but it does meet the boundary ropes. Another 4 runs.
Because England and Australia, we had this, is there a gap, isn't there a gap? But if Jess Jonathan and Amanda Jade Wellington are not getting into the Australia squad, there's a gap.
Yeah, certainly.
I mean, you look at their A team and you think, oh, crikey, they could
be an international team.
They could get in any international side. The production line is still working in Australia, and they're bringing some new blood into that squad. Announced today. If you want to look that up. Australian 15 for the World Cup, which is now going to be in the UAE. It was due to be in Sri Lanka, but unfortunately political unrest there, withdrawal of staff from embassies, etc. And I wish the people of that region.
Good bowling at the Marcus Justovic Pavilion end. Number 24, Lauren Filer.
And Bangladesh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I wish the people of Bangladesh happier times and more settled times. And so it moves to UAE. Teams are starting to announce their squads. Scotland, very excitedly, as you mentioned earlier, will be going to the World Cup. Their brace of Bryces, etc. No, not just about the Bryces.
Well, you've got Abtad Maqsood from Sunrisers, Rachel Slater, and many others.
Oh, many others. Yeah.
And I'm sure if there's anyone with Scottish heritage, you can.
Yeah.
Who is eligible?
Hawley,
put your name forwards.
Yeah. Filer into Eve Jones. Oh, there's a little nibble at that. It didn't quite get her teeth into it. Obviously, went straight past the bat. There is no run. A little slosh at it. It didn't quite get hold of it. Is that a tired swing of the bat, or is that just a mistimed because having the quicker bowler back on after Skelton? We'll find out now as Filer winds herself up. Eve Jones waits. Oh, and ducks out of the way of the half bouncer.
I mean, I would be pretty tired if I was, I came into bat from the first delivery. I'm on 82.
I'd love to have found out that about that long.
Me too.
Well, I did get 80 odd in cricket wins, but that's not really. I mean, it's, you still got to be there, play it. But, Eve Jones tapping a bat. She does a twirl on that one, and Nat Wraith loses a glove to pick it up with an ungloved hand in the hope of a shy, but didn't materialise. They get through for a single. 164 for 2 into the middle of the 34th over here at Taunton. Western Storm in their green, bowling against Central Sparks. As I said, this will be Somerset versus Warwickshire next year, so I'm presuming they'll be in different kit as well. We shall see how the various brands emerge in Tier 1. Freeborn, big shot at that, lovely dive. Marks for the dive, but 4 runs nevertheless. Back point. Is that safely off out there? Oh, Fran Wilson. Lovely dive. Nearly got it.
Yeah, very strong.
Tumbling stop there. 4 more to the total.
Very strong batting from Freeborn. We can see on the replay.
Yeah. Nicely played. Down first, no risk. Across the carpet. Sparks 169 for 2. Filer to Freeborn. Ooh, a little that goes over her there. Didn't quite get any hold of any of that. There is no run. And also umpire Gabby Brown signals 1 for the over. Sort of shoulder as it goes past her.
She was probably going for it, babe.
She was going for it.
Yeah, there was no ducking from Freeborn.
I'll have a go at that. Thanks very much. There is a fielder at the 45 at fine leg, so they've got one in for the bouncer. They're sending now the mid-wicket fielder out as well as Filer comes in. Elbows flying. Freeborn defends that straight to the point fielder, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over. So 34 overs gone. Sparks are 169 for 2. Jones on 83. Freeborn on 35.
Yeah, really decent knock from Freeborn so far, supporting Jones really nicely. These two have built a decent partnership so far. Storm could do with breaking it, to state the obvious.
Back to the international stuff, just because that's coming up next. Tomorrow, England will be announcing, they've said they're going to be announcing their team for the T20 World Cup in the UAE. And the other interesting thing will be who is going to Ireland to play Ireland versus England in that series, because John Lewis said he was sending effectively a second team earlier.
It's got an aerial.
Over the top. Ooh! Didn't even let me make me point. Eve Jones just played a lovely shot, literally over Sophie Loff at short.
She just makes it look so simple, doesn't she?
Yeah, I mean it was easy, but it wouldn't have been easy if Sophie Loff was another foot taller. That would have been a catch there. 173 for 2, a Central Sparks. Jones plays that too long on this time, and there is no run. Izzy Wong just... Is that Izzy Wong out there? Who's that? Throwing that back. Izzy Wong saying, get back in your crease. He might be my former captain, but get back in your crease, because I'm going to wang this at you if you're out. Griffiths. Jones, another nibble down the leg. May or may not be back, but it's going to stop as Ellie Anderson comes running around, scoops it up, and they get through for 2. Going over the head of Nat Wraith with the throw-in, unfortunately. It was great to see Nat Wraith doing so well with the 100 as well. Getting, as you say, getting a bat up the order. And
because I put it on, and then I was surprised to see her so high, because obviously, you know, in the 100, you just expect, you know.
Yeah, you were looking for an international or something. It's great to see homegrown talent doing so well.
And I thought that's
played
as you
forward, no
mentioned,
run.
absolutely brilliant. But here we go, Nat Wraith. Come on,
Come on, yeah.
One of our Western Storm players.
So many of them.
Go do some good, and she absolutely did as well. Didn't she? She played really well in the 100.
Yeah, Ellie Anderson, London Spirit, Lauren Filer, Manchester Originals, Alex Griffiths, the Welsh Fire, Neve Holland, London Spirit, obviously Heather Knight, London Spirit as well, Sophie Luff, Southern Brave, I think she got many games. She played forward.
She so
Claire
natural.
Nicholas with the Welsh Fire. Was you injured and didn't play? Injured, yeah. Sophia Smell Oval Invincibles, and Fran Wilson and Izzy Wong playing for the Phoenix, Nat Wraith and the Shrimp Rockets. So, yes, a good smattering. And they're all doing really well in their respective, so it's great. And getting, as we mentioned, some input from different sets of coaches potentially, as Griffiths comes into Jones. Plays that down, there is no run. And that's the end of the over. 35 overs gone. 176 for 2. Jones on 87 and Freeborn on 35.
Yes, very steady here, aren't they? They're motoring away. Storm really need to start getting some breakthroughs, multiples.
Yeah, they want some
Ideally
more wickets.
Have a bit of a tumble.
Yeah,
Just put the brakes on a little bit.
they do need to.
And we've got the exciting Filer to continue. Here from the Marcus.
I love that last bit of her run where she kind of conceals the ball, which is just, you know, like a little, like it sort of. I think Bob Willis. I'm looking to.
That's what
yes,
people
Bob
say,
Willis used to
yeah.
do that little flick with his hand as it comes.
That's what people refer to her as quite frequently. Comes in, Freeborn flicks it, leg side. 1 run.
Keeping Izzy Wong busy out there on that boundary. There's a lot to be involved.
But on my adventure to try and find a good coffee.
Oh, yeah.
You know, good coffee.
Yeah.
The gentleman downstairs laughed at me when I said, "Oh, do you know where's a good coffee?" I was like, you know,
It's like,
where,
Exeter.
one where the milk is like steamed and frothed and all
Oh,
that,
yeah,
that
all
kind
the-
of coffee, not just a jug coffee.
That kind of thing.
That was really good, Claire. Wow. As Filer steams in.
Talking of steam.
Guided nicely. Oh, that was completely unintentional as well. Steam on my mind.
You got good coffee on your distraction now.
Yeah, absolutely. I was never a coffee person, but do you know what? Coffee and cricket goes hand in hand. The amount of times you see these players on Instagram with coffee
they
and
love
all
their
sorts.
coffee.
Yeah.
I suppose it's a sort of vice that they're allowed, as it were. Caffeine, coffee. Meg Lanning did a turn in a coffee shop, didn't she, when she had her time off?
There's Filer. Comes in,
Oof.
drops it short. Providing with fireworks here today at Taunton. Keeping the batters on their toes.
She meant that, didn't she?
She certainly did. Let's have a look on the replay again. Dropping it in short.
Eve Jones was hoping for something she could hit somewhere completely different. And found herself ducking out the way.
This is one element of the women's game in particular that we are seeing kind of increase, isn't it, as Filer returns again. I think Jones might have just guided that behind. We'll soon find out.
We're going to find out.
A leg by.
Gabby says leg by, that's good enough for me.
Goes on the extras tally instead of to the bat of Jones. But yeah, that's something that we are seeing more, isn't it? You know, bowlers are getting faster. We're seeing a lot more variation within the bowling.
Let's hope we can keep them healthy, because that seems to be a problem the world over. It isn't just here, but we've, various side strains and, structural issues and things. Katie George, problem with her back, various people with side strains, etc. Previous problems.
Again, uses the pitch well.
Yeah, let's hope and Australia have suffered as well. Fleming and Wareham and a whole load of. It's happening the world over, isn't it? We need to understand the female frame better, I think.
I think there is some research going on into that as well. Unsurprisingly, at Loughborough. The home of where all that sort of research happens. So I think there is research interest into it. Interesting delivery from Filer. Gets whacked away
Bit
by
of innovation
Jones.
again from Eve Jones.
Stayed much lower on that occasion. And Jones will keep the strike as well. Sparks 181 for 2. Jones on 88. Freeborn on 36. And 36 overs have gone. 14 overs remain. Let's see what's going to happen in this latter phase of his first innings here at Taunton.
But like you say, that's the thing. The speed, the faster bowler.
Number 20, Chloe Skelter.
We've got the speed clock on there as well, so you can see it up in the 70s as well.
Excellent. You've got Mahika Gore. She's right towards Mahika. And she might. It's a Victoria Wood sketch. It's lost on most people. She is right tall. But she is from UAE, so would you take someone who knows the home conditions because she's a tall bowler? Do you risk that because she's only young, isn't she? Right arm around, Eve Jones forward, but there is no run.
That's an interesting point to make.
And you might have taken more spin bowlers to Bangladesh. You might want to take another. You might want to drop one of those spin bowlers. Take less spin. It's a very risky run. They got through. Another one to the total. Do you want to? Would that be in favour of taking another faster bowler to conditions like UAE than you might have taken to Bangladesh, where you're going to have spin friendly?
Because talking about conditions though, the pitches in UAE, I'm guessing that they're probably hybrid, or we're going to have a little Google and see what.
Need to Google that. That's played into the leg side by Freeborn, and they get a single. 183 for 2, and we're into the 37th over here at Taunton at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Western Storm in the field, and they're green. Central Sparks in the black kit with the purple tops and the yellow detail, and that's work behind down to fine leg. I think it's going to either run out or just tickled the rope. Izzy Wong runs past with her head in the air like, just missed it. Just missed cutting that off. Another 4 to the total. Another 4 to Eve Jones, who moves into the nervous 90s on 93.
I'd love to get into the nervous 90s.
Nervous 90s for
It'd be nice to get past 10, to be honest.
Must be nice, yes.
Just to get to double figures.
We're just talking about your bowling, remember? We're not talking about your batting.
That's
No, we're not talking about
better
your
left unsaid.
No. Eve Jones got 65 against Diamonds, and that big score at Thunder, that's just placed out into the offside rather gently by Eve Jones. Oh, they're going to burgle one because that was an overthrow. It was a mad overthrow there. Izzy Wong gets back in, does the tidying up. They get 2 there. That was an unexpected do.
That's the 100 partnership from 118 balls.
Is that a partnership? It must be a partnership being announced. We can't quite hear that. So Sparks 188 for 2. Jones moves to 94. Freeborn on strike this time. Oh no, she's not on strike this time. Squidball's behind. Jones on strike, 95. Sliced to deep point, and just a single. Another one. She gets closer to that 100 milestone, 96 now. And she also pinches the strike. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. 37 overs gone. Jones pinches the strike. She's on 96. Freeborn on 37. Sparks are 190 for 2. So Central Sparks heading towards that 200 milestone as Nat Wraith swaps the helmet for the cap. So she's going further back for Lauren Filer. She seems to have been bowling all day. Lauren Filer.
Yeah, this will be her 8th
over, yeah.
7 overs for 41 so far.
She has. Skelton's 6 overs for 34.
I was just looking as well.
Yeah.
Google tells me some pitches have been slow, whilst a few have help pacers in the UAE. So it's not too much help, really, Google.
It's certainly going to be different conditions, isn't it, to Bangladesh?
Yeah, all 3 grounds apparently are very different. As Filer
comes bang that in. Oh, Weave Jones tries a little periscope at that, but misses. There is no run. It's Sharjah and they're playing at Sharjah and Dubai. Is that right? 2 centres.
Yeah, there's something interesting because obviously with COVID, etc., and the IPL moved across
lots
to
of
UAE
games played there,
pitches. So there is some history, obviously, that I'm sure all the teams will be digging into.
Yeah, they'll all be looking at that, won't they?
As Viola comes in again.
A little shot. Sorry. That was exciting, wasn't it? We needed a run out the wrong end.
I was just taken by your laugh. We had the effects mic. I think you could hear the dugout laughing, perhaps. You just did a laugh
as well. Me laughing as well. I wasn't got it yet. So is this you or me?
It's me. It's
Viola.
Viola.
Come on then.
The pace fire. Oh,
moonball.
Not much to say about that one apart from it slipped out her hand and an absolute error. There's no malice or anything like that. It was complete accident. We'll see on the replay. Oh dearie me, Lauren Filer. Oops-a daisy.
She rubs her hand in the dust in the hope that that will give her, I don't know what will give her, but give her a sore hand, I imagine. And that's a free hit. Oh, how exciting.
Yeah, the first free hit of the day. Don't see him too often in this format, do we?
No, it's more in the shorter format, isn't it?
So what's she going to do here? It's hit straight over the back of the bowler's head. Brings up Jones' century here in Taunton. An absolute stellar knock from the captain. A brilliant innings. She wants her bat in the air, helmet on, wipes the sweat from her brow. A brilliant innings from Eve Jones. You'll get the stats shortly. You can see it here on the replay. Hit straight back over the bowler's head. Ball raced away for 4 to bring up that century landmark.
And if you're going to bring up a landmark, you think, I'd like to do it on a free hit. Thanks very much. Ooh.
Frustrated with that one. Tried to lift it over the top, but misses out. Yeah, 100 from, I think, what's it saying? 130?
100 from 137 balls.
37, there we go.
16 fours.
16 fours. So she found the boundaries early doors, didn't she? She came in with real intent.
Oh.
This time, a wide delivery.
Throws everything in that one, including herself. It's a wide ball.
Yeah, not been the consistency from Filer that we normally see today. At the first half of the season, it was really quite impressive to see how far she'd come along. She found the pace, but she also found that consistency, whereas in previous seasons we saw a little bit, erratic, a bit like Izzy Wong in her early days, a little bit all over the place. Got the speed, but just didn't have the control. Whereas now she's certainly managed to...
Oh, she's gone again. I hope her ankles are all right. Yeah, interesting. Lauren Filer is sort of a benchmark for me because I remember seeing her early, and it must have been probably the second season of Rachel Hayhoe. And she and Anya Shrubsole pinned Central Sparks in at Edgbaston for the power play, and there was something about her bowling because I said to one or two people, "What about Lauren Filer?" Like, Lauren who? And there was something about that bowling that stuck with me, and I don't remember often many bits of games, but that bowling spell with her and Anya Shrubsole.
Jones on strike. She comes at it. It's
Oh,
gone
hello.
up in the air. There's 2 fielders under it. And the catch is taken.
Yeah.
We're going to see
It's
what
a
happens
no
here.
ball,
A no ball is given.
But she's
And
got to stop bowling.
And that does mean that is the end of Lauren Filer, unfortunately.
Oh,
A well-taken catch, but as you mentioned, Gabby Brown with the arm up straight away. We'll see it here on the replay. Let's have a look.
Oh.
The thing is, Eve Jones does come out at it, doesn't she?
Yeah, but
But it's still too high,
isn't it?
unfortunately. She comes out at it. But it is well above waist height.
Yeah. She's having to kind of defend herself with that shot almost. That's kind of where it's not really a shot, it's a kind of flick away, isn't it? Oh, that's exciting.
So it will be a free hit, but it won't be Jones facing.
No.
It will be Abby Freeborn.
So they can change the field because it's a different batter facing. And they are indeed changing the field because also it's left and right-handed batter. So you have to change the field.
Yeah, imagine if you couldn't.
Yes, suddenly it's the different sort of
So
batter.
it's Griffiths with the ball to finish off here. Comes in, it's a free hit, remember. And it's swiped away, but there is a fielder scouting out here on the deep. She'll pick up tidily, so it will just be the 1 run for the Sparks to come through on. And that's the end of that over.
It was a very eventful end of that over, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Sparks 198 for 2. Jones on 101. Captain, she's been there from the start. She's been out here for 38 overs, and Freeborn supporting Bell on 37. 12 overs to go.
It's exciting, isn't it? Nearly at that 200. Almost there. And right, well, I'm going to have a little rest. I'm going to be looked after by Hannah Thompson-Redford, and Ed Seaborn will be joining you shortly.
Thank you very much, Claire. Return of Ed Seaborn. So Western Storm with a bit of a challenge here. A well worked partnership between Freeborn and Jones here at Taunton for the Sparks. 199 for 2 at present. There'll be Skelton to bowl at the river end. Eve Jones at the non-strikers end, looking for a quick single. Gets sent back, very sharpish. Welcome back, Ed.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fancy seeing you here, yeah.
You know what, I forgot earlier to move. Skelton returns for her second delivery. We're going to get a quick single. Direct hit would be interesting. Ball did go to Fran Wilson as well. You put your money on her to hit the stumps, don't you?
Yeah, Freeborn might have just about made it, but I think they went to the right end. Well, it's a tricky throw across the body. It's probably not a particularly high percentage of hitting the stumps from that sort of a throw, but 200 coming up with that single, it kind of feels as though something like that needs to go Storm's way now. Oh!
Oh my word.
She's clearly seeing the ball well today, Eve Jones. She's bounced it perfectly over the top of the stumps.
Let's have a look on this replay. She hits it down into the ground, it bounces.
Oh,
Yep,
was just wide in the end.
It looked like she was trying to get some football skills out there as well, didn't it?
Yeah, now she's using every single part of the bat. I mean, it's bottom of the bat there, and then the inside edge gets a bit of work. Passes the 100, and just a couple of moments of alarm all of a sudden.
Yeah, sometimes the luck is on your side, and it feels like it certainly is for Eve Jones today. Sometimes things just click, but oh my
Hang
god,
on,
that is so close.
What?
See what I mean? She
Almost kicked the other way after it bounced into the ground.
She's certainly trying to protect her stumps, that's for sure. Skelton comes in. Jones this time. Oh, an excellent stop in the inner ring by Sophia Smell. diving to her right. Was it her
What a
left?
hand that was.
It was
Yes,
a
it was
great
her
hand.
right.
It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
her right. It's a bit of a weird angle to try and work it out here which way she went. But it was an excellent stop. Freeborn takes a strike. She's currently on 39. Beautifully placed. Fielder should come round to tidy it up. It should just be the one, but we're going to look for two. We're going to come through for two. A little slow picking it up in the outfield there. That brings the end of the over. Sparks are 205 for two.
Still another handy over. 6 runs off it at this stage. I mean, they'll be wanting serious acceleration towards this back end, and of course Storm now without the services of one of their senior bowlers in Lauren Filer. And
That's
yeah,
crazy as well, isn't it, to think about it as a senior bowler now compared to when we first started.
yeah,
She
I know,
was-
it is extraordinary, isn't it? And just seniority because of international experience as much as anything else. But yeah, no, you're exactly right.
We've
And
literally
you're thinking about Sophia Smale, 50 caps
Yeah.
today. It's just ludicrous.
It is-
Davina Perrin, 50 caps. I couldn't believe it. We were told that at the bottom of the stairs, and I think I relayed that to Claire, and Claire we both said, no, that must have been something else. Can't be Davina Perrin, but
Number 95.
it just shows you, and it also shows you the increase in the amount of cricket that there's been for the regions as well.
Yeah, and just seeing these players kind of mature throughout their kind of roles and responsibilities as well, isn't it? Seeing the skills improve year on year, and like the likes of Filer from her job in Tesco's to then playing for England,
Yeah.
you know, in a matter of a few years. It's pretty crazy when you put it like that, isn't it? So we've got the return of Wong from the Marcus Trescothic end against her former captain, Eve Jones. We'll see on the replay what that came off of. Looked a bit painful on Jones there, yeah, leg by.
Yeah, she pointed to where that hit, yeah, just outside of the thigh, I think, her left thigh. It squared her up.
It's one of
Just
those
a-
where it's like, show no pain, oh, it really hurts.
Yeah, yeah. I think Izzy Wong will still see her stretching it out, a bit of a dead leg.
Excellent first two balls from Wong here.
Yeah, she's come at the risk of putting the mockers on her. First 2 deliveries, at least she's come straight back on and looked immediately in rhythm. And she bowled her first spell from the opposite end as well, so she's seemingly found it straight away from this Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end.
Number 95 on the back of her shirt, steams in. Another good delivery.
Yeah, excellent Yorker. You were mentioning the venues for the T20
World Cup.
World Cup, yeah, Dubai and Sharjah. I mean, Sharjah certainly over the years has had the reputation of being a really high-scoring ground, but I must admit that's more based on men's cricket than women's cricket.
Freeborn facing. Gets it past the inner fielder. And the boundary rider just can't get there in time. Another 4 to her total. She's creeping up to that first landmark as well. Moves her score on to 45.
There's really not that much width there. She's played that expertly past the backward point fielder, and it is a short boundary towards that offside. And this quick outfield does the rest. But really very little wrong with that one as well from Izzy Wong. And at this stage, Sparks can play with real freedom, only 2 wickets down.
They certainly can. Wong looks to respond. Swing and a miss from Freeborn. No run.
And Dubai, on the other hand, I think back to some of the games there, I think you're a bit less certain of what you get there. I think there's been some very high-scoring games, but it probably just depends on the surface. But remembering really shiny pitches. I think that's Dubai, where they get the really shiny ones. I've no idea why that is.
Free ball on strikes, swipes it. Leg side fielder is chasing. They should pick it up out on the boundary right there. Sparks will come 3 for 2. Freeborn moves on to 47.
7 runs off that over as well, and good pace as well from what, I mean, our second delivery, 73 miles an hour, just over. But Freeborn able to use the pace for the boundary that was scored in that over. And I mean, from this point, 10 overs to go, given where they are now, what would Storm be happy to keep Sparks to? I mean, it's going to be quite some effort to keep them to under 275,
yeah,
even 280. Going on at this rate.
We have seen games of 300s, haven't we, with the Storm in the past, so
yeah,
just need their batters to step up and build some good partnerships in response. That's exactly what Sparks have done, haven't they? In terms of their partnerships have been really fruitful.
Down the pitch, Jones lofting it high in the air. She's cleared mid-off. The only question is how many. This is going to be all the way it goes for 6. Opening her shoulders now, Eve Jones. And she was tempted down by the flight from Skelton, got to the pitch of the ball and clears that long off boundary.
She's certainly showing her money's worth, isn't she?
I think from what I've seen this year, I would say to get a bit of a shimmy, doesn't beat short mid wicket this time though. I think, and this may be wrong, but her striking ability down the ground, it looks more powerful to me this year, and it does show you, she picks the gap through the covers this time, should just be the one and is. It does show you that in these sorts of environments, even you know, senior players, yeah. rather than still young players who've got experience, they're still unlocking parts of their game. Wide ball drilled through extra cover by Freeborn. That will be her 50. So it's back-to-back Taunton 50s for Freeborn across formats, and gets a hug from Eve Jones. What a tremendous partnership this has turned out to be, and still continuing on width, but it's the way that they found these gaps, these two, with such ease, and have known that once that was achieved, the ball will fly. 60 deliveries, if I'm reading that print correctly.
Sounds about
8
right.
fours.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, no, very well deserved 50 from Freeborn. She's not looked like she's going to give anything away, has she? She's looked very strong, very confident out there.
Decided to have a bit of a block of that one. She's already done plenty of damage off the overs, just got to 50 and had a look at a delivery. Again, bringing out that drive, but just the one to complete the over, but 12 runs have come from that one, and Sparks will certainly be eyeing 300 the way that they're going at the moment, and 300 would be record territory in terms of a chase.
Yeah, they certainly are looking very strong out there. Like I said, just for 2 wickets down, Sparks 224 for 2, Jones 111, Freeborn 52. Something needs to happen here from a Western Storm perspective. They need to make something happen, don't they?
Izzy Wong's so often the one to do that, or whatever team she's playing for.
Yeah, she's got WPL experience. She had a stellar last year, wasn't it? Where she was absolutely taking wickets galore there. No run.
Yeah, I was trying to think back to earlier in the season which game it was where it kind of felt as though we were talking along the same lines at the halfway stage. Of course, it was it didn't feel quite the same because South East Stars amassed that 298 for 5 here in 44 overs.
Yep.
Western Storm ended up winning by 8 runs, but they didn't chase the 299 because of further rain.
Well, it's gone up in the air. It should land in the gap between 4 fielders. Bit of an ugly shot, that. Probably one of the first we've seen from Freeborn today, to be honest. She's been looking really solid and very uncomplicated, but that completely skied off the edge of her bat, but nice and safe in the end.
Started to reach the time for ugly shots in the innings.
Yeah, we
trying to hit to that longer side, but actually the longer side helping a little bit in that there was no way that anybody from out on the boundary was going to be able to get into it, even though it was in the air for quite a long time. But yeah, we've certainly seen high-scoring games in terms of Western Storm, as you mentioned, on this ground before, as you'd expect from any side playing here. Really, it is a batting paradise.
Eve Jones on strike. Swipes that, and that's definitely going to race away for 4 runs. Takes that score to 115. Absolutely brilliant shot. Nice and clean, driven through the gap.
It was a shorter, slower ball, wasn't it? She's waited for it, and this has been the hallmark of her innings, really. As soon as any ball of any length or line is bowled and it's just a bit offline, she just knows immediately which gap she's going for. Mid-off extra cover, no hesitation, straight into it. And she's just making those quick decisions. I mean, even with a slower ball there, you still don't actually have that much time in terms of reaction time to make up your mind where you're going to hit the ball. But whether it's just instinct or not, she's just known exactly where to place it. And I suspect actually she may also have placed it in that gap down to our right where the cover's positioned and allowing it to go across the car park. So I think in pursuit of the ball at the moment.
Yeah, I've seen a player return, but no. There we go. We've got a player with ball in hand. Well done, Lauren Feiler. I'm not too sure where she had to get that from, but she's managed to get the ball back.
And I've got our monitor working again. I fixed something.
Well done.
I pressed the power button.
If
But
in
admittedly,
doubt,
the power button was quite hard to find.
If in doubt, off and on. Right, Wong looking to respond to her former captain, Eve Jones, left-hander. Manages to hit it away for a single. And that's what they're doing so well here, just keeping the scoreboard tickling over. It's either 4 or a quick single, isn't it? There's nothing complicated.
Yeah, and they've run some 2s as well. Again, it's just been that gap finding it. You know, they've only had 1 6 so far from Jones very recently, but this innings run rate of 5.5, and it is definitely not going to stay there as long as these two are at the crease.
Freeborn on strike on 53. Wonga finds the pad. Ball definitely going down the leg side there, so good just to take a little bit of pressure off though, isn't it? Just to get that dot.
Yeah, and I think it's reached the sort of stage where you're thinking in terms of 1 boundary and over. That's, you know, you don't really want to be in this position, but from this position, 1 boundary and over, you might just about take.
Sweeped backwards, fielder should get there. Can they keep it to 1? They can indeed. Brings the end of Wong's over and her spell. 8 overs, 141 for 1.
But I think in terms of referencing back to that Stars game earlier in the season, of course there's no Amanda J. Wellington who helped to turn that game around with 3 sixes, I think, into the Somerset stand. Certainly at least 3, stepping across stumps and accessing that short boundary. It's not quite as short as it was for that game, but that's one difference. But still, you might say... I sort of get the impression we're going to be saying a similar thing to there, really. Yes, it might be a record, but if you're going to try and break a record, then this ground, and from what we've seen so far anyway, this pitch would be the one to do it on. But this is going to take some serious chasing, whatever the Central Sparks get from here. And even a runner ball gets, what, 280 basically. So that's the task that's ahead. Griffiths returning. And wide is called off Wraith, so an extra. Read all about it. How many is that now for the innings? It's not going to make particularly pretty hearing. 33 extras.
Ouch.
I think that hasn't counted the latest 2 on there, so 20 wides. Then the no balls, and even 11 leg byes tends to suggest that there's been some straying in line. Sometimes you'll get them more in white ball cricket as bowlers are looking to cramp batters up, so it's not always automatically a bad delivery, but even then you look at that number of leg byes and it does tell its story. And you know, I'm sure there will be some leeway definitely given the fact that having played so much short form cricket for so long, you're then going back into 50 over cricket, and it is an adjustment. It doesn't matter what time of year it is, it doesn't matter the group, it is an adjustment to go back to 50 over cricket again. But certainly you would hope for less than into the 30s, and still not towards the end of this innings. Griffiths cramping up Freeborn for room there.
Yeah, and it's important to have that criticism as well, isn't it? You know, these players are now professional players as of, you know, we've had 5 years of this kind of competition now, right? It's from 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, the 5th year. So that level of criticism has to kind of...
Yeah, and
well,
it also comes from more exposure and real knowledge, as that's cut away for at least 2. Skelton's going to, Holland is going to have to do well round the boundary, and does so. Good pick up and throw in, but 2 runs the result. It's not as though now you don't know absolutely the level that all these cricketers are capable of. We've had the pleasure and privilege of sitting here for a few years doing this now, so you know, as you say at the start, 20 extras, you'd probably have said okay.
Yeah.
Even then, I'm sure, depending on the individuals, might or might not say something. This is in the air, but just short of Smale, who recognised quite quickly that she wasn't going to have a catch on there. Just made sure that the spin didn't defeat her. But certainly now.
Yeah, and it's only going to increase in terms of the kind of, well, hopefully in terms of kind of the media opportunities for the players, and it is going to be a new challenge for some of them to kind of navigate heightened criticism, and at the same time, you know, criticism can be both positive as well as negative, of course. Navigating, being spoken about more, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely going to be a bit of an adjustment for, you know, I'm sure a lot of, well, we already know a lot of the players will be playing for Somerset next year,
150 bucks from
having been with Western Storm this year, as that single has brought up the 150-run partnership. And certainly you'd have to feel that there must be quite a few records in danger, or potentially already having been broken for this sort of a partnership. No boundaries off this over as a single to complete it, but again, even the overs that haven't conceded boundaries, still, because of that strike rotation and the gap finding, are good overs for the Sparks. 2:39 for 2 with 7 overs remaining.
Yeah, just having a look to see what the highest partnership by runs are. So we've got Fee Morris and Katie Mack, 191 for the third wicket partnership, Thunder vs Sunrisers. Back in April this year, the 24th of April, Bryony Smith and Tash Farrant, 165.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like, because for some reason we haven't put the name in, but these two are currently record rank 3, 148 not out partnership. That obviously needs to be updated at the minute for, again, the third wicket partnership. So they're currently sitting in third place in terms of that record. And of course, there's still another 7 overs to go. So
yeah,
their next milestone to be the second highest would be to beat Bryony Smith and Tash Farrant's 165 for the first wicket partnership. What they got.
so that's just this year.
It's about, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I thought I had it on all time, but I don't. I shall check that.
But still, it gives you some sort of an idea anyway.
For this season especially, yeah. Because that's the stats I got up. I'll have to try and find, yeah, the all-time. I'll let Ed do that. You're more apt with the
I'm not sure,
frickin'
actually. I've done quite well to find that, I think.
Yeah, well, for this season then, they're in third position. Smell comes in to Eve Jones, who puts her hand straight through it, finds the gap, but finds the fielder out in the deep. Just 1 run to take, moves her score on to 119. Yeah, 165 to be second. The highest partnership by runs tally of the season. Smell to Freeborn. Politely hits out to the inner ring for no run. Smell the most economical of today's innings so far. Taking the pace off. Oh, it's hit straight back at her. She does well to get a hand to it. She's frustrated.
Furious still that she's
so
not stopped it cleanly. Such high standards for herself, Smale. She really does seem to be her own harshest critic.
Yeah, they get through for a single, but it could have been a lot worse.
She did amazingly well to get as much hand on that as she did.
Yeah, the reaction was superb, so fair play to her. She'll be happy with that one, no run.
She's done a magnificent job in the context of this innings to be going at, what, under 3 and over.
Yeah, she's really been trying to put the pressure on. And this is the issue without Amanda Jade Wellington. You know, Storm have effectively lost one of their key bowlers.
You're absolutely right. And I'd almost, well, yeah, I'd actually not really thought about it specifically with this bowling innings and the number of times that Wellington has just been thrown the ball through this season when things might have just been starting to get away. And Smale came on and did exactly that job and pulled things back, but they haven't had a second option up their sleeve, and just the knowledge that we could just throw the ball to, well, Mandy, as I think they called her.
Is that what they called her?
I think so, yeah.
Not AJ, not Wello?
No, actually, I think I was talking to Sophia Smale about this on the game the other day. Well, say the other day, the other month. Cut away, Whale in front of square and 4 runs. They've got a deep point, but nobody more towards the cover region. And again, it's just a strong shot through extra cover off a wide delivery. And it's those boundaries early on in the over that are so handy at this stage of an innings.
They're both so set out there. Freeborn 64, Jones 119. And yeah, just having a look at Amanda Jane Wellington as she plays for the Royals. She's 2 for 19 and 2 for 14 in the matches she's played so far. So plentiful season for her. She's been obviously a part of Western Storm, and she was part of the 100 and now part of the Royals. Keeping busy.
Yeah. And she's going to be keeping busy with the Australian... Well, in fact, the Australian season's already started. Had that A-Test match which just recently finished. So that's already underway. I do have the all-time list up now. The problem is I've got to try and work out exactly what this partnership is. 158. I did that immediately, obviously. What are you laughing about back there? So this is now 10th on the list.
Okay.
So Griffiths will see one more run added to that partnership down to long on. So they've just levelled Emily Windsor and Georgia Elwis against the South East Stars back in 2022 at Hove.
Some big partnerships on that list.
Yeah, and in fact, actually, there's a couple of Western Storm ones on there. Jones has got this one high in the air. Long off, won't get there, though, on the bounce. There's a little bit of hesitation coming in from Wong, but in the end, the ball just lobbed in front of her. But, yeah, I think you're never going to move in absolutely immediately as it hits the bat, so just not enough on it from a Storm point of view for a catch, and the partnership does continue. And that's walloped away, and Sophia Smale gets in the way of it. That's a really good piece of fielding, made to look pretty routine. They're still going up and up, this partnership. One more run and they will level Sophie Luff and Georgia Hennessy's third wicket partnership against the South East Stars again at Bristol in the first year, which was, I think, the final game of that first year, certainly home-wise. And the 250 for the innings will come up with that push to mid-on. So continuing to score off basically every ball. Level with that third wicket partnership. Still 3 higher third wicket partnerships. That one that you mentioned between Fee Morris and Katie Mack this year. 2 higher ones. Grace Scrivens and Ariana Dowse put on 200 for the first wicket for the Sunrisers against the Blaze last year. As just the one will complete the over. Smale coming in, so 9 from that one. 5 overs remain, 251 for 2. The highest partnership in Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy history for the second wicket. Sarah Bryce and Catherine Bryce, 207 for Lightning against the Sparks in 2021. And I think I'm right in saying that that was the same day that Sophie Luff scored her 150 for the Storm against the Sunrisers at Bristol, because what was absurd about that was that it didn't end up even being the highest score of the day, because Catherine Bryce made 162. 157, I think it was, from Sophie Luff. A brace of
Bryces with their big partnership, yes.
I think it was
I've, of course, just given you that, sent you that message.
Welcome back, Claire Jenkins.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the sunshine here at Taunton. Shall I take this one?
Go on.
Smale around the wicket. Oh, was that a nutmeg from Freeborn? I think it might have been. I'm going to see that on the replay. There's one run there. I think she might have played that on the bounce. We're not going to see a replay. Okay. I think she nutmegged that. The field has to change for the left and right-handed batters. Sparks are 252 for 2. Smale in. Oh, big heave from Eve Jones. He's looking like there's no run there. I'm just going to smack that. One bounce for Eve Jones, who's been carrying on after I went off my little break, a little coffee. She's carried on, hasn't she? Wow.
To start looking at individual innings pretty soon, as well as...
Well, she got that 136 not out, didn't she, at Old Trafford? So she's chasing her own record of the highest individual innings this season in the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint is Jones. 125 she's on. Freeborn is on 68. Sparks on 256.
So her highest is 136 not out.
Yeah, that was the Old Trafford one, wasn't it?
So 600s before this overall in List A cricket.
Left-handed opening bat, handy. Smale, left arm over this time to the left-handed Eve Jones, who takes a swipe at that, puts it through the covers. There are two fielders. I wonder if they're going to cut that off. They are. That's been cut off, and we get 3, 4, 2. So Jones goes to 127. Sparks 258 for 2. And Jones is a bit of gardening. Smile. Big wind up past Abby Freeborn's head. There is a fielder down here. Yes, there's a one. Cuts that off. So we just get a 1. Yeah, another one to the score. 258 for 2 of Central Sparks.
Terrific athleticism from Wong there, getting to the
running
feet so quickly. Powerful throw in. Would have been
Bit of
2 to a lot of other fielders.
Yeah, a bit of extra spice. This is my old team now. You're not getting away with another run there. Smell. Left arm round to Abby Freeborn. Slices that to point. There is a fielder who's going to cut that off. Another single. So just building this. Taking their opportunities and taking the singles where they can. Sparks 260 for 2. Field rearranges itself for the left-handed Eve Jones. It's played to point. Think about a run. Think better of it. And there is no run. So that's the end of the over. 46 overs gone. Sparks are 260 for 2. Jones on 128. Freeborn on 69.
Again, we can actually look again at those speeds through
Let's
that
tell us the
over,
speeds.
and you can see that just a few oomphs more towards 50, and that over's just bowling a little bit quicker towards the back end of the innings. Smale through 10 overs, just 34 runs. And again, you have to think, where would Sparks be without this spell from Smale? Be looking at a total well north of 300. They still might get there, but they'll need to go at 10 and over from the final 4 overs. And the next, in fact, couple of partnerships
Back to the partnerships.
that they're approaching, currently in 7th place all time on the Rachel Hayhoe-Flynn Trophy list.
Anderson in from the lough end, and that's played straight to Captain Fantastic Sophie Love to the short mid-off. There's no run.
But both for Thunder against Storm.
Thunderstorm.
177 for each of them. Ellie Threlkeld and Naomi Datani last year at Old Trafford.
Anderson into Freeborn. Plays that into the leg side, into a lovely gap there. That's going to be 4. It was posted, that was. 4 more runs to Freeborn. And Central Sparks are 260 for 2. Freeborn on 264 for 2. Freeborn on 73. Jones on 128. Yes.
Again, right into the gap.
Yeah.
No, the main reason I brought this one up was because the 177 between Emma Lamb and Piper Cleary came in that amazing game in 2021 where Western Storm chased down 292 to win.
That's some going. Freeborn. Again, the same area, but in the air this time, but dropping in front of the fielder, who manages to cut that off, and they only get 1 for that one. Lots of oomph there, but just the 1 run. Sparks are 265 for 2. Jones on 128. Freeborn on 74. And the other games at Chelmsford, Diamonds are 188 for 9 against Sunrisers. Thunder, before aforementioned, 250 for 8 against South East Stars at Beckenham, where Michael McCann, I think he's looking after you as Anderson comes in. Eve Jones has a little dabble at that into the posh side, as Barbara Daniels would call it, and they get through for a single. 266 for 2, Central Sparks. Freeborn to face this time. And the last game is Blaze, who are 208 all out against the Vipers down at Arundel. which I gather is really pretty, but I've not been to Arundel.
No, me neither.
Anderson in, and Freeborn sweeps that into a gap, but there is a fielder there at backwards square who's going to cut that off. They just get the 1. 267 for 2.
No, I've covered a lot of Sussex games over the years on the men's side, but never at a venue other than Hove. They seem to have stopped using those sorts of outgrounds for the men's side of things. I mean, Arundel, Eastbourne.
Yeah, the pictures make it look a bit like Wormsley, which is very pretty, and I've been... I'll go straight through, there is no run. I've been to Wormsley. I match managed an Ashes test match for the women at Wormsley. In fact, the last Ashes test match to be played on an outground. It's a very pretty place, but the Wi-Fi and the phone signal is not ideal, shall we say.
Imagine
very pretty.
Setting up a broadcast. Not the easiest
so
there either, from what I've heard.
Yes. And I've done Sparks versus Vipers as a Sparks home game, commentating there, but we were busy trying to get the buzzes and the crackles off the line.
Can imagine. No, it's one of those places that you have to get to. It's one of those cricketing meccas, isn't it? But still yet to have the opportunity.
It's the Getty estate, and Fame would have it that Getty said, I want the same slope as Lords in terms of the ground, so it's purpose-built, so this lovely thatched clubhouse.
Number 95.
It's a spectacular setting, particularly with the red kites wheeling around the
yes,
estate.
of course. Part of the world, a lot of them about. Yeah. Wong returns, so she'll have the last 2 overs from this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end and inside edge into the floor. So a dot delivery first up. Just looking at those games elsewhere, if the Sunrisers were to win, which chasing 189 you'd figure they probably ought to, and the Vipers defeat the Blaze, which again they've got 209 to win, they probably ought to get there. That would leave a huge gap between the top 4 and the rest. Paddled round the corner, that is a terrific shot from Freeborn, using the pace of Wong, and it's felt for quite a lot of this innings and this partnership as though Storm needed about 3 extra fielders, and even then these two would still have a huge amount of runs to their name, stepping across and helping it away. Terrific execution from Freeborn. She went quite early, but well,
she likes to do that early ramp, doesn't she? She did it a few times in the 100, and when it comes off, it's great. I mean, when it doesn't, she gets clonked in the face like she did earlier.
I don't know whether Wong would have seen it or not, but it was outside off stump that she fetched it from.
Oh yeah, proper fetch that was.
Short ball clattered away, 1 bounce. Oh, it's off those practice pitches, and that is an extraordinary piece of fielding from Holland, given the force that ball was hit with, and she would have had no idea what that was going to do after it hit the surfaces, and she has saved 3 runs there. That is one of, I know it's sort of tempting to say it looks routine, but that is one of the best pieces of fielding of the day.
Yeah. Off the, as you say, almost like the outfield is like a slip catching machine. You just no idea how high that's going to bounce, because it's been well compacted down, so you know it's going to go high, but it might spin also.
I mean, the whole ground is looking magnificent for this time of the season, but those practice pitches get such usage over there. You've got to have them somewhere. Slower ball and dot ball. No, it's got underneath Wong. They'll take a single.
So she won't like that.
No, she's kicked at the ball, 6 off the over so far, but would have dearly loved to have got a second dot delivery. I mean, it's already to the stage where, well, like I say, 1 boundary in an over. That's terrific at this stage with this established partnership. But a couple of dots make such a huge difference. That's not going to be 1 either. It might well be 4. It will.
It is.
Griffiths trying to get round from the cover boundary. But again, it's just sweet timing and placement, and just a little push from Freeborn this time. Push drive.
She's heading for that total what she got against Sunrisers, which was 93. She got 12 fours in that game. She top scored against Blaze with 53, and she got 49 against Diamond. So doing well with the bat for Central Sparks is Abby Freeborn.
Walloped straight to Luff, who gets down. So 10 from that over. 2 overs remain. This partnership is now the 4th highest in the history of this competition. Comfortably, I should probably have made clear, comfortably Sparks's highest. In fact, it was their first 150 plus partnership for any wicket. Previous highest was also involving Abby Freeborn. Freeborn and Campbell last year at New Road against Thunder. Still 2 overs left, and they could still just about break the record for the highest partnership in the history of the comp for any wicket. They've got 2 more runs to equal the highest 3rd wicket partnership. 207 would be the marker all time, so they need to score 18 to equal a 19 off the last 2 overs to beat it.
Eve Jones comes, whacks it in the air. Oh, I think this is going to be out. Yeah, that is the end of a brilliant innings from the captain, Eve Jones. She looks despairingly, but she just launched that into the air, and her opposing captain took an easy catch there in the covers. But a great innings as various other Western Storm players, particularly Lauren Filer, congratulates Eve Jones on a magnificent innings there.
I've just seen Hypercourse get in touch with exactly. I promise you, I wasn't removing credit, but I just happened to have said those things before I saw your tweet. But thank you very much for that.
So Eve Jones, she got 130 off 162 balls. 18 fours and 1 6, but quite an innings there from Eve Jones. A statement innings.
Marathon effort from her, isn't it? She is, as you say, she is someone for this longer game,
format.
but she's shown her class from pretty much right at the start. It was a maiden over first up that Wong bowled in this innings as well. It's always amazing when you look at these big scores and then you think back to the first over was a maiden, and actually in the second innings you'd think if you played out a maiden first over, well, we're already down to 49 overs, but sometimes it just works out that way. But terrific timing from Jones. Think back to earlier on in her innings, those cover drives that just beautiful. Pretty much every time she went for a gap, she would find it early on. She had to ride out a tight period of bowling from Sophia Smale, was happy to do that as well, hang in there, and then cashed in later on.
It was all timing, wasn't it? It's glorious as Anderson comes into the new batter, Katie George, formerly of Western Storm, who has to swipe at that one. It's going to be a no ball signal by Sue Redfern. That's 4 backward of square and a no ball. So lots of runs off that one. Yeah, it was a magnificent innings from Eve Jones, who is no stranger to some big scores this season, but yeah, brilliantly led there in terms of the score. And Sue Redfern signals a free hit for this ball. I'm sure Katie George would like a little
delivery will be a
free hit here. 99 on the back of her shirt. She's looking at the gaps, no doubt, in the field. Where can she put this next delivery from Anderson? Steps across, or sort of twiddles at it, and it goes down the leg side. Is it going to be signalled? Yeah, off. Oh no, as a bye. So 4 byes come off that one. A little swipe at it, but it must have just gone straight through there.
Yeah, she moved across the stumps, and
then
Wraith was looking offside of George, thinking that Anderson was going to follow her, and then she went the other way and did Wraith like a kipper, unfortunately. So 300 very much back on.
Yeah, possible. 286 for 3 Sparks are. Just 10 more deliveries. Anderson to George. Plays that into the offside. Fran Wilson picks that up, but they're only going to get a single. Nevertheless, rotating the strike as they need to do. 286 for 3. 287 for 3 even now. Freeborn on strike on 84. Could she get to 100? Depends on how much strike she's going to get and how many gaps she can find in the field. There's a big gap through mid-wicket here. She's going to get tempted into that one. Goes backward. Oh, it's a great stop from Lauren Filer. That's a dot ball. They don't even get a single there. Good stop there because you don't. You kind of see the batter winding up at that 45 angle at fine leg, and you're not quite sure how hard or fast or high it's going to come at you. Sparks 287 for 3. 8 more deliveries to go. Anderson in from the loft end into Freeborn. Oh, thumped on the pads. They're going to get through for a single. I think this is going to be a leg by. Yeah, let's have a little look. See what we get signal. Did it go up any back? Yeah, leg by, says Sue Redfern. One more to the total. Rotated strike. Tick. Sparks 287 for 3.
It's extras at now 39.
Yeah, I know, it's painful, isn't it? 7 more balls. What can Central Sparks get to, and what can Western Storm restrict Sparks to? Because they've got to chase this in the second half. Anderson striding in, bouncer into the pitch. Katie George dismisses that into the leg side, but they only get through for a single. One more to the total. 288 for 3. And that, is that the end of the over? That is, just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, the end of the over. So 49 overs gone, 1 over left. 289 for 3. George on 6, Freeborn on 84. What do you reckon they could get to then, Ed?
Well, I reckon,
who's going to bowl?
you know, there's really no mathematical end to what they could get to,
yeah.
but well, you would say the way that it's gone that they probably ought to get to 300.
They're going to be tickling it
They've
from
found
one side or the other, aren't
boundaries at such regularity. Wong has the last over, 1 for 51, her figures from 9, so she's escaped some of the tap.
Yeah.
Slower ball, big shout, and it's not going to be given by umpire Brown, and
No,
Wong begging
Can't
for
believe
that
it.
one. But a good start to the over anyway, the pace off working. We will get the benefit of a replay slowed down. Yeah, you can see why it wasn't given, because Gabby Brown's thinking that's heading down the leg side. Izzy Wong is thinking, well, that's hitting some part of leg stump. But
all the bowlers think that when it hits
just the
the
way
pads,
it goes.
The bowlers, when it hits the pads, they think it's out, don't they? They've no idea.
Freeborn back on strike. And this time they won't even take a run, so excellent start to this over from Wong, taking the pace off that slower ball when she gets it right. So effective. You talk about speed differential between a quicker ball and that slower ball as well. It's something that I think has been recognised more in the shorter format of the game, that actually it's almost more effective the slower ball of the quicker bowler is. And again going slow, thinking about 2. And Smale's going to have to run across this one, and although she doesn't field it cleanly, she didn't have any chance of stopping the 2 because Katie George was off, turning to the danger end immediately without even stopping. And she also, I'm sure, is thinking, outside chance, let's get Freeborn back on strike.
Yeah, I think so.
Still, Wong's executed the first 3 of this final over. And again, George sprinting off down as soon as it's hit. I'm not sure that Freeborn really wants the second, but she's going to have to go for it, and in fact she will make it. Sparks enjoyed that one. Freeborn's been out there a while.
You could see that the fielder had got to get to it, and then had got to throw it to the far end to get Freeborn out. So you can see why Katie George is thinking, well, you know, the timing is there, like you say. Give Freeborn every chance of facing these last few.
2 left. She needs 2 6s for 3 figures. Won't get it there. That should just be a straightforward one, no matter how quickly
Fast
Katie
they
George
are.
runs.
Yeah.
Even Katie George isn't going to be able to turn that one into 2.
Fran Wilson's going to get that back, isn't it?
But yeah, it's the other thing about this ground, actually, that you sort of lose in amongst the quality of the pitches for batting and the speed of the outfield and some of the shorter boundaries, that so often, because of the dimensions, this slightly quirky shape to it, there are those pockets for 2s as well. Final ball of the innings. And she's gone for the reverse. It's off short third, and they're going to have to run these up. And actually, Katie George was watching that go into the hands, or out of them as it turned out, of the fielder. But 2 runs off the final delivery. Look at a replay there, an audacious shot. She hit it well, and actually, you probably have to say Anderson's saved a couple of runs there, as much as it was technically a dropped catch. But 2 runs to complete this innings, so Sparks actually fall just short of that total in the game that we were referencing earlier on this ground between the South East Stars and Western Storm, where the Stars made their 298 for 5 from 44 overs, and Storm ended up winning the game on Duckworth Lewis. As we mentioned, no Amanda J. Wellington, who turned that game around, and you know, all the caveats. And it is a really daunting prospect to try and chase this score down. What have Storm got to tell themselves?
Batting boots on now as Freeborn goes off 89, and it's going to be good for our averages. And George, yeah, I mean, they are really going to have to bat very well here, aren't they? I mean, you know, and also Central Spartans have got to bowl well. We've seen the ball go quickly off the outfield. There will be lots of gaps in that, particularly in that power play when they're only allowed 2 fielders outside the 25-yard circle. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting chase. It should be a cracking game here. There's still a chance to get down here. We have got quite a lot of people in here, but the empty seats you can see on the far side is just because they've got that side closed off, keeping people close to the teas and the coffees and pasties and things. Yeah, so lots to do. What do you reckon, Ed?
Very much so. So the tale of the innings, really,
It
wasn't entirely a tale of 2 innings, actually, even though you'd look at the card and think that it was, because Campbell, even though she only made 10 and Perrin 20, they helped get Eve Jones. Yeah, Eve Jones was actually the aggressor in both those partnerships, even with Perrin at the crease. I think Jones contributed more runs even to that second wicket partnership, but Jones 130 from 163 deliveries. What's 130? It's not even my highest score of the season, but you know, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Abby Freeborn 89 from 94 deliveries, a Sparks record partnership for the 3rd wicket that finished at 189. So terrific work from both of those 2. It was splendid to watch, and Katie George with 8 at the end. So we will be back in just under half an hour. Go on then. Yeah.
So at Chelmsford, Northern Diamonds finished 188 for 9 against Sunrisers. Thunder are 250 for 8 against South East Stars. And the Blaze 208 all out against the Vipers. So yes, some interesting matches. The game at Beckenham, which is the Thunder Stars game, Michael McCann's looking after you there, but I don't know who's at the other grounds. So yes, Ed.
Anyway, no. Well, just to say, we'll be back in half an hour's time for Western Storm's attempt to chase 298 to win.
Hardwick can, yeah. And then that should be everyone. Yeah, we have the time, I think. Alright, okay. Yeah, this is going to be your.
Cut shit straight in.
Yeah, this sounds like this is on the also, I want to. It feels like a Viking. Right, ready? Can we go that way? You trust me? Take a step in, please. Yeah. Oh, get at it, come on. Just take a one. Right, you trust me? You don't trust me there. Don't move. You're fine. Hi. Everybody else has. Good, Fred. Yeah, good. Yeah, we've got one. Good.
Enthusiasm. Lovely. Right, that's it. Thank you.
Happy?
Perfect. All of them. Actually, look at the state improvement. That's what counts.
Good luck, team.
Go well, girls, go well.
Please welcome back our umpires Gabby Brown and Sue Redford. Please welcome Central Sparks, led by Captain Eve Jones.
Welcome back to Taunton, the
To
Cooper
open the batting
Associates
for
County
Western
Ground,
Storm, number
for
16,
this
Sophia
50 over
Square,
Rachel
number
Hayhoe Flint
74, Emma
Trophy
Corney.
game between Western Storm, the home team, who are about to start batting, against Central Sparks, who they sent in to bat because Western Storm won the toss and elected to field first. Central Sparks have set a huge total of 297, so 298 to win.
Chris Potts will
Got a
open bowling
cut-off
from
of
River End.
5.33 at the moment, without any
Emma Corney.
allowances, as Sue Redfern signals the scorers, Polly Rhodes and Chris. What's Chris's name?
Drew.
Chris Drew. It signals the scorers. We've got Gabby Brown at square leg, and Sue Redfern signals play to Grace Potts, coming in from the luff end to Emma Corney, who it's get trapped sort of in front. There's almost the red arrows. Everyone's got their arms up as an appeal. Sue Redfern unmoved. So a dot ball, the first ball. What do you reckon, Hannah?
Pressure on
Woo.
from the Sparks
Was.
straight away. They are certainly here to play today. We set a mammoth total in that first innings. 298 to win here at Taunton. Pressure's on the Storm, but it's not impossible.
Yep. Like a
can say.
challenge. They've done big chases here before.
They
Potts
certainly
comes
have.
in again. Corney plays that into the offside through the fielders. I think hopefully they're going to cut it off there. They're going to Amy no, it's full. It's the first boundary for Western Storm. Carved through extra cover there. 4 runs to Western Storm. So getting off to a better start than Central Sparks did in that first over. Kind of strangled at the beginning. But getting a boundary in that first over of Grace Potts.
Yeah, she found the gap nicely, but it did feel like the fielders were going to win that race to the ball.
Yeah,
but luckily the
it
ball
does.
just crept across the boundary rope.
Speed up, didn't it, as it went off those practice strips as Potts comes in again. So Emma Corney comes forward and defends that. Potts does the tidying up, and the fielder closed behind, ready for the cover. It was not required. Corney and Smale opening the batting here for Western Storm.
We had a tweet in from Hyperforce as well saying, is it a little bit wishful thinking about increased media coverage, etc.? But that brings me on to a really good opportunity to flag that Somerset are currently hiring for a social media and content team for Somerset Women.
Excellent. Oh, ooh, that was a bit leggy, bit off paddy and things as well there. Ooh, that was exciting. Potts is bowling a good line here.
So yeah, I am unfortunately guilty to be a eternal optimist,
Mhm.
but I do think this new Tier 1 structure, if they are getting positions like this in place,
Yes.
would be advantageous, and we do need mainstream media to also kind of pick up more of the coverage as well.
Indeed, as Potts comes into Corney, he plays that underneath the cover point fielder, and that's going to be another 4 there. I think that's Campbell there got caught a little bit on the ring, and it's difficult in the power play because you've got to be inside that 25-yard circle for the women's game. 30 yards in the men's game. Goes underneath, she goes down, but unfortunately she does a
Nutmegged.
nutmegged herself.
But yeah, it's really exciting, isn't it? That there's, Somerset are hiring for a social media and content lead for Somerset Women, so it's available on their website to apply now.
Yep, if we're going to get the coverage, need the staff in place. As Potts comes into Corney. Plays that again to Amy Campbell, but this time she gets her hands to it and stretches Abby Freeborn behind the stumps, and there is no run, but it's a no ball. Must be a front foot no ball. Sue Redfern signalling Polly and Chris. And it's a free hit already, first over. Gosh, is it exciting.
The next delivery will be a free hit.
So Storm already on 8 with those 2 lovely boundaries from Emma Corney, and it's still Corney to face, and plays that round the back of square leg straight to the fielder, and they get a single off that no ball. So the score moves on to 9 for no loss. Corney on 8, and then the extra for the no ball. It was only 1 over. Hannah,
Yeah,
how exciting.
Yeah, Storm have. It's moved on to 10. You just beat the
10,
scoreboard.
oh,
just
it's
beat
too
it.
fast.
So
It's too fast.
10 for naught. So yeah, a decent start for Storm.
Goal from the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end.
And that's what they
99,
certainly need to
Katie
do,
George.
isn't it?
You're going to need to go off at some rate here to get to 298 to
And
win.
Of course, we've also got the bowling speeds available as well on your screen, so you can see how quick or how slow the bowler's bowling. Because of course, it's not just about being as fast and pacey as possible, is it? You know, there's real kind of
It's that
deception. Is that the right word?
Yeah,
With the
there's
slower ball,
well,
you know,
yeah,
making the
they've got
batter think, making them have to work for
slower
it.
balls, knuckleballs.
Yeah, because that's one of the comments I hate when people are like, "Oh, it's so slow," and it's like, yeah, but sometimes that's the point. Sometimes that is the point.
Stop treating women's cricket like a broken version of men's cricket.
Exactly. As Katie George comes into attack.
Ooh.
We've got some oohs in the.
Yes, there's some oohs. We can hear the oohs from the press office, I think.
You can indeed. We'll see that on the replay. I think that was a good leave, to be honest.
2 types of leaves.
That's what I'd be saying if I was corny out there.
She's hogging the strike here. Poor old Sophia Smale hasn't faced anything yet.
Yeah, Sophia Smell, we mentioned it at the start of the season, bumped up to this opening slot,
Yeah.
a position that she's called for. George comes in, it's swiped, finds the gap, it's going to race away for 4. Good chase from the fielders, but Corney with another boundary to her name.
Yeah, it's doing well with the boundaries here. She's got 40 against the Diamonds, of course, so...
And it was a shame at the start of the season Corney was out injured. I think it was shoulder or back.
Okay.
It was a shoulder. Looking at Ed Seaborn. Put
No
him under
idea.
pressure at the back there. He wasn't paying attention, so I cannot confirm. But I think it was... she was definitely injured at the start anyways, which is a huge loss. As George comes in, a straight delivery. Comes into the batter, no run. But we spoke to Peter Trago earlier this season, batting coach for Western Storm, and said she was looking absolutely brilliant in their pre-season. And then unfortunately, injury struck, and then she had to get back midway through the season to contribute. So had to wait a little bit of time to come back to Greece when she was looking so good in that pre-season tour. And I think that was Dubai way, I think it was.
Okay, could be.
They spent some time out there. As George Corney comes in.
Oh, that was interesting. Managed to kick it in mid-air, but I think it's inadvertently. I think the timing just took it.
But we'll have a look on the
into her
replay
feet.
here. Katie George, former footballer, of course, as
Oh
well.
yes, that's right. A former footballer. She manages to kick it on the way through. I bet she couldn't do that again, or possibly not. She might be able to do it.
We've got
again.
another
She's that
angle
sort
to see it from here. Oops.
of- it was lots of artistic intent, anyway.
George in. Corney tries to hit it away, but finds the fielder. 63.7 miles per hour, that last delivery.
Ow.
4 from the over so far.
That is. Because Katie George got a 5 for her against Western Storm in the opposing game, even though it was on a losing course, 5 for 50. So she'll be wanting to repeat that, and Western Storm will be hoping she doesn't.
And again, thinking about injury, of course, Katie George, you mentioned earlier, someone fast bowler who's struggled a little bit.
Stop there. Doing a parent.
Yeah, on her 50th appearance for Central Sparks. Had her cap presentation earlier this morning, 9:40 to be precise. Hopefully, I'm sure the photos will be on social media by now. We've got the wonderful Callum, isn't it? Central
Callum,
Sparks.
Yeah,
I've seen him, he's been there
yeah.
typing away and all
Yes.
sorts. So, yeah, I'm sure the Sparks social media channels will be full of celebrations and full of hopefully lots of positive comments for the young 17-year-old on her special occasion today.
In the sunshine here at Taunton, looks like perfect condition.
Oh, it's gorgeous out there. Western
Second
Storm.
slip in here for
Yeah,
Potts. Eve Jones has just come into first slip. We've got Katie George at sort of gully there almost. Sort of third slip gully.
Western Storm 14 for naught so far, for Corney 13. And she's still got the strike.
She's it's Smale now, isn't it? I think facing Potts. So she dabs that straight to Davina Perrin, and there is no run.
Oh, you're right.
Off her first
My
ball.
apologies.
Hey.
I missed the. She's taken off her
Oh, her arm got-
elbow.
yeah, she's usually got a big
That's
arm
for a minute. I
guard
was
on,
like,
hasn't
oh, that's not Sophia Smell. That's Emma Corney. And then I was like, oh wait, no, that is Sophia Smell, because she's normally got her signature white bands on her arms. So,
And she does that. Yeah, she wears that.
so you're right. She
Teams,
finally gets the strike.
She finally gets the strike. That's right. Potts in from the loft end. Oh, straight through to Abby Freeborn there. This is going to keep the first and first slip and gully fielders interested. Katie George has taken a couple of early in Sparks games. Has taken a couple of early low catches. So in Central Sparks games that I've seen, so Potts will be wanting that to happen again. Comes in for the 25-yard circle. Played into the leg side. There is a fielder there. And they get through for a single. It was a bit of a shy, and Abby Freeborn, I think, was sort of blindsided because the batter was running in as well there. Eve Jones comes out of the slip, and Katie George goes finer to a sort of second slippish one. Slippish to Potts. Eve Jones into the cover. Potts in. Oh, it's played up in the air. It's a leading edge. It's going to be a catch. Yes. Unfortunately, that's the end of Emma Corney. And yes, she's a top edge that straight back to the bowler. Potts caught and bowled.
Yeah, we'll see it on the replay here.
Looking to play it into the leg side. Unfortunately, just top edges it straight
Emma
back to
Corney was caught and
Grace
bowled by
Potts,
Grace
who
Potts
says
for
thanks very
30.
much. I'll have that.
Sophie left to come into the middle next, though.
Captain Fantastic to the crease. That's a shame because it was an
Coming back to
enterprising
Western
knock
Storm,
from
number
Corney,
63,
13
captain Sophie Luck.
off the 14 balls that she faced, but 3 boundaries. And, looked like she was settling in there, but Grace Potts had other ideas.
Mentioned Sophie Luff, Captain Fantastic, etc.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Somerset's announced any signings yet, have they? I haven't seen anything, but I might be wrong there. But surely, if she's got to be the number one for Somerset. She is known as, you know, the Queen of the West. They call her
If
down
Charlie
here.
is Mr. Somerset, she must be Mrs. West.
Yeah.
So Mikey Mike Turner, later this parish scoring, he says Emma Corney is the 5th Western Storm player to score 500 Rachel Hayhoe runs. Ahead are Luff, Wilson, Wraith and Griffiths. Luff with 1,651, Fran Wilson 906, Nat Wraith 798 and Alex Griffiths on 666. So that was exciting. Thank you very much, Mikey Mike. Potts into Luff, who leaves that one straight through to Abby Freeborn, and there is no run.
Yeah, she is the face of women's cricket down here.
She's on the
quite literally,
the
she is the
mural.
face.
She is literally, yeah. There's a big mural behind the stands that are down below us, and there's Anya Shrubsole, Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson. I think there might be another one down there as well. I walked past them this morning.
And as Somerset becomes a home of women's cricket again.
Yeah. It's played through the 3rd region. There is a fielder down there. Bethan Ellis just does the tidying up. They get through for a single, so another one to the total. Western Storm 15 for 1. That's 3 overs down. Luff on 1 and Smale on 1.
Yeah, maybe as you keep calling the Riverside end the Luff end. Maybe that may actually come true.
If I say it enough.
You might have put it into the world. Into the what's it called?
Into the ether and the sort of universe.
Yeah, into the universe.
into
That's
the
the word I was looking for. You put it into the universe prior to any of this tier 1, tier 2, etc. conversations. You put it out there that end should be the Sophie Luff end.
I think it's funnier because
And
she doesn't bowl, so it's like.
But there's a reality that you might have planted some seeds that may come into flower.
We shall see.
Or at least you could have a Alex Hartley light at least
at
that end.
You know that I was involved with that, don't you?
You were actually involved with that.
One moment, we shall come back to that.
Oh,
you do your own, and I'll tell you my involvement in that.
As George comes in for her next over. No run.
So,
Tell me more, Claire.
what happened was, if you were an avid listener to the No Balls podcast, somebody wrote in and said, "Oh, on commentary, someone said short fine Alex Hartley," which was me.
Claire Jenkins.
And then the question was, if you could have something named after you, do you want a fielding position or whatever? And she said, "I don't care what it is. I don't care even if it's a floodlight." And then subsequently, she had a floodlight named after her.
So
So
you
I was
started
the
it.
starting point of Alex Hartley's floodlight.
George, to laugh.
Although I don't think she
Flicks
knows
off
that.
Alex.
I don't think she knows who I am.
I imagine she does. You know everyone.
Well, yes.
It might not be for good reason.
Yes.
I'm just jesting.
Sid Egan has got this theory from Cricket Hero. He reckons that it's like, he says normally it's 6 degrees of separation, but he reckons in the women's cricket world it's probably only 1 from me. He's probably right, actually. And Faith Florence describes me as the mayoress of women's cricket town or something.
A lot of pressure on your shoulders,
Yeah.
Claire.
Cool.
A lot of pressure.
Get the roads mended and everything.
It's George to Smell. Comes in, tries to flick it off her legs. George looked interested. I thought it was moving away and going
Yeah.
slightly wide.
Trying to distract Gabby from giving a wide. Did she give a wide?
She didn't give it, no.
No.
Let's have a look. Get off the clipped her legs.
Clips her legs. Can't be a wide if it's pads. Yeah, off the pad. Give Abby Freeman a bit of practice down the leg side.
Yeah, it'd be really exciting back to the kind of the Luff End
Oh, yeah?
conversation. It'd be
Oh, yeah?
really interesting to see what they do with this ground actually to ensure that more history is celebrated. George comes in.
Because are you old enough to
That
remember
is
that this
a wide
was
delivery on this occasion. I was just waiting to see what Gabby Brown was going to do.
wide?
Yes,
Are
very
you
wide.
old enough to remember that it was they tried to dub Somerset the spiritual home of women's cricket?
Of course I'm old enough.
Right,
Yes,
so-
I was in the pathway at that point and was very
Ah.
excited as a youngster, thinking, oh, this is the home of women's cricket. And
ECB tried to name it the spiritual home of women's cricket back in the day.
was it NatWest t-shirts, etc.
Oh gosh,
George
don't
comes
know.
in.
It was Jill McConway's time at leading on women's cricket that they tried to do that. I remember, it was in the days when we still used to change in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion to play on here. I only played there once, but we did get to change in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion as well before this one was built.
This used to be an old, was it the cowshed, did we used to call it over here?
Probably.
Was it called the cowshed? The potting
The potting shed this end.
Oh,
Okay.
I got told it was a cowshed. But I remember, so I used to work in the
used to
ticket
work here,
office,
didn't you?
and I remember them selling the chairs that used to be here.
Ah.
George comes into Smell, defends it, which brings but yeah, no, I remember them selling it all off and everything, and everyone was like, no, you can't get rid of that stand, and now we've got the Truscoffic stand here, and
Yeah,
it's
How
obviously
brilliant.
brilliant.
Mm.
Fantastic facilities here at Somerset. But yeah, hopefully they'll get some more kind of
The people
decorative stuff to celebrate the women's game and women's history at least. There's some-
Smile is getting distracted. There's obviously something going on behind the bowler's arm here. That,
It's
the
not us,
stewards
though.
need to- No,
We're-
it's not
we're
us 'cause we're
behaving.
too far. We're way too far in the air. It feels like we're sort of helicoptering in. We're that high up, looking down on this.
George in.
Oh,
Smell beats the fielder in the inner ring, gets a single. They're looking for two. They are quick.
Harris Pavey
Luffy's
there.
got to put her back down, and she does indeed.
Harris Pavey diving back there.
That was really well worked from Storm there. It shouldn't have really been a single. Managed to get that and then managed to turn it into a two. It's what's needed when they are chasing a mammoth total. Still required 278 to win. They're chasing 298. End of that over. Western Storm 20 for 1. Luff on 2. Smell on 3. And of course, Corney had to depart for 13 from her 14 deliveries.
Now, if Fran Wilson gets to bat, Western Storm will hope she doesn't. But if she does get to bat, and she's number 2 in the batting stats for the Rachel Ayer Flint, she could pass 400 runs because she's on 392. And I found that for myself, and I don't do numbers. So if she comes in, she might pass that 400 runs in a season as Potts comes into Luff, who defends that back straight to the bowler, and there is no run.
Well, you've just put that into a universe as well, Claire Jenkins.
Yeah, put that, yeah.
Yeah, Wilson's had an excellent season with the bat in this competition.
She has.
Nat Rafe, I think, isn't too far behind either.
Nope. Nope.
She's sitting quite high in the rankings as well.
Yep, third in the MVP rankings, not right.
I've also seen on ESPN Cricket Info, there's also fan ratings as well, players. I don't know how you actually
okay.
rate your favourite players, but there's some players with like 10 out of 10 and all sorts on there.
Right, okay.
On that list.
Does
But I'm not sure who's voting.
I think that's probably not worth. I mean, I think that might be sort of slightly dodgy if you.
Fans' favourite.
Yeah, that was. There was no run there, by the way. It was a lovely textbook. Forward defensive and Sophie Love. Yes, that sort of smacks of not. If you investigate that a bit more, it might not be a good idea. We shall see. As Potts comes in from the Luff end to Sophie Luff, Captain Fantastic, who again does a lovely textbook forward defensive.
See, I love
she's
that
decided she's going to pick another bowler to have a go at. What were we going to say?
I just love that you've just named it the Luff End.
Yeah.
For consistently for the last, how many years have you been calling it that?
Well, I've been doing commentary on the Rachel Hare Flint for 5 seasons, although I did start with Central Sparks. But yeah.
You still do Sparks, don't you?
I do, yeah. I still do Sparks,
yeah,
yes.
you
I'll
have
be
got
there on Friday.
Joint allegiances.
I do. I'm bilingual in that respect. That's Luff herring through for a 1 and turns around to find, no, there isn't a second there. Definitely not a second there. Smile to face Grace Potts. It must be coming down. You've got the speeds there, haven't you? It's coming down from quite a height because Grace Potts is quite tall. Sunshine here at Taunton.
Glorious.
Smile plays that. Oh, lovely gap there. It's a lovely gap there through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs to Smile. And she moves on to 7. The score moves on to 25 for 1.
See it on the replay here. Pierced the gap beautifully.
Yeah.
But it seems like the ball's
Left a
slowing
big
up
gap.
a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like it's just slowing. It's teasing most fielders.
Yeah, you set off after it, you think, oh, I'm never going to get that. Oh, I might get it. Teasing, as you say. Potts to Smale. Tapping a bat. Banged into the pitch, played into the leg side. There's a gap there, that's another 4 runs. Thanks very much, as Smale. Moves on to 11. Scored to 29 for 1. And that's the end of the over 5 overs. I've got another fact about Ellie Anderson.
Oh, go on.
So at Trent Bridge, I was chatting with her, as I said, and her mum and dad, and her mum's soup, lemon drizzle. Anyway, talking with Ellie Anderson about how much she'd learnt at the Under-19 World Cup, which was lots, and she really enjoyed it. She was also saying at the Under-19 World Cup, she is cap #1.
Oh,
And
wow.
the other interesting fact about that is that she's cap #1 because they bowled first, because if they'd batted first, it would have been in batting order.
Oh, wow.
But because
As
she's
George
Anderson, she's #1.
continues. Luff looks for a quick one, but won't get
like
it.
that.
Davina comes in very quickly.
I like that. She's cap #1 for the Under-19.
yeah.
Under-19.
That's a fun fact to have,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And I subsequently found out that if it's batting first, it's in batting order. But because we bowled first in whatever her first game was, it's alphabetical order. So she's
Ah.
#1. Is our Ellie Anderson.
George left arm to Luff again, finds Davina Perrin.
Oh, it's a no ball.
Gabby Brown puts that arm out to signal the no ball. And does the lasso for a no ball.
Lasso that no ball. Where's
The
this
next
going?
delivery will be a free hit.
Captain Fantastic, Sophie Love. Where's she eyeing up? The field can't change because it's the same batter. Where do you reckon?
I think she's going to try and hit it straight over the back of the top of George.
Back over the.
Yeah, straight
back
over the top. I
bowler's
think
head,
she'll
just to
try
cheese her
for.
off. Ooh.
Or she'll swing and a miss. Well recovered from George.
Smart bowling, a
Very
wide,
smart.
wide Yorker.
See it again.
Cricket smarts, as Mel Jones would say from Katie George.
You sounded northern then. I've had
When
lots
do
of
you know what?
accents. I've had so many
Mel
accents from
Jones
Claire
was-
Jenkins today.
Mel Jones was born in Devon, so
Oh,
she really
really?
shouldn't have played for Australia. I think we should have all of her wickets and runs and
She's
catches
technically
now.
a Western Stormer then.
Yes, she is.
George comes in to Luff.
Oh,
Hits
great
it square.
stop.
An excellent stop from the field.
Oh, we like a good point fielding. Oh, a little bit of that.
Your favoured position,
Yeah,
right?
it was. Point to point. Thanks very much. Dirty trousers. Oh, I never played in colour. Well, no, I never played in coloured clothing. It was always with a red ball and white. So even though it was 20 overs or 40 overs or 50 overs, or to start off with 60 overs, county championships at Cambridge. That's a very long time in the field, let me tell you.
There's George, the former Western Storm player. Comes in there again. More ooh. Today has been full of those ooh moments. Again, whispering past the edge of the bat.
Oh,
We'll see it
whispering,
again on the
lovely.
replay. Oh, very, very close.
I like the
Excellent
way
from George.
Katie George always puts an arm up in the hope that she might be having an appeal.
Yeah, I was wondering what the arm's doing. Is like, is it ready to celebrate? Is it ready to
It's
appeal?
I'm
Is it an
going to-
apology?
All of the above, probably.
There for all occasions. And she comes back in. Smell on strike. No run. Just kicks the pitch to try and sort out that run up. Just something is clearly
Nice
there.
spell,
She just
nice speller bowling here from Katie George.
yeah, excellent stuff from, as we mentioned, she used to play for Western Storm.
Home from home.
Moved across to Central Sparks and has been loving life there, it seems. Bit of a wider delivery.
And she is locked in. She's already the Warwickshire Bears, Birmingham Bears, whatever they're going to call themselves. She's already locked in for next year.
A mixture of teams have named players and others haven't yet, so there's still a bit of mystery. Lots of going on behind the scenes. Lots of contract negotiations.
Players, agents, all sorts going on there, Dan.
Yeah, it's a very different era for a women's game now, turning into, you know, professionalism, full-time professionalism, but also that commercial side of it as well. There's going to be greater expectations upon the players, not just to play, but to, you know, get the ticket sales, much less all of the above. Kind of is more than just cricket now, isn't it? There's a business to it, which
Absolutely. I must say, I've been
changes
having
dynamics.
early conversations with Beth Barrett-Wild about potentially what they might be able to have as minimum service standards for next year for Tier 1 and Tier 2. And she was very impressed with the numbers that we're getting on the live streams, I have to say, as Potts comes in to Luff, banged into the pitch. Luff plays that lovely dab into the leg side, and I think it's going to get, yes, cut off. Beautiful bit of fielding there. Is that Katie George out? Yes. Caris Paley, get them mixed up with the hooks. No, Caris Paley out there. Left arm, hair out of the back of the cap. Katie George-esque stop there out in the outfield. And Western Storm are 33 for 1. Luff on 6, Smale on 11. Luff to face. We've got the gully in now with Katie George and Eve Jones at first slip as Luff surveys her kingdom, or queendom. Her
Oh,
queendom now. Look, she's looking down the Sophie Luff end, waiting for Potts. Oh, a little waft at that one. It's going to go for 4. Yes, it is. Going for 4. A sort of underbat for 4. Abby Freeborn still prostrate on the floor. And then we're going to have another view of this. Sort of goes. Oh, it's a little underbat there. Yeah, ran through for 4. So 4 more to the score. Storm on to 37 for 1. Luff on 10. Smell on 11.
yeah, it doesn't matter
3 extras.
how they come, does it? As long as, you
Yeah.
know, in the scorebook it's a 4.
Yep. So what can Potts serve this time? More on target, and Sophie Luff can only defend that down, and there is no run.
She's got to play that kind of Eve Jones innings
She
here for
has,
Storm,
yeah.
hasn't she?
Which we know she can do. Very much so.
And she has done for many years.
She's
For the
number
Storm.
1 in the most valuable player Rachel Hayhoe Flint rankings. She's got 60 against Central Sparks off with a 6 included, and the other fixture the other way around. And that's gone straight past. Sophie Luff's just don't want to hit that. It's too far out. That is. Not having a go at that with a gully fielder and a keen point fielder. Better at that. Have a little wander around. Have a little breath. 63 on her back.
Yeah, she's a real stalwart of.
But still no baked goods up in the commentary position, which I have to say is slightly disappointing.
Yeah, because she does have her one on her Instagram page now. It says hobby at Lovely Bakes.
Okay, pots into Luff. She plays that into the offside. Amy Campbell nearly sends herself both ways at once, but stops the ball along the way.
Yeah, she's a
Has to
hobby
get off
baker.
A hobby baker. Professional cricketer, coach,
Award-winning coach, of course.
award-winning coach, Queen of Somerset, and a hobby baker. I'm still saying we still haven't had any of these. You should do some sort of Malteser Rocky Road or something.
Yeah, and she
Not
does
even a
listen back, you
Malteser.
know.
Does she?
She does
Oh, well.
listen back to the
Come on then,
live
Luffy.
stream, so
One more home game. I'm just saying. As Potts comes in from the 25-yard circle into Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff. I think she tickled that round the corner. And we're going to see, is it come off the bat, Sue? She's thinking. Oh, it's come off. Just the one there.
she teased us then,
So I
didn't
thought
she? 'Cause
she was
put
sort
her hand-
of wavering her hand over her knees like she was going to signal a leg bite. No, not moved. Decided. Maybe Gabby gave her a little signal to say that was bat. It's all right. It's bat. So the end of the over. 7 overs gone. Storm are 38 for 1. Luff on 11 and Smale on 11. That's nice and neat.
Wonderful.
Ed likes those kind of symmetrical numbers and things.
I also love what you mentioned earlier, though, the story about Gabby Brown being an umpire and
Oh yeah.
the kind of inspiration from Sue having that conversation about umpiring, and now they're out there together.
Yeah. Very
It's
exciting.
a brilliant story. I think you should retell it shortly after we see what Katie George has got with her first delivery of this over. Dot ball.
It does feel like Sophie Luff's kind of setting herself up for a long innings here, doesn't she? She looks like she's selling it. Yeah, no, I was just mentioning earlier that Sue Redfern was asked if she would go to Cricket Week to chat to somebody called Gabby, who might be interested in doing some umpiring several seasons ago, and now it's come full circle. And they did a game earlier in the season actually together at Edgbaston, which I was also commentating on, and today again. So yes, dreams can come true, and what you see is what you can be.
George to Luff.
Ooh.
Gets past Perrin. Should just be the one, but Luff is quick.
We know it's all about visibility, don't we? I mean, you know from your academic side, you know, if you can see it, you can be it and all that.
And I'm smarter than I sound.
No.
Yeah, well, I've got my Viva in
Hannah's- yes.
October, so submitted my PhD looking at what visibility means for elite female athletes, specifically looking at cricket and how we navigate, you know, because everyone says we need to be visible, but
Yeah.
what does that actually mean?
Seeing is believing. Seeing is seeing that something is possible. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's part of that, but I also kind of critique it within my work as well in terms of it's not the only thing that we should be kind of like
No.
aiming for, and visibility is not the solution to all of our problems, because of course there's lots of structural inequalities that
Oh yeah.
can be, I guess, blurred by thinking purely about visibility, like, yeah, let's be seen, but actually, you know, what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on underneath, and thinking about what Hypercourse mentioned earlier, you know, the structures need to be in place.
Yeah.
It's not just about, yeah, let's be seen more. It's also being seen with meaning as well. What is the representation
Oh yeah.
as George comes
Yeah.
in?
I remember hearing Susie Bates say one person's token is another person's trailblazer, which I thought was a great phrase.
That's nice.
But it is that. But you know, you're right. It's about more than visibility, because it's about the value of the visibility.
What it means as
Yeah.
well. What is that
And-
representation?
And as sport becomes more about entertainment than just sport in itself, though, visibility surely that gets a higher weighting, because if it's not, you know, like the 100, if you don't see women play cricket, you don't think they play
George
cricket.
comes in. Swiped away. There's a chase on between fielder and the ball, which
It's going to win. She's going to win.
yeah, she should get there, and keeps it to 2. But that's the thing, it's like, you can be visible, but are you actually seen, and are you seen in the ways that you'd like to be seen as well? Like, are you being represented how you want to be represented? Or, you know, numbers are just one thing. You know, it's great to have amazing numbers on the live streams, but are all the live streams consistently good in terms of production values? Like, here is absolutely amazing at Somerset. There's camera people, there's you know, producers, there's a lot going on here, but that's not the same everywhere at the moment. It's George to Smell, clips it off her legs, finds the fielder. Should just get one.
You're right, it is about what sort of visibility, and that struck me in the 100 where they were talking about the quality of the fielding, and for whatever reason they kept picking on women's misfields and things.
More so.
And actually I've seen as many bad fielding attempts from the men as women. In fact, possibly even the other way around. But the ones that they chose to pick, that they picked, you know, it's that selection. What do you know, you say here is bad fielding, and then you show women doing it, and it's reinforcing that women aren't good at fielding. Whereas, you know, what they should have done was shown 2 clips. The women can do it badly and the men can do it badly. You know, and this is good practice. Get your body behind the ball, I don't know, you know, get into the catching zone or whatever it was. As Potts comes in to Smale, who's on 14. Plays that through the cover point, that's racing away. No, it's not. That's 4 runs. Smale moves on to 18. And the score moves on to 46 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful shot, which we'll get to see on the replay again. Guided nicely.
Yeah, which is what Central Sparks were doing, wasn't it, to start off with. Just fielding restrictions still, because we're still in the power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30-yard circle in the men's game. But it's very close. I mean, Ed and I have talked about this before. It's actually, I think it's a bit of a disadvantage to the fielding. So it's supposed to be advantage to the batting side, but I think it's a big disadvantage to the fielding side, because if you can hit a gap, as Sophia Smart illustrates perfectly, you're so close you can't cut it off, and that's another 4 to the total. Western Storm 46 for 1.
For Western Storm in the 9th over.
2, so that's the 50 up for Western Storm.
Yeah, absolutely glorious shot there. And again, as mentioned, in terms of production values, you know, Somerset here have got a wonderful digital team, and just having the ability to actually replay and show everyone at home.
Oh my, yes. Potts in, and that's played straight to Amy Campbell at cover point, and there is no run.
Because do you remember the kind of the first season, and it was wobbly cameras, no audio, or if it was audio, all we could hear was the wind, and
you
know,
say
we've
that.
come a long way.
I'm going to be at Worcester on Friday, and I'm nervous because sometimes it's not quite as it ought to be at Worcester, shall we say? And we've been at Loughborough in the old days of Loughborough Lightning, where you're having to put all the cables out the window and hope the wind's in the right direction. That's another illustration of my find the gap, and it's going for 4. Smale gets another 4. Score moves on to 54 for 1. Western Storm and Smale on to 26.
Did Sue just signal no ball there as well?
Oh, I don't know.
Or was she just getting me?
She might have been signalling how many balls are left. 2 balls left for the over to Gabby.
Oh no, it was an oval.
Well done. Good spot. Another lasso.
Yeehaw.
From Sue. So that must be a front foot no ball.
The next delivery will be a free hit.
Potts gets another go. Bonus ball. Where's this going? Smale gets a free hit, so remember, if it's caught, it's not courted.
I just
pointed. It's going into leg side. I didn't know.
Oh, sorry.
I thought you were saying that's out. She hasn't even hit the ball yet. She's waving a finger at me, and we think it's going into leg. Well, Hannah thinks it's going to the leg side. Yes, it is. Big heave-ho into the mid-wicket area, up and over Carries Pavley's head, and that's 4 more runs. So I've got bonus ball for 4. And you were right. Yeah. It was going up and into cow corner.
I got really excited of where I thought the ball was going to go. I forgot to actually speak, and I was just pointing fanatically at Claire, like, over there. It's going to go over there. But I should have used my words.
Out. I hadn't even batted.
No, I was pointing. She's going to absolutely tonk it left side, leg side, sorry, and that's exactly what she did.
Right. There's a committee meeting going on.
Moved a score up as well to 30. Smel's doing really well here.
Eve Jones and Georgia Davis have decided that they're bringing in the fine leg to the circle and sending out. Got deep cover point. It's gone to that deep cover point. Amy Campbell coming off the rope. And that's just the one. So score 60 for 1, I was too fast there. 60 for 1, Luff on 12, Smale on 31. We've got 4 extras here. There's Potts' last ball of the 9th over.
Smel's got to 31 fairly quickly as well.
Yeah,
hasn't
she has. She's snuck. Well, it's all those 4 she's been pinning as Luff plays over the top of that. Smale was desperate for a run there, but Luff wasn't even looking. So that's the end of 9 overs. So 1 more over the power play, and Storm are 60 for 1. Luff on 12, Smale on 31. We listen to Claire Jenkins and Hannah Thompson Radford, we are both former Somerset players, and you'll also hear the voice of Ed Seaborn. And later, Kristen Martin Jenkins, award-winning Ed Seaborn. He hates it when I mention that, so that's why I mentioned it. In the sunshine here at Taunton, in the Rachel Hayhoe Flints. This is the 50-over competition between the 8 English Regional Centres of Excellence, as Katie George prepares to come on for the next over again. Eve Jones is going to come in to the leg side short square, and they're sending the fine leg out 2:45 onto the rope. Last over the power play. They've also got a deep third. Katie George, orange heels, flying away from us. At her feet. It's got clipped. Is the fielder going to cut it off? No, it's 4 runs.
It's 4 runs off the bat as well.
Yeah, 4 runs off the bat there.
Smale takes her score to 35. Dealing in boundaries here at Taunton.
Yes.
We've been a little bit critical of her in the past. She can be a little bit slow to start, but not today. She's here, she's ready, and she's got that challenge on. 279 spark set, and she's certainly trying to chase that down. Taking real responsibility here. As George looks to respond. Smale on strike. Great bit of fielding in the ring there.
Eve Jones, is it? Yeah.
Bethan Ellis.
Bethan Ellis. I was going to say it looked like 11, but it's 14, isn't it? Bethan Ellis.
It was deceptive in terms of
the angle
on the back of the
we're
shirt.
at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like an 11. I was just thinking, it doesn't quite look like Eve Jones.
Smale still on strike. George with the ball in hand. Left arm seamer comes in. Beautiful shot, but unfortunately finds the fielder. Looks like Hannah Hardwick. She's on her senior debut.
Yes, they brought Austin and Hardwick into the squad, didn't they, for today? So
they did indeed. It must be, you know, for those players making senior debuts at the end of this regional competition as well, it must be quite rewarding, like bittersweet, isn't it? It must be really rewarding in terms of, you know,
finally got on, but it's only 4 games to the end of the season.
But then at the same time, you know, if you've been in the academies throughout this kind of the duration of this competition, to then be finally rewarded your senior cap, it must be a wonderful moment. All that hard work paying off.
Exciting. And playing on a big pitch, you know, a nice pitch.
And hopefully it will become the norm.
Yeah, let's hope it will become the norm. And that's the difference of the regions. Playing on nice pitches.
Western Storm come through for a single.
Mikey might turn on again. And now Sphere Smale 6 Western Storm batters scored 500 Rachel Hayhoe.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Mikey Mike. Keep the stats coming.
Sphere Smale 500 runs, eh? In the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
That's great. In the score box today, Polly Rhodes and Chris Drew. Was it?
George to left. Just defends that one. I think, you know, the story of Sophia Smale as well is fascinating. You know, she came in for Storm, I think it was against Sunrisers at number 11, about to sit her A-levels the next day. And now she's opening. You know, what a story, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, not related to Seren Smale, but they played against each other in various sports age group stuff, didn't they? Seren Smale also doing well, but more with the bat and the gloves for Lancs Thunder.
Luff on strike. Beautiful drive, but finds the fielder.
Georgia Davis.
Dot ball. And yeah, I mentioned Georgia Davis. She's had a decent season as well so far. Storm 65 for 1, Luff on 12, and Smell on 36. 10 overs gone. So they're chasing that score set by Central Sparks earlier today, 297. Captain Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn in the runs. Oh, sorry, welcoming back Ed Seaborn, and I had my laptop sat on his notepad, so there was a bit of commotion there. Welcome back, Ed.
Thank you.
Sunglasses on.
No, I should have moved it out the way. Really.
You should have,
at the start
really.
of
I
the
didn't want to
innings,
say anything.
yeah. Well, you know, I'm surprised you didn't really. You've taken every other opportunity to have a swipe at me today, so why
Friendly
not
swipes,
continue
swipes.
as you started?
End of the power play.
65 on the board, and
Change of
Messrs.
bowling from
Duckworth,
the other end,
Lewis,
19
and Stern
and a
believe
half.
that that is 7 runs above par for the first 10 overs. But I think this is the start that Storm needed. I think they were going to have to be ahead of things at this stage. And now that we're out of the power play, those gaps aren't quite so easy to time the ball through. An immediate change of bowling, but it will bring a boundary first ball. So, yet again, proving I owed nothing. But Hannah Hardwick into the attack, and, well, that's a bit of a welcome to regional cricket, isn't it? It's barely offline at all. It was on a good length, and somehow Sophia Smales picked what wasn't a massive gap and hit it for 4 first ball.
Brilliant shot, and how pleasing is it to see she's really accelerating that run rate as well, isn't she? She's really come in to today's match, finding the boundary.
40 off 27, and be at least a single there, should just be the one. But the other thing this innings has done is it's meant that Luff can just take her time at the start of her innings. She hasn't had to accelerate things straight away, and you would think the way that Luff tends to play, that will stand her in really good stead towards the end of her innings as well.
100%, because that's what we know Luff likes to build, doesn't she? She builds and then she accelerates. So it's, yeah, like I say, this is a perfect pairing so far.
And I think, again, this is, you know, the oldest adage that gets trotted out probably the most times on any cricket commentary ever about pitches in terms of both sides batting on them. But we haven't seen anything different in this innings, nor I think did we expect to, than we saw in the first innings. It's a belter.
It certainly is an absolute road at Taunton. Batter's paradise.
But yeah, I think the question was going to be, and well, Smale immediately finding the gap for 4 first ball, was going to be how do they go in these middle overs. That will be wided, but especially when the Central Sparks bring their spin core into play, and they've got plenty of options up their sleeve. Georgia Davis off spin, Keris Pavley slow left arm, Hannah Baker leg spin. They've got basically everything covered, and they can take a bit of pace off with Bethan Ellis as well, who's a really underrated bowler.
Completely agree with you on that.
But Hardwick has certainly got some pace about her. Be interesting to have a look at the speeds at the end of that over, but 65 is not bad at all for your first over as well. I suppose adrenaline will be up a bit, but yeah, it's always exciting, as you say, and it's got to be a slightly odd time to make your debut. You know, if you make it in the new setup, I don't know, it's an interesting one. I suppose you get 2 different sets of stash. That's probably what I would be thinking about, and that was a very good delivery that almost snuck through Sophia Smale there. Played it very late.
Yeah, I think it is an odd time, isn't it? Because it is that kind of bittersweet. But I think at the same time, for players who have been through the academy for so long, I guess it's like they finally get to, you know, before the end of this era,
graduated through that academy. Yeah, and also, you know, you will always be a Central Sparks Academy graduate.
Yeah.
So you'll have that as maybe a point of difference from somebody even just 3-4 years down the line, possibly.
100%.
Trying to whip that one away, but quick running from Luff immediately, sensed the opportunity to come through. Was there any bat involved? Yes, there was a bit of bat involved, so
That's very
extra
clever
run
from
for Smale.
very clever from Luff as well to allow Smale to keep the strike as well. You know, she's the one who's in form. She's the one who's powering away here on 41.
Yeah.
Very clever.
I must say, both Corny, I'm sure Corny will be livid about having got out with this surface and still with time left in the fielding restrictions. You're not going to score runs every time you go out there, but you know, you know that there are runs out there for you as a batter today, and we saw it from Smale. It's about timing, it's about placement. Today you don't have to do too much more, and both Corny and Smale are very good batters technically and like to play straight and like to time the ball. So I must say I was really hoping that one or both of them would really kick on today, because it felt like a great chance for them to do so, and at the moment Sophia Smale is doing just that. And also it'd be quite nice to have something even more so than her extremely tight bowling to talk to her about next week when I'm on commentary with her.
As Baker comes into the attack. First delivery is clipped off the legs of Smale. They're looking to come back for two. Smale wants it. Back down nice and easy. 2 runs to her total.
Rather than, you know, remember that game the other day where you got bowled out for 2 or something? Or as I did with Gloucestershire's David Payne the other day. Remember that game where you gave up 14 in the final over and they lost? It's not quite how I put it, but still.
Dot ball. Yeah, so I missed it earlier. So you're doing commentary with Sophia Smale?
Yes,
for
day 4 of Gloucestershire versus Northamptonshire in the Men's
wonderful.
County Championship.
Down the leg side. Wide shown by Gabby Brown. Oh, lovely stuff. So Sophia Smale's coming into the hot seat to talk men's cricket.
Yeah, well, I've done a day with her already, actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How was she on the last occasion?
Yeah, very good. So she was dishing a little bit of dirt, but I just can't quite remember. I think it might actually have been on Amanda J. Wellington. I just can't remember what it was.
Filled up. Good stop by Perrin.
But she was certainly quite free with
what she was saying.
Information on Western Storm, so that was quite good. But no, she was great fun.
Oh, brilliant. There's Baker. Smale again finds Perrin. Can't quite get it away, because that's the thing as well in terms of like BBC, that they've had a third voice programme, etc., trying to get more women's voices within the men's county championship.
And they reached out through the PCA to the women's professional teams and players.
Again finds the fielder, this time Captain Eve Jones.
Yep.
End of the over. Western Storm 75 for 1. Luff on 13. Smale on 44. 12 overs gone.
Because I think, speaking free and easy on this platform, there's still the realisation that the representation is not at the level that they would like it, and the targets are very specific for what the representation should be.
Yeah.
And the Third Voice programme has helped in a way to meet those targets in several areas. It's not being met in other areas, but the work is being done through things like that to get there, and it's already very much borne fruit. I mean, there are several players who've already gone through to kind of 100 type commentaries, that sort of thing. It's, you know, as you were talking about earlier in terms of visibility and that sort of thing, they've tried to make themselves visible through the PCA and have shown that they want people to get involved. And of course it's not going to be for absolutely everyone, but it's there, and it's quite nice to be on the other side of it and kind of say, you know, if you want to do it, here it is. That'll be a leg by, I think, although maybe not. Just a bit of battle glove involved. So the run again will go to Smale. 1 run closer to that 50.
So you mentioned visibility, but the other part of it is, so visibility, like, you might be seen, but are you, like, you know, seen in the ways that you want to be? Are you represented, etc.? And then it's like, but are you heard as well? You know, you can be seen, but if you're not heard, that's another kind of factor to consider as well, isn't it? Like, do you have a voice?
Yes, you don't want to be a Victorian child.
But do you have a voice? Do you have any power, say, etc., within the space, or does it remain male-dominated, etc., because things are starting to change? The only criticism of the kind of third voice program would be that it's amazing to get the players involved, but obviously there's a lot of women outside of, and, you know, non-binary, etc. There's lots of voices who would love those opportunities too, but it's not as clearly advertised, perhaps, to them. So I think that's something, generally speaking, that could be improved, just to, you know, increase the diversity of voices.
Oh, play and a miss. Nice delivery, which just bounced a bit. And Luff trying to just run it delicately away, but almost actually was beaten a bit for pace there, I think, off the surface. Oh, Sue Redfern's down for a wander. Always ominous when the umpire starts wandering towards that area. I don't think that was front foot. I think that was follow through areas. There's no leniency. Driven straight, and that will be four towards her own end, as Claire Jenkins has described it.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's just got to happen in the future, hasn't it? A beautiful shot from captain Sophie Luff. No fielder was going to stop that. But yeah, no, you mentioned about kind of like the voices. Yeah, like, I think that's the next kind of stage, is how do you actually make it more publicly aware that there's routes into commentary, and here's what the pathway is, and here's how you can get involved, because there's many people, I'm sure, sat listening to this thinking, oh, I could do a better job, but I don't know how to get involved, you know?
Yes, that's usually the case with me. Bounced over Hardwick's head, but mid-on cuts it off. And so just the single. There's a hit at the striker's end, but Sophia Snell was already walking back the other way. So 83 for 1 after 13 overs. Storm currently, if you believe the mathematicians, ahead of where they need to be, but we know that there is such a long way still to go. But I'm just back to this chase for a moment. I'd forgotten, of course, about, as it slips your mind, all the games that you cover in a season. I've forgotten, of course, about the near record chase against the Vipers as well. We were talking about the one that they did on this ground, which, because of Duckworth Lewis getting involved, didn't go down as a record chase. But in terms of run rate, it might well have been over that number of overs, but came so close to chasing down a huge score against the Southern Vipers at Bristol as well.
Baker returns into the attack. First ball, Dot. Another one of those players who's been around for a little while, but still so young.
They're just getting younger and younger.
Yeah, really matured through this regional competition over the last few years. Luff on strike, flighted up a bit, finds the fielder, no run.
It's an interesting field actually towards point and backward point. They're standing about as close together as I think I've seen two fielders in that area, and then there's still the opportunity for a little delicate dab.
Yeah, or a reverse paddle, etc. But it's very exposed behind, isn't it?
I might have said that, but maybe more Smale than Luff for that. She doesn't tend to play too many reverse sweeps.
Agreed. As Baker comes in, gets her hands for it. Luff finds a gap superbly. Another boundary to her tally. She moves on to 23. You'll see it on the replay again. Gets her hands straight through this. A beautiful shot. Beats the fielders. There's no stopping that. Luff on 23. Smell on 45 as Baker comes in. And respectfully cadunked, as Claire Jenkins would call it, to the inner ring to bring the end of the over. Storm are on 87 for 1 as I mentioned, left 23, Smell on 45. 14 overs gone. Again, chasing Sparks, total of 297, so they need 298 to win. We're ahead of the DLS par, as Ed mentioned, and they're quite a way above it. They're 15 runs above at the minute.
Continue to accelerate, and as long as they don't lose wickets, they will continue to be ahead for quite a while. But how long can they remain one down? Now, I would be really careful doing that, because resting that glass on the edge there, because you've just got to make sure that you... Well, yeah, I'm sure it is, yeah, with alcoholic apple juice, yeah, maybe, but, you know, resting it on the edge there, as soon as the ball comes along and smacks into the fence, vibrations knock it off. Change of bowling as in comes Georgia Davis, and starts off with a wide delivery, but no bat on it.
And again, another interesting kind of story in terms of...
Yes. One through the gap on the offside.
Yeah, I'll pick that up in a second. Yeah, as she, you know, came into the 100 back in the first edition, actually, as a late call-up, injury replacement, was originally going into the police, and said to him, give me a few weeks, I need to go play the 100, and then obviously professional contracts later, etc. An opportunity that she just couldn't miss.
Yeah, and you know, so often actually for Sparks, although maybe not so in this competition this year, but so often she's outshone in terms of wicket taking, outshone the bigger names that surround her. Down the pitch, lofting it in the air, could be caught, is taken at mid-on. Huge breakthrough for the Central Sparks, and Georgia Davis has done it in her first over. Luff not quite getting to the pitch of it, but normally her hands are so good that she still finds a way to clear whichever fielder she's tried to, but just mistiming it, chipping it, and a simple catch is taken. Storm 88 for 2, but a huge second wicket. Luff 23 has to march off.
She was very frustrated at herself there, wasn't she? I think she's not happy in the slightest as she walks off. But she supported Smell really nicely there, so it's now a responsibility of Fran Wilson, another very well capped player. As you mentioned earlier, or it might have been Claire, high up in the run tallies.
Yeah,
Coming
despite
back to
the fact that she's
Western Storm, number 35,
missed a couple of seasons. I suppose missed a couple of seasons when she could have been adding runs on, is what I mean, because of course she started off this regional setup with the Sunrisers. Joined Storm after the first 2 years of it, I think it was.
Came back home.
Yeah.
So of course she's from this part of the woods, or at least grew up here anyways. And Claire mentioned Jill McConway, and I've spoken to Fran in the past, and she's mentioned how influential she was to her playing.
And now Fran Wilson, the hero for so many. Reverse sweep. Now, was that a dropped catch? Judging by the reactions of bowler and extra cover in particular, that was an opportunity first ball. Bit of glove maybe? Yeah, I think has it come off the glove, and then it has actually bounced up a bit, so it was a tricky take, but Freeborn just not quite able to hold on. What a 2-in-2 that would have been. End of the over, and I think Storm are pretty glad to get out of it after what could have been from that over. Yeah, again, it very much does look as though it's come off the glove, doesn't it? But it just bounces a little bit too much for it to be right into the gloves of Freeborn, and then it was, can she just clutch it to herself? But not quite. A bit unfortunate there if you're Freeborn, because it makes it look like a bad drop, but it wasn't really.
Who's lost a dog? There's a dog on the live stream. Oh, it's Nick Pepper's dog. Just had it in that ear. As Baker comes into the attack again. No run. It's the ground staff's dog. And of course, we used to have, was it Simon Lee here with his dog Winston? It's Baker. looks for the appeal, but Gabby Brown keeps her finger down.
There's been a
Yeah, we had Winston here, and he's now at, well, he was at Hampshire. I don't know if he's moved on since.
no,
But
I know.
gorgeous
No,
dog.
I saw
Yes,
him earlier in the season.
He's had his own accreditation.
The bowl, yes.
Oh, it's chipped up into the air. It was going to be safe though.
Forgotten about that. Yeah, for the T20 there was a dog running about before the start of play.
A little like cocker spaniel, I want to say, nice and golden reds. There's Baker. Comes in again. It's gone airily. Misses the fielder. Traces on. Should race away. 4 runs.
A massive punch in the fist from Sophia Smale as she brings up her half-century at better than a runner ball. 43 deliveries for her half-century, 9 fours. Dealing in boundaries at one stage, particularly through that offside, anything wide, and she put it away. And tell what that meant to a wholehearted cricketer, as they like to say.
Smale gets another single. Moves the score on to 51. Playing a brilliant innings here at Taunton, taking the responsibility, building a platform. She's really accelerated, as you mentioned, dealing in those boundaries. Really pleasing to see. We mentioned previously, you know, she made her debut coming in at about 10 or 11, didn't she? And now she's opening the
I think
batting.
it was 11, yeah.
Yeah, and she had to sit her A-levels the next day, etc. But now opening the batting for Storm. End of the over. Western Storm 93 for 2. Wilson yet to get off the mark, and Smale on 51.
Yeah, unfortunately, really all I can remember about immediately, other than what I've said already, is that Sophia Smale is a big tennis fan. So she was off to Wimbledon, I think, the next day after she was on commentary at Cheltenham. So we had a bit of a tennis chat, but yeah, I still can't remember the dirt that was dished anyway.
I couldn't remember what
that's
Danny
the
Gibson-
important bit, isn't it?
No.
Georgia Davis continuing and cut past Perrin, but Katie George out there.
So I was trying to remember what Danny Gibson told us, other than, you know, the thing about Sophie Love being a bit heavy-footed. I'm sure she told us more, but that was, you know, boggled. Can't remember.
I seem to remember at one stage you directly asking her for some more bits of
Gossip.
gossip, not even thinly veiled.
Give us some more gossip.
Exactly. Nothing like a bit of directness. Wilson continues to be stymied in her attempts to get off the mark. And it wouldn't quite have been curtains if Wilson was out first ball, but it would have been very hard to see a way back into things. Nice reverse sweep from Wilson. No time getting bat on it. That was the shot that nearly got herself in trouble first ball, but off the mark with it now.
7 more, and she's done 400 in the Rachel A.O. Flint this season.
I was getting excited about all the numbers. Just run through the offside by Smale. How does Smale play this now? Does she dial it back? Does she think I've got to score a couple of boundaries whilst Wilson gets in? It's not the easiest position for Smale to be in, really. Wilson looking to drive. It's off extra cover. It's not easy fielding there with that matting and then the practice pitches, but another really tidy over from Georgia Davis. Finger spins worked quite well from the luff end, and that's been about it today. Everybody else has received some treatment. 96 for 2.
Well, you mentioned that they might. What did you call it? You called it the spin. What was it? It wasn't cartel, but it was a sort of the spin group of Sparks. Put the squeeze on. And
I can't remember what I said
it
before. Really,
it was a great word. But anyway, the spin group of Sparks attack do tend to put the squeeze on the runs, and they're keeping just about up with the DLSs. 100, just below the DLSs. Baker weaves a web in the air, and it's caught. Captain there, Eve Jones taking an easy catch off Hannah Baker. She often does, and she loves to get in the air as well when she's jumping to celebrate. But that was a brilliant innings from Sophia Smale. Just what Western Storm needed to get their innings off to a good start. So she ends on 53 off 46 balls with 9 falls. So she's got her head down, but I think she should hold her head high there. That was a good innings, just what they needed, having lost those first couple of wickets. And yes, unfortunately, Hannah Baker, who often weaves a bit of, she's the sort of bamboozler in chief.
Sophia Smale was caught by
Spin
Eve Jones
group,
off the bowling
Sparks,
Hannah Baker for
and
50.
she's obviously cast the spell. And it's put paid to Sophia Smale, unfortunately. There's Nat Wraith.
Yep.
Nat Wraith,
So
Nat Wraith comes out to the crease. Little chat from Sue Redfern. Oh, back gauge. Just back gauge. That's all right.
Coming back
Okay.
to the 4 or Western
I kind of
So-
provided the immediate answer to my
Oh,
question
yeah.
also as to what Sophia Smale was going to do. She decided that she did need to find the boundary, but
Yeah, she was being a bit
unfortunately
more.
was caught. And that, again, that was also what I was wondering about, the difference between first 10, that sort of area, and then later on, what happens when you need to clear the infield. And she tried to, but came up short.
Wraith rocks back, plays that towards cover point, and there is a single. There was almost a misfield to the point of a burgled run there. Nat Wraith was paying a lot of attention to where that ball was going. 96 for 3 at Western Storm. Baker in. Swept. Backward of square. There's a fielder there who's going to pick that up. And get that in. Just the one. Onto the total.
Big contributions needed now. 50s, but really probably close to, if not hundreds.
Need another big one, don't they? And it's up and over the top. I think that's going to go away for 4. They're not going to catch that one, no. 4 runs to Wilson, so for her first boundary. And as I said, heading towards that milestone. She gets another few runs, for another 3 more runs, and she's going to have scored 400 this season. Here's Fran Wilson.
100 on the board for
Birmingham
Western
Phoenix.
Storm in the 1800.
Got too many games, but did play towards the end. Which one did campaign? Baker to Wilson. Ooh, straight through to the wicketkeeper. There's a bit of a shout. See Redfern unmoved. Dot ball.
So she just dragged the foot briefly there. And look again, but no, it just flinches, but it doesn't go completely up.
Oh, the score went to 101. It's gone back to 98. That's confusing. That's just dobbed down, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over. 18 overs gone. 102 for 3. I think it's the final answer from the scoreboard. Wilson on 2 and Wraith on 5. I think they got the batters mixed up because there was a bit of... I was looking thinking that's not who that scoreboard says he is.
Anyway,
Here we go.
we'll get there in the end, I'm sure.
Oh, here comes the worm. Oh, and ahead of the worm, look. Some more, another wicket though, isn't it? Difference, I think.
Yep, and
Which has
of course
made
it's
its
2
impact.
now fresh batters at the crease as well.
Bit
So
wobbly.
in need of a sizable partnership between these two. Not that there isn't batting to come, but you'd imagine that they're going to need more than just these two to get there, barring another ridiculous partnership. But there's a good way to get it started. Just a little bit short from Georgia Davis, and the gap found pretty comfortably for a boundary by Fran Wilson. Strong on that pull shot. And she certainly won't panic in this situation.
Don't panic, Wilson. That kind of thing.
No, well, yes, very good. I'm not sure that he ever really quite directly addressed him such, but...
Dad's Army reference. Apologies.
Yes. Balls played to Jones at extra cover. I think Jones probably is telling Wilson to panic, actually. That's exactly what she'd like her to do. Yeah. All gone early with the reverse. Now there's a shout for leg before. It's given out. LBW. Fran Wilson doesn't agree, but the decision has been made, and she must depart. 4 wickets down are the Western Storm, and that at such a early stage of this partnership feels like a
It's always the
pretty
danger, isn't it,
killer
when you
blow.
do that, when they do those reversey things right in front of your stumps with your pads and everything. Of course, the umpires don't get the benefit of a
And Wilson was LBW
replay.
to Georgia
So
Davis
that's
4-6.
it. Getting some all sorts of information from I'm not quite sure, because
I
we
just
don't
took
have
sunglasses
DRS
off.
here, so whatever the umpire says is right. For the sake of domestic.
Coming batter for Western Storm,
So
number
Wilson
27,
unhappy,
Neve
but
Holland.
leaves for 6 off 10 balls, 1-4. This is a bit of easy. Oh,
There
there's
goes
going
the
to be a
bat, there
code
goes the
there
cover.
then.
Oh, there goes the other
Code
one.
violations.
The one behind her.
Oh dear.
There we
Let's
go.
hope the umpires haven't seen that, because that could be a code violation for throwing kit, I'm afraid. And a new batter to the crease is Neve Holland. Sue Redfern explaining it's going to be right arm over from Georgia Davis.
Yeah, so serious task for Neve Holland.
Yeah.
She's got some
Digging.
time.
Ooh,
That's
that's the
a bit of bounce there first up from Georgia Davis. Well, I've talked Georgia Davis into more of her classic form this season. Because before this game, that's almost another one there, another play and a miss. I could scarcely believe she's taken 1 wicket in the competition before this. And what was it? It was last year, was it the year before? She was the
Last
leading
year
wicket
she was-
taker
I
in
think it
this.
was last year, yeah.
In this competition, but she's making up for it today. 2 for 8 and looking dangerous for more, and so dangerous that Eve Jones is going to position herself in at slip. And a third play and a miss as Holland's trying to get off the mark. So end of another successful over from Georgia Davis. Oh, here we go, we're slowing it right down now.
No, I think that's pad first.
I must admit, when I was looking at it before, I thought it might have gone off the pad, and then she certainly hit it. There's no doubt about that, because it went off at that angle. But
She's got a pad
I
quite
must
a long
admit,
way down
when I
there, hasn't
looked
she?
at one of the other replays, I thought maybe that has hit the pad first, actually.
So
but
difficult, isn't it, with that
yeah.
reverse hitting? Oh, through the hands of Anna Baker. There was nearly a caught and bowled there as 2 fielders converge down here to throw the ball back in. And they get through for, is it 2?
Yep.
2 more runs to the total.
She's
Western
certainly
Storm
not
holding-
letting herself get phased by the scoreboard, is Wraith, is she, after
No.
coming down the pitch to a couple of these and looking to hit straight. This was a good place to hit.
Storm 108 for 4 as Baker sends fielder deep below us, and that's just a single. 1 more to the total. Western Storm 109 for 4. Holland to face now, and Wraith on 8. Hannah Baker. It's a bit of a magician here. What has she got on a box of tricks? And Neve Holland to face. Ooh, straight through past the bat. Straight to the keeper. No run.
It's a beautiful piece of leg spin bowling.
See that?
Flight, but it's not there on that length to
Tempting,
drive, and it
tempting.
doesn't turn masses, but
No,
it just
doesn't have to, it's
straightens.
just got to be variations, which is what's put Hannah Baker not only in the under-19 but then into the England A side over the winter. Toured with England A in New Zealand. Right arm over. Rocks back again, beats the bat. Unable to get bat on this.
I guess she'll have had Sarah Glenn about for a while for
Yeah,
some
that's right.
influence as well.
That's right.
Been very helpful.
Baker has played through the cover point area, and they get through for a single. 110 for 4 are Western Storm. That's the end of the over. 20 overs gone. Wraith on 8, Holland on 1. And they need to get another 188 to chase down the Sparks total of 297 in the 50 overs.
So that might just turn out to be the decisive block
It might well
of
do.
this game, really.
Those wickets
Storm
going.
65 for 1, was it, after 10
Yeah.
overs? 64, 65, something like that. Memory eludes me, but
There was a bit of cricket
those-
going on the car park as
oh,
well.
well, there's
There's
plenty
a
of
very small bat
space
there, but yes, as
to do that.
uh,
Davis continuing, forced towards the gap, not through it though, from Holland. She has got her first run now, but looking for a boundary, and Sparks very much on the attack. Everybody up on the offside, and that has gone straight through Niamh Holland.
I wonder if Jones has gone into slip. Although I probably would put a half a pace to her right, because I think
She's a very
I think-
fine slip, isn't she?
I think she's not going to catch very much that Abby Freeborn can't from there.
Holland just using her feet, but can't quite get it away. And at the moment, I think it seems like a silly thing to say, but these two have just got to bat. You've got to forget about the scoreboard for a
Yeah.
little bit. They just need to go a few overs, even if they're only going at 4s or something, to go a few overs without losing a wicket. That's hit very hard, but right back at
Ow!
Georgia Davis. Thanks for that.
Let's hope she's got her steel toe.
Oh yeah,
Boots
right
on.
into the.
Ow, ow.
But actually, it
Is
was,
that
it
into
was
the
quite
arch,
nicely
or did
side off the side foot, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
side foot, but it's still painful. Don't show any.
Holland again trying to go down the
aerial.
ground, and one bounce to mid-off. She wants to get these fielders away from her, doesn't she? She's just not particularly liking how close all these fielders are in on the offside. Mid-wicket in tight as well. Dropping cover back now, last ball of the over.
Can't get it away.
Quite happy to give Holland the single in certain places, but a dot ball, and Georgia Davis, exceptional figures. 4 overs, 2 for 8. And 10 for 4.
They do. I mean, this is a sort of pattern when Sparks are spin bowlers are bowling well. They do strangle those middle overs. So that's going to plan.
It
So
always
one of-
had the potential, didn't it, to
Yeah.
do that, be the decisive factor. Basking on the recliners
Oh,
up there
lovely.
on
I hope they've got
the
some
balconies.
clinky drinks up there.
We're going back to
in the
Lizzie
sunshine.
Scott now, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going back to Lizzie Scott here. And that's dubbed down. For those that weren't listening, because I'm sure that people aren't taking notes or whatever,
No.
but we did have one Sunday where there was a lovely glass of red wine being partaken of, and we got into a debate with Lizzie Scott's mum. That goes into the air but drops in front of the fielder, and they get through for a single. Yes, we had a long debate about it was Lizzie Scott's debut for Northern Diamonds. She bowled and batted so well that she got herself into the under-19 squad as a result of that, and then found herself playing for Northern Diamonds in the final at Lords. So it all seemed like a lot easy game that for Lizzie Scott, but it goes past Hannah Baker again. Possible catch chance. Oh, Storm on 111 for 4. Nelson. Lofted, full toss. Not a very good dive, and it goes straight past the fielder. And we're off Nelson. 115 for 4, our Western Storm.
She needed that,
She
Niamh
did
Holland.
need that, just to take-
yeah,
they
because
call it
it
the
looked as if
pressure
she really
relief,
wanted,
don't
just wasn't really happy with the single to get herself going, really wanted the boundary and presented with a
Yeah.
full toss, which she dealt with.
Hannah Hardwick a long way from that one, but had a dive anyway. And that's another dot. Straight back to Hannah Baker. The Duckworth Lewis Stern, as you say, can be helpful, but it's 153 and they're at 115, so they're behind the rate in that sense now that they've lost those wickets. That's the challenge, and that's swiped to mid wicket. Katie George tidies that up. They only get a single. I thought it was going through a gap then, but there was a Katie George was lurking out there in the corner as Hannah Baker hands the ball back to umpire Gabby Brown. And that's the end of 22 overs. Western Storm 116 for 4. Niamh Holland on 6 and Nat Wraith on 9.
Having a look at what's happening around the country.
Yes,
in
tell us what's
this
happening. What's happening,
on
Ed?
Rachel Hayhoe Flint
Yeah.
Trophy Day.
Yeah.
The Sunrisers look as though they're going to pick up a bonus point in that game against the Northern
They're doing
Diamonds.
well, aren't
They need 35 to win from 22 overs with 6 wickets in hand. Half century for Grace Scrivens.
Bingo.
Who certainly has done her job tormenting Storm over the years as that's off the hand of Davis. That was, well, I say it was nearly her 3rd wicket. It was also very nearly her 3rd digit that was on the floor because
Bring my finger back with the ball.
that was hit
We're going to get
fearsomely.
a replay here. Here we go. Let's have a little look at this. This comes back at some pace.
It's not the first time that the ball's been struck very firmly at Davis. It was swerving away from her as well. As another play in a miss from Holland. Davis is just tempting Holland outside the off stump at the moment. Oh, it's almost off the wrist actually. Gosh.
Yeah, that could be an ouchie.
Surprised she, well, obviously tougher than I am, that's for sure. Slapped up towards mid-on and no run again. The pressure continues to build. Heading towards that halfway stage. And you also have the pressure of knowing that Wraith's at the non-strikers end and hasn't faced very many deliveries.
No, that's right. They've kept Neve Holland on the strike, haven't they?
Deep cover moving back now. Halfway through the over, it does
As if
allow
anticipating
Holland
that,
to,
Like that.
does allow Holland to
Go
access that
single.
area. No, I do remember the early stages of this when Grace Scrivens was probably about 17 or something. She seemed to score a half century against the Western Storm every single game and took about 2 or 3 wickets. I don't think she's quite finished with the Georgia Adams record of having scored a 50 and taken a wicket in every game against the Western Storm that she completed her innings.
Much thought of Grace Scrivens, of course, and
Yep.
cricket her would have her as a next or a future England captain.
So that's what's going on between the Sunrisers and the Diamonds. As that's driven hard and straight, probably just for the one though, long on getting round.
Yep.
Vipers have moved into pole position against the Blaze, 125 for 4, needing 84 from 19 overs. Emily Windsor at the crease, and when Emily Windsor's at the crease, Vipers win the
finisher,
game.
isn't she?
Yeah, as long as Emily Windsor's there at the end.
Terminator. Finisher.
Bit of semi. Can we claim this semi-Western Storm revenge on Georgia Adams with Orla Prendergast getting a wicket?
Oh yeah. We'll
I
take that.
don't think that can really be claimed.
Oh, Orla Prendergast got wicket. Because people think of her as batter bowler. She's going to be very popular in the franchise tournaments.
And South East Stars 93 for 6 in reply to Thunder's 250 for 8.
Ooh.
So that is the one game at the moment that slightly opens things up as far as the table goes.
Good 2 runs there off that one. Bit of team field. I was watching the team fielding. They did a nice little manoeuvre out on the boundary there, a few yards in from the rope.
Speaking of former stormtroopers, Fee Morris 54.
We're going to claim all of those.
Well, I'm not
well.
claiming I'm not trying to claim them. Just saying she's
That's
having
a
a fantastic day. 54 and 2 for 17 from 5 overs.
All the Western Storm and their near relatives.
I'm trying to claim them. It's just stating what's going on. It's nice to
Wraith
see.
Comes forward, plays that straight to Eve Jones at cover, and there is no run.
You know, I feel particularly, obviously, I've enjoyed watching every Storm player over the years, but the originals.
The originals, yeah.
Fee Morris, part of the originals.
Yeah.
Not
Katie
of the
George.
Manchester variety. Well, she's
Katie
moved to
George.
Manchester now. She's a Manchester originally, you see.
Yeah. And that's going to get cut off by Hannah Hardwick below us. I think about a second or sort of half a rounder there, but not completed. So the score moves on to 120 for 4. Holland 121 for 4. Holland on 7. Wraith on 13. Baker. What's in the box of tricks? Oh, a little reversey scoopy thingy. Up and over. Eve Jones has got a run on her hands, but I think she's going to cut it off. She is. So she's saved at least another run, I suspect, there. They get there for 2 there, Ed.
They did,
They
yes.
did. 2 more to the
Thought
total.
about taking a third on the arm, and they might have made it, but
It did look a bit sort
at
of...
this stage, probably run out going for a third
didn't
is
look- yeah, she didn't look
lowest,
like she was
lowest on the
sprinting after
list
that.
of ways to lose your 5th wicket. Already in trouble.
Ways to lose your number. Baker floats one up, and then it goes underneath Neve Holland, and Abby Freeborn has to run sideways to get that, and that's the end of the over. 24 overs gone. Western Storm are 123 for 4. Holland on 9. Wraith on 13. Western Storm won the toss this morning, elected to field, and then Central Sparks put on 297 in their 50 overs. So this is a big ask. The DLS stands at 160 and they're at 124. So much to do for these two. They're going to need this partnership to be shaping up here.
Yeah, 50 ways to lose your lover, but
yeah.
10 ways to lose your wicket.
Yeah. How many are there? You're the umpire.
Got rid of one of them.
Yeah.
Smacked.
It's
nearly got. In fact, it has got past mid-on thanks to the back of
the bottom. She's not even running. They should be running.
That's actually
she's like,
very sporting not to run for that, because that was blistered.
I don't think that Neve Holland is very keen on the fact that.
No, they just done me out of 2 runs there.
Sat on her back. Yeah.
First, it might. She's thinking it might have got past mid-off if you hadn't got in the way, and then you've done me out of 2 runs, doubly so.
That was a bit cheeky.
Well. Oh no.
Never too late early for a dad joke. No, it's
like she
tried to do it again.
She
almost got it past Hannah Baker. Only a single. I can hit that ball there, and if you get your bottom out of the way, I might be able to get 4 runs.
That's really unfortunate.
Western Storm 125 for 4. G. Davies. Is that me or you?
I think it is me, but it doesn't really matter.
Anyway.
I'm going to get territorial over the Sophie Luff end. Halfway stage after this, so there will be a drinks break. Over the leg side, but there's a fielder out there spinning away from Katie George. Not a fielder that you particularly like to see anywhere near the ball, because you know she has the capability of pulling off blinding catches.
Yeah.
But just short, and they're kind of having to go after Davis now, because she could just keep bowling in the 6th over. She could be, towards the end of the innings before they need to take her off. Across the stump, sweeping hard. More work for George to do. Spin and pace to deal with, but does so excellently.
Sometimes that's where, if you haven't hit it quite so well, you might get 2 there. But having hit it so successfully, it goes straight to the field and only get 1. So
going back to the sort of Wellington type
ploy
there, and Baker hiding outside the off. Sorry, Davis hiding it outside the off stump for the last delivery. We've reached the halfway stage, 127 for 4, referring back to that South East Stars game where Wellington kept stepping across their stumps to the spinners from that Sophie Luff end, launching the ball into the Somerset stand that got Storm back on track out of nowhere. They're going to need something similar to that here, but well, the batting to come is Griffiths, Wong, Skelton, Filer and Anderson. So a lot depends on these two, but it's still, whilst taking the chase again out of the equation, it's still a pretty good pitch to bat on, and it's a great opportunity to get out there and score good runs. I'm not saying anything, but of course both these two, Wraith and Holland, Somerset, and next year it will be Somerset based here. So in theory you'll be playing quite a lot of your games here.
Yeah, at least potential home ground, isn't it?
So why not?
Oh, here we go with the worm.
Started off here with a good score, and well, there's actually not that much between the sides in terms of runs, is there? But the issue is the blobs rather than the height of the worm.
Circles are wickets, unfortunately.
In fact, at this stage, Western Storm are 1 run ahead of where Central Sparks were. They were 126 for 2, but it was
coming at it from different angles, weren't they?
Yeah, it was maybe getting towards the, well, in fact we can see it more from the Manhattan really, when those buildings start to get a bit taller. There was a quieter period maybe for the next 5 overs, but then things really did steadily accelerate towards the end of that innings, and it takes, towards the end of that run rate graph there, it takes more acceleration to get that rate moving up towards the back end of the innings.
It is all about the partnerships, isn't it? Smale and Luff, that was a It was a useful partnership. But, need another one now between Wraith and Holland. In terms of the bowling, a couple of wickets for Georgia Davis, and 1 wicket for Hannah Baker, and 1 for Grace Potts.
I must say, Katie George, I thought, looked in the best rhythm, and you'll have seen more of her this year than I have, but she looked in the best rhythm that I've seen her for years, and that was magnificent to see. Her pace looked good. She didn't look like she was just putting the ball there, if you see what I mean. You know, the action, she was getting through it quickly, and it wasn't sometimes coming back from that injury, and you can understand why. It sort of looks as if she was having to really work hard to manoeuvre the ball into exactly where she wanted to get it. Today, it just looked like it was all flowing and coming out beautifully, and without that opening spell of Katie George, Storm would have been off to an absolute flyer. I mean, she was it 5 overs for 19? But it's been the spin that has caused a lot of damage to that Storm innings. Can they recover in the second half? Claire Jenkins and then Hannah Thompson-Bradford.
Yes, all to play for in this back end of the innings, but it's all about Western Storm's batting. Can they build a partnership here between Wraith and Holland? Wraith on 14 and Holland on 12 at the moment. Wraith has faced less of the deliveries. And I think that may be a deliberate tactic from Central Sparks, who've tried to possibly keep her on target. But yes, much to do then, Hannah.
Much to do indeed. But it's still possible.
It's still possible. In the other grounds, just quickly, Northern Diamonds, Northern Diamonds versus Sunrisers at Chelmsford. Sunrisers need 19 runs off 17.5 overs, so that looks fairly. They've got 170 for 5, so yes, they're looking fairly good there. South East Stars need 140 off nearly 20 overs. As they are on 111 for 6, and the Blaze Vipers need 68 off 17 overs. Down at Arundel.
Number 28, Chris Pavley.
Pavley on here. Is this Pavley? 20.
Yes, indeed.
It is. Caris Pavley. Under 19. Left arm around. And that's played straight to Georgia Davis, and there is no run. So yes, Caris Pavley, England under 19. And Phoenix player, of course. So Ed's laughing because I was nodding my head sideways in a rather odd sense. I was trying to work out what my nice coloured sheets were telling me about who played where.
I love it as well. On Claire's sheets, she's scribbled out some of the names as well.
Yes, that dismissed. Oh, Amy Campbell's awake. she's threatening Nat Wraith. A bit of afters there. I hope there was laughing at the same time as Caris Pavley comes in, left arm around to Neve Holland, who skips to the onside, plays that backward of square, and the fielder does a dive, but despairing, and that's another 4 to the total.
That was an absolutely superb shot. I must
Yeah,
see it on the
jumped
replay
across,
here.
played it
Absolutely
backward of
delightful.
square. Fielder tries to have a good, but that corner is really quite hard to defend. Ed mentioned sort of strange dimensions on some of the bits of the pitch, and that's a difficult one to defend down there. 4 more to total. Western Storm 131 for 4. Holland on 16. Wraith on 14. Caris Pavley, blonde ponytail, plays that straight to Eve Jones, who parries it in front of herself, and there is no run.
Youngsters getting an opportunity with plenty of time to build.
Yeah. I picked Caris Pavley and Bethan Ellis before the beginning of the season to ones to watch. We might see Bethan Ellis later. Caris Pavley drags one down. Oh, and it's a catch! Is it a catch? Did he carry? Did it? And that's out, I'm afraid. It looked so sort of innocuous because it was a sort of weird ball, and Holland went after it. We're going to see a replay here. Let's have a little look at this. sort of lofted in. Oh, it had bounced quite short, and then it was just flicked up, hockey style almost, straight to the fielder, who had to cover quite a lot of ground diving forward, Geordie Davis, to take this catch. Let's see if we can get another angle. I don't see it on there. But Gary Spavely can't believe that one might say that bad a ball would get a wicket. Yeah, she has to dive forward. Georgia Davis, a good catch. So yes, a sort of silent, sort of damp squib there of a wicket, unfortunately. So yes, Neve Holland departs for 16 of 31 balls with 2 fours. And the music started up outside somewhere. Can hear some music coming through. And that's the end of the over also. So 26 overs gone. Western Storm are 131 for 5. Griffiths to the crease and Nat Wraith to face, and she's on 14.
Georgia Davis continues. It's up in the air. The fielder is there, but it does bounce 1-2 times in front. Risky business here.
It is. Look at your eye on it up the whole time. Of course, Western Storm without Heather Knight and Danny Gibson, but with Filer.
Dot ball. Yeah, they are without some of their key players, aren't they?
Well, Heather Knight hasn't played an awful lot, but Danny Gibson is a loss in terms of all the departments, isn't it? In this sort of situation, you kind of want a Danny Gibson coming in.
Yeah, someone who can absolutely bludgeon the ball and put some fireworks into the innings, that's for sure.
She did very well in that 100 final.
Rafe on strike, and you mentioned earlier as well she had a great experience in the 100, playing for Trent Rockets.
Bringing her in quite high up the order, really, for the fact that the roster will have had some interesting players in it. Natsiva Brunt, etc.
Another dot tidied up by Bethan Ellis behind.
The other thing I liked about Trent Rockets was they opened with 2 English domestic players. So you've got Bryony Smith and Grace Scribbins opening, which probably was fairly unusual in the 100.
Unable to get it away. Another dot to end the over. Western Storm 134 for 5 from 27 overs. Griffiths on 1 and Rafe on 16. 23 overs to go.
We get through the overs quick, don't we, with the spin bowlers? Short
Certainly
run-ups
do.
and all that.
Yeah, tricky time for these two in the middle. Well below the DLS par of 187 at the minute, so...
Yeah, that's jumped now because it's reliant on how many wickets have gone down, so there'll have been a big jump when the last wicket went down, unfortunately.
So pressure on, but required run rate 7.1, so it's certainly doable.
Yeah, Pavely in, and that's lifted into the leg side, straight to Katie George, who throws it back underarm. And there's just the 1 to the total. Discussion between Caris and her captain to deciding what to do. Bringing in Hannah Baker into the ring. Is this a plan? Is this a trap? Pavely left arm round to Alex Griffiths. Can only play that straight to Eve Jones, and there is no run.
Yeah, nice and tight from Sparks. They haven't had the best of seasons in this competition either, have they?
No, they've done better with the T20. Yeah, bottom of the table. Yeah, shorter format suited them this season more, that's for sure. It's almost a replay. Straight to Eve Jones, and there is no run. 135 for 5 still, Western Storm. The sunshine here at Taunton, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophies, 50 over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence as they are this year. She rocks back and just dobs that back to the bowler. Next year this will be Somerset versus Warwickshire, tier 1s as they will be. as the women's regions are subsumed into the men's county structure. And hopefully there will be 2 teams, 1 county feel to that. That's in the air. Katie George, that's who you want underneath that. Number 99 does a rolling catch there in the deep. She got hold of that. It was a good catch because Katie George covered quite a lot of ground there and did one of her spectacular rolling full-length dives as that's played lustily out to Cow Corner. We're going to get a replay of the end of that potentially. You see the shot into the air and lovely rolling dive from Katie George. So I'm afraid that's the end of... Which one was that? Griffiths? Wraith. Griffiths. Shoes. Who's that gone? Griffiths. Griffiths gone.
For 1.
For 1 off the 8 ball she faced, unfortunately. Just when Western Storm really needed some partnership here. They've lost another wicket.
Playing batter for Western Storm, number 95, Izzy Wong.
Izzy Wong, that they've sent her in early, so this is going to be, I mean, generally when Izzy Wong is given a sort of licence to thrill, you want a Cow Corner cordon, so Katie George may find herself in the firing line again there, depending on what Caris Pavley is about to serve to former Central Sparks. Western Storm low knee. Izzy Wong. Western Storm 135 for 6. Wong to face her first ball. They've sent the long on fielder deep. Izzy Wong rocks back straight to point, Davina Perrin, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over. So 28 overs gone. Western Storm 135 for 6. Wong faced 1 ball but not off the mark yet. Nat Wraith on 17. DLS is 213 and Western Storm are 135 for 6.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's a huge gulf in between those 2 scores now.
Yep. Run rate required 7.41. And
which is still,
it's 4.8. It's doable,
it's
but
still doable. It's
generally
not out of
see
reach,
it's doable in the shorter format. But if it's doable, it's doable.
This is swiped over the fielder. A fielder is chasing round, and unfortunately, or fortunately from a Western Storm perspective, tumbles over the top. Rafe with another boundary to her name.
Fielder gets a bit gingerly over there.
See it on the replay here. Swiped over the top of the inner ring, and it races away. It's Davis to Rafe. Cuts it backwards to Perrin. No run will be taken. Yeah, it is quite a big ask for this pair. But yeah, 7.3 doesn't seem, it doesn't sound too out of reach, does it?
I mean, Wraith got 73 off 54 balls against the Blaze earlier in the season, including a 6 at Trent Bridge in a losing cause. I wonder if that got her into the Trent Rocket side. Obviously decided she liked Trent Bridge. She got 42 against the Sunrisers, so
yeah.
Wraith perfectly capable of getting a really nice score here, and that's what Western Storm will need her to do. Is Abby Freeborn just resets the stumps there, I think.
Yeah, she certainly is. She's on 21 already, so
yep.
It's
more or less a run a ball.
Certainly need it. Need her to go hard. Finds the fielder Perrin doing the work there. As we mentioned earlier, her 50th match for Central Sparks, which is pretty impressive considering she's just 17 years old. And I had to pause and I thought, yeah, she is only 17 years old.
Ooh,
and it looks like a
she's
stumping.
gone. Yeah.
Good piece of
Gabalar says.
Good piece of work from the bowler there. And unfortunately Nat Rafe has to depart for 21. Western Storm in a bit of trouble here in Taunton. And that music choice is savage. I don't know if you can hear it.
Can't quite hear it.
When you've had a bad day.
I've had a bad day. Yeah, I've had a bad day. Oh dear. It's that the wicket keeper's getting stumped, or it's wicket keeper to wicket. You'd think that wicket keepers would be the last people to get stumped, and you think.
I guess so, yeah. Brilliant hands from Abby Freeborn there, to, as you mentioned, to see the back of her counterparts.
That rate was stumped by Abby Freeborn.
Just as I was talking about batting though, Hannah.
I know,
I
you were
was
putting
trying
it
to
out
talk
there.
it up.
We'll see it on the replay here. We'll see the quick hands of Freeborn.
Side on.
That Rafe tries to...
Dancey. Oops.
Yeah, Dancey Oops is Claire Jenkins
That's a
copyrighted.
Jenkinsism.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately tries to make the attack, tries to make something happen, uses her feet but completely misses, and quite simple for Freeborn in the end. Western Storm 139 for 7. Two batters.
21 off 25.
Two batters now on naught. Wong and Skelton. It'll be Skelton who comes in to face. And that DLS par's increased even higher now. 241 would be the par target.
Incoming batter for Western Storm, number 20.
Safe to say it's been a dominant performance from the Central Sparks, and much needed, as we mentioned. They haven't had the best of seasons in this competition. Davis comes in. Skelton plods it back to see the end of the over. Storm 1-3.
Testing out Sue Redfern. It's like, hang on a minute, make me stretch.
Was Sue ready for that?
She wasn't
She's
ready for that high.
Yeah, she's always on the end of something funny on the pitch, whether it's her falling over, diving out of the way. She's always in on the action, always, you know.
Yeah, never a dull moment, let me tell you.
Never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment.
So Western Storm 139 for 7. Wong and Skelton in the middle here. 21 overs to go.
Don't you think they can have a bit of fun
ahead
now though? They can, like,
Oh,
you
they
know,
certainly
let's
can,
just see what we can get to, because you just never know, dear. I mean, Wong should know what she's about to face here is Caris Pavley, red shoes, or red soles. It's forward, and it was a bit sort of paddy, but there wasn't any kind of appeal there. Just a bit messy, really. Yes, Caris Pavley, rather confusingly, because she already looks enough like Katie George from a long distance. It's got the same red soles on her shoes, so I can't even distinguish her from that, as Wong works that nicely into the leg side to Katie George at cow corner, and there is just a single. Rotating the strike. Now they need to pick some of those big gaps that Central Sparks were finding when it was the opposite way round in the first innings. Western Storm 140 for 7 into the 30th over, running out of time. Pavley left arm round, Wong back, just dobs that down. I beg your pardon, Skelton down. Dobs that down, there is no run.
Do you know what is hitting me now as well? That this is my last commentary stint for Western Storm, you know.
You'll get Ed all emotional. Oh, that's another dub straight back to the wicketkeeper. Do you know, he was terrible at Bristol, wasn't he? He was so emotional about the last Western Storm game at Bristol.
Yeah, and I'm very thankful for this regional competition, getting me back into kind of, you know, loving cricket again without being too
great,
emotional.
isn't it? Backseat driving. That's what I like it. And that's another dot ball.
You know, it was the KSL before that. You know, the KSL got me back into.
They didn't let us loose on the KSL, though, did they?
No, but I was doing doing team media for Lightning, and that gave me my first
view onto it from the other way.
Yeah,
as that's worked backwards of square as a fielder running round. They get through for 2. Skelton is off the mark. That's the end of the over. God, 30 overs gone already, Hannah.
That's why I'm getting
Western Storm 142 for 7, and 30 overs gone. Wong on 1, Skelton on 2.
That's why I'm getting a bit sad, because I'm like, oh my word, there's not many overs left, and there's not much more time, and I've got to, you know, close this chapter.
Because I'm back for the last game, and so is Super Ed. So you'll have us on the commentary on that last game in their current format. Western Storm, as we draw the curtain. But you and I drew the curtain over Loughborough Lightning their last game, and then we opened it. We opened the curtain for the Blaze, so we did an open and a close there, didn't we?
We did indeed.
And then
that was quite emotional as well, to be fair.
That was, yeah.
Davis continues.
Ooh, bolded.
And bowls.
It's out, I'm afraid.
Izzy Wong has to depart just for 1. Excellent spell from Davis so far. She's been in on the action.
Straight through. Cool, I'm going to sit from the other angle. It's a better angle. goes
Izzy
through.
Wong was
Through the
bowled
gate.
by Georgia Davis for 1.
The death rattle, the old plink of the stumps disappearing behind. Unfortunately, Wong departs for 1 off the 3 balls she's faced. As Longfire? Is it Longfire?
It looks like it. She's tall enough to be her.
Tall enough to be, yes.
Incoming batter for Western Storm, number 24, Lauren Filer.
It is Lauren Filer. Just had that on the
Confirmation.
paper.
Yeah, so Davis with 4 wickets so far in this innings. She'd be looking to pick up a 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, 4 for 20 off her well, into her 9th over now. So an economy rate of 2.45. Pavley's doing all right as well. 2 for 3. Yeah. No, 2 for 8 rather off her 3 overs. I knew there was the right numbers, but not in the right order there. Ooh.
This time it's swept away for 1.
I wonder if Gabby was tempted to field that then, because it came very close to her as it at square leg. Umpire Gabby. Gablar.
I feel like we've given lots of mentions to Gabby today. Hope she appreciates.
Oh, yeah. Oh, inspired by Sue Redfern.
I
And,
just think that
umpire
story is
Widder.
wholesome.
It's great, isn't it?
It's straight to the fielder, Amy Campbell there.
Short
No
mid
run.
wicket. Western Storm struggling here, aren't they?
Certainly, as I mentioned, a dominant performance from Central Sparks. They haven't always been dominant this season in this
No.
competition. They've been sitting
No,
bottom of the table. They've been struggling, but it looks like for Brixton and Welm, they're back with vengeance.
Yeah. Central Sparks without Amy Jones, but Amy Jones really hasn't played that much for Central Sparks.
Searching for her 5-wicket haul. Davis comes in and bowls her. She's picked up her 5-wicket haul here in Taunton. A brilliant spell so far from Georgia Davis.
Who's has been mobbed by her teammates. We're going to see a replay here.
It's been her game,
It
her
has been
day,
Georgia Davis's day.
her 5th wicket.
That's nice. And Ed was mentioning that she'd been fairly
Emma
quiet this
Skelton
season.
was bowled by
But,
Georgia Davis.
Not today. Siding ways on. Yeah. And that's bowled. Unfortunately. So Western Storm find themselves 143 for 9.
I love on the graphic it says 5-wicket bag.
5-wicket bag. Oh yes. That sounds a bit Americanised, doesn't it? Yes, Dave's 5 for
Coming
21.
batter for
never heard it
Western
being,
Storm, number
described as a
45,
5-wicket
Ellie
bag.
Anderson.
There's some American let
Is
loose
that a thing?
AI.
But, oh, a bag. I've heard of bag of 5. A 5-wicket bag. Ooh, you learn something new every day.
Okay. Well, there's a chance for her to get get another one. Yeah, as Ellie Anderson, former Central Sparks, on loan to Western Storm, but they've confirmed that the loan is till the end of the season. There's some. She's getting some lip from Amy Campbell. I can see the exchange between them.
Davis comes in. Anderson plods it down. No run. Absolutely superb for Davis from the Central Sparks. 9
There's some
overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, 5 wickets.
Well, it's 155 to win, Hannah.
It is, yeah.
19 overs. He's happy. Is he happy sat there? Did he want to? No, he's happy sat there. He's happy sat there. I don't know if he was chomping at the bit. No, he's not. Caris Pavley, who's moving her square leg fielder backward of square. Oh, big heave over the top. That's going to be 4 easily, isn't it? Yes, couple of bounces. Hannah Baker does the run in. She's full of beans. It's runs. Had a lovely chat with Hannah Baker's mum at Lords at the 100.
Love these
No,
mum
I love
chats.
the parents.
I love hearing about them.
Oh, I love the parents. She's so excited. Well, the Bakers as a whole are always excited about everything,
Love
which
that.
is lovely. The energy around them is brilliant. And her mum was having a good chat with me about how excited that Anna Baker was. She signed also for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
So that's a locked in already. So that's good.
For them.
Yeah. Let's probably chat with her mum. Oh, that's going to the said Hannah Baker. Coming off the rope there, and then just going to get a single. 148 for 9, Western Storm.
To be fair, growing up, I think I did prefer my teammates' parents to them, to be honest. So I used to love the cricket mums and dads.
Okay,
You know,
there
no,
are all those
I'm
people at
joking.
home now taking you off their
Sure.
card list. Pavley comes into Anderson, who just dobs that down in front of her. Not quite sure what to do with that one.
Talking
There is
about
no run.
mums, though.
Yeah, mums. Yeah.
My mum's playing for the Somerset over 40s women's
Yes!
team.
Hoorah!
If you're over 40 and want to play for Somerset, I think we're in need of some players.
Brilliant. That's worked into the leg side, and Katie George trots in, feels that, and get a single. Singles are not going to do it for Western Storm here, I'm afraid. Western Storm moving towards that 150, so maybe that's a nice early target. Western Storm 149 for 9. Filer to face this time. Takes a big swipe. It's going towards Hannah Baker, but it's going to drop tantalisingly in front of her. Just the single then. A good swipe there from Ellie Anderson. Or Filer.
150 on board for
Very
Western
similar
Storm.
sorts of figures, isn't it?
Canova.
It's Anderson on strike now.
Anderson on strike now. Was Filer, beg your pardon.
But you could play for Somerset again.
I could.
Yeah.
I am definitely over 40. I'm approaching it from the wrong side though. I'm also approaching from the wrong side of 50. Well, I'm the 60, but who's counting?
But yeah, no, in all seriousness, though.
Yeah, but your mum's played excellent. Well, that's the thing. There's so many ways now, isn't there? Let's do this. So the end of the over, 32 overs gone. Western Storm made their 150 for 9. Filer on 7. Anderson on 1. I mean, there's softball. There's, as you say, over 40s. There's lots of ways to get involved because the softball stuff is brilliant. And I went to watch the game against the New Zealand game. Was it New Zealand or Pakistan? Anyway, the international England played at Worcester, and there was a softball festival on in the next field over, and there was hundreds of women and girls, mums, dads watching and scoring, kids, mums, grannies, all playing all together. It was a proper carnival of women's cricket, and it really felt like women's cricket was taking Worcester city centre over with the international New Road sold out, and the park next to it full of softball.
Filer comes out to it, sees it out, no run. Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely amazing. So I think it's through the Somerset Cricket Foundation. But if there's any women listening who think, oh yeah, I'm over 40 and I want to get back into it, or I'm over 40 and I'm playing and I want to play representative cricket, yeah, we've got a team on the go.
Brilliant.
So it comes
Good
in. It's
for
one
your mum.
aerial. There is a field of air. Will they get there? No, one bounce.
I think it's Anna Baker again. It's just dropping in front of her every time.
Georgia Davis with her hands in the air like, oh, that could have been my 6th wicket. But instead, Lauren Filer teases her and gets away with a single, brings her score on to 8. Western Storm 151 for 9. But yeah, she played a game today. I think it was like a mixed tournament today, and scored 20 not out. I was like, fair play, mother. I haven't done that all season.
Yes, we're not talking about your batting.
No,
we keep
absolutely not.
mentioning the fifer with your bowling.
Davis comes in. Excruciatingly close.
Abby Freeborn looking pleasing, pleading.
Very
Staying
quick
with her.
hands from
Yeah.
Freeborn.
She's got a helmet on. She's right up to the stumps, breathing down the batter's neck.
A wider delivery from
Ow.
Davis. Hit hard towards George. They're looking for a run out.
Oh!
Oh my
And
word.
the run out was
How-
missed. All she had to do was
How
collect
she
that
miss?
and take take the bails off. Georgia Davis misses one. So yes, she's like, I can't believe that didn't. I think she was so pleased she was in a good position there to give that, and didn't have to. Unfortunately, I mean we're only laughing because it's sort of unfortunate set of circumstances for Central Sparks.
Davis in.
Oh,
And what's happened there?
there's an appeal to square leg.
Let's take a look on the replay and see what's just happened, because
That was
free ball
I
was
think it was a
blocked.
stumping chance.
Stopping chance. So
She
Fido
comes
comes up, moves her feet.
She manages to get her foot back in the scrobble for the ball.
Two messy opportunities from Central Sparks here.
Oh dear! Keep your eyes on all of it.
Davis in again.
Oh,
And this time it should be stumped.
It is.
And that brings the end of the game. Davis with her 6th wicket. That's the end of Filer and the end of Western Storm innings. Unfortunately, Central Sparks with a huge, emphatic win over the West Country side.
Oh, I was never going to see the replay now. She comes down. I mean, you know, aggression, yeah, but she'd warned her a few times with taking the bails off. So that's the end of that, I'm afraid. Western Storm chased down huge total. So I wonder whether Western Storm will rue the putting Central Sparks into bat first, but Central Sparks did get into bat first. Only lost 3 wickets, 297 they scored. So it was always a big ask. The pick of that batting innings from Central Sparks, Eve Jones with 130, including 18 fours and a 6, and an 89 not out from Abby Freeborn, 12 fours involved. So it was always a big task, wasn't it? So then Western Storm set about that. Sophia Smale got a good 53 off 47 balls, 9 fours. Luff got 23, Wraith got 21, and then the rest kind of, Corney got 13, Holland got 16, but they struggled to build partnerships, and then in the end just sort of ran out of oomph towards the end in terms of the bowling. Georgia Davis finishes 6 for 23 off her 10 overs, 2 overs for 15 to Caris Pavley, 1 for 34 to Hannah Baker, and 1 for 46 to Grace Potts. And in the end, Central Sparks win by 145 runs. So not a good day for Western Storm, but Central Sparks, big total and a good strangling of the batting innings. What do you reckon then, Hannah?
Yeah, disappointing from the Storm, but excellent from the Central Sparks. You have to give credit to the captain's knock, Eve Jones 130, and as you mentioned, well supported by Abby Freeborn with her 89. But yeah, difficult day for the Storm. They've had a difficult season overall, really. I think Sophie Luff mentioned it a few matches ago. Once you get to win, you know how to win. It's just learning how to do that. So unfortunately, yeah, not the day that they wanted here at Taunton, but a pleasing crowd in. And I just want to personally say thank you for the opportunities as well to Western Stormers. I'll be listening in going forwards now. So yeah, a huge thank you for the opportunities. Doing this is something I never would have dreamt of or had the opportunity to do.
It is that, isn't it?
It's boosted my confidence massively. If I can string a sentence together, you know, it's not my natural kind of go-to. So yeah, I've learned a lot, built a lot of confidence, and I want to thank Ed Seaborn for that as well, and yourself.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Ed's kept us mostly under control, wasn't he? But
yeah, it's been
sometimes
amazing, and there's so many other women as well who've had these opportunities to come into the comms box to learn and to develop and to try to have a different role within the game, because obviously we're not good enough to be out there playing. It's nice
You're still playing.
It's nice to be involved in some way, though. You know, it's nice to still stay connected to an area and a region that I had so much, identity with and connection to. So yeah, thank you for the opportunities.
And you've worked here as well, haven't you? So
yeah.
there's an extra connection.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's amazing to be able to stay involved with the women's game obviously within a different role, and just enjoy it and learn something new. And yeah, I really thank Western Storm for allowing me to have the opportunities to do that. Because
you always describe it as a sort of family, Somerset family,
it feels like
Western
a massive
Storm
family, and it's going to be different next year. And if the opportunity exists to work with the Somerset team in some sort of format, whether it's doing this or something else, then yeah, I'd love to do it. But yeah, disappointing day for the Storm today, but yeah, I'm very appreciative to be part of it nonetheless.
Well said, Hannah. We've had a good crowd in, although you may not have seen them from all of the camera angles, so we have had a good crowd in below us. I'm sure they've had an entertaining day, but particularly for perhaps the neutrals. You will have heard the voices of Hannah Thompson-Radford a moment ago, and Claire Jenkins, former Somerset player. You will also heard the voice of Ed Seaborn today. I think we all echo the comments that you've made in terms of, you know, the opportunity. It would be great to get the opportunity to carry on under the Tier 1 system, so we'll wait and see what happens with that. Ed and I will be back with you. There's still a live game going. So Vipers need 33 of 57 balls if you want to catch up with the game at Arundel. I'm sure that there's some sort of live stream there, so you might want to look at that. And let's have a little look at what else I've got on my notes here. So thank you for tuning in today for Western Storm versus Central Sparks and the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy here at Cooper Associates County Ground. And in terms of the next games on Friday, the next game will be Central Sparks versus Southern Vipers at Worcester, 10:30 start. I'll be on the commentary there. And the other games in the next round will be on Saturday, where Beckenham Western Storm here will take on South East Stars at their home. At Derby, the Blaze will be taking on Sunrisers, and at Southport, Thunder will be hosting Northern Diamonds, and that's on Sunday. So the middle two games are on Saturday, and the last game at Thunder at Southport is on Sunday. And as I say, my next commentary will be this Friday at Worcester Road. We're hoping the tech will work, because it doesn't always. Hope that the tech will work. If you're listening to us in the ground, please have a safe journey home, and for those at home, thank you so much for listening. Please press the like button if you're watching on the YouTube channel, because that really does help others find this and also helps us justify having good live streams across the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. So good night, and I shall speak to you all on Friday if you're listening at Worcester.